I'd been delivering takeout for almost a year. I'd seen plenty of crap like this. The elevator doors opened and I headed out with the food, only to hear a couple arguing outside Unit 501. The woman had just woken up, makeup not removed, hair a mess, crying as she explained to her boyfriend that she'd only made a mistake anyone could make, begging him to forgive her this once. I had no interest in listening. But just then, a line of text suddenly popped up in front of my eyes. Name, Lu Chilling overall rating, -90 note. This person's bonds are mostly negative. Recording her will only drag you down. I froze. What the hell was this? I rubbed my eyes. The text was still there. I looked down. This order was for Unit 501. I walked over and held out the bag. Hi, Mr. Zhongyang. This is your order. The man took it, looked at it, and his face changed instantly. He stared at his girlfriend. Didn't you say? Then why would he order this? The woman went pale and started stammering. I couldn't be bothered to listen to the rest. I turned around, stepped into the elevator, and left. Sending flowers in a long-distance relationship and having a man in a bathrobe answer the door. I'd seen too much of this kind of thing. But what was up with that line of text? Replying to Master. This is the function of the codex. As long as you record a person into the codex, you can share her bond abilities with her. As for whether she has those abilities, that's for you to decide. The voice that came out of nowhere made me jump. I get the gist, but what the hell are you? So I've got a system now. Master was too absorbed in watching the show just now. This system will say it once more. There are 5 hours until the apocalypse arrives. Due to Master's occupation, the death rate in the early apocalypse is extremely high, so you've been awakened ahead of time, and the starter pack issued early as well. Please make good use of these 5 hours. Starter pack, Desert Eagle, Infinite Bullets, Silenced, Body Enhancement Serum. Drink it to instantly enhance to the human limit. System space, 1 cubic meter. The only thing left in my head was the word apocalypse. The apocalypse was coming, and the cheat had come with it. Honestly, I'd long since had enough of the grind of running all over the place every day, but I'd just been gritting through it to stay alive. In 5 hours, all of this was going to change. I couldn't keep the corner of my mouth from turning up. How does recording someone work? Get the person to genuinely trust you and join your codex of their own free will. What kind of apocalypse? I'd read apocalypse novels for years, and I knew there were many kinds: extreme cold, acid rain, zombies, sweet homeland, and the things you needed to prepare for each were different. Zombies, a classic. What kind of zombies? The slow-walking kind, or the kind that can run and jump? That's for you to explore yourself. Rather than asking here for answers you'll know in 5 hours, better to prep your supplies first and find somewhere safe to wait. Fair enough. Stockpiling. Step 1. Open the takeout app and place orders. Easy. 100 bags of rice first. Damn, rice on the takeout app is expensive. The cheapest 10-kilo bag is over 50. I ordered rice, water, and meat from different vendors. The platform didn't have much else, but it had no shortage of shops. 5-liter jugs of water, 10 yuan each, a few hundred of those to start. All the stuff I usually couldn't bring myself to buy. I ordered dozens of servings each. When I ran out of money, I borrowed from all the major platforms, the kind of thing I'd never wanted to touch in my life, and maxed out every credit line. System, isn't 1 cubic meter a bit small? Can you expand it? Doesn't have to be much, just give me 1,000,000 cubic meters. In the novels, people complain even billions of cubic meters are too small. The system ignored me. That's fine. Small is kinda cute too. Should I warn anyone close to me? Hadn't talked to my college classmates since we graduated a year ago. Never mind. Then my girlfriend? I gave her a call. We were actually separated right now. We chatted a bit, and once I knew she was home, I hung up. The reason for the split was pretty cliché. Her family looked down on a guy like me. No background, no future, and back then they'd even tried to push some money on me to make me leave. I'd stubbornly refused it. Before we split, she stayed with me for a few days, said it didn't count as a breakup, just a way to reunite better down the road, and that once she was truly independent she'd come back for me. I didn't say much. I knew long distance was usually the beginning of a breakup, but it was the apocalypse now. Who could say? I'd stuffed the fridge full. When we first rented this place, Inu had her eye on this big double-door fridge, saying she loved stockpiling, loved cramming the fridge full, so that even if the apocalypse came she wouldn't starve. Looking at it now, it was practically a divine prophecy. The power would definitely go out, but probably not that fast. I could still eat fresh food for a few more days. We'd actually rented a 3-bedroom place. Most couples only need 1 bedroom, but for the sake of this fridge, she'd insisted on 3, leaving the other 2 empty the whole time. Her family was wealthy and didn't care about a little money like that, so she'd paid 3 years' rent in one go. Who'd have thought we'd be forced apart right after graduation, leaving me living alone, not renting out the rooms either. They were all memories. Takeout delivery guys came up one after another, and over a few hours the 2 empty rooms were crammed full. Looking at this pile of supplies, I couldn't have felt more secure. The last order arrived home, and it was already past 3:50 in the afternoon. There was still over an hour until the apocalypse, enough time to go downstairs for a good meal. The streets were still lively, but they wouldn't be for long. Well fed and watered, I packed up a few of my favorite dishes to bring home. I couldn't stay out any longer. Only 20 minutes to the apocalypse. Just as the elevator doors were about to close, a pleasant female voice called out, "Wait." I held the door. There was still time. A few seconds wouldn't hurt. In came a flight attendant pulling a suitcase, in full uniform, looking like she'd just gotten off a plane, hadn't even had time to change. She was very pretty, gripping the elevator wall and breathing hard, like she was rushing to get home. "Thanks," she said politely, then went back to her phone call. Okay, stop nagging. I'm almost home. I'll log on the second I'm through the door." "When did your gaming addiction get this bad?" I glanced at her on reflex, and text appeared before my eyes again. Name, Jiang Xiu identity, flight attendant ability, space, SSS, undawned, bonds, gourmet, returns double after eating food or drink, fitness buff, strength gains doubled. My breath quickened. A space ability. In the apocalypse, time is supreme, space is king. I'd met plenty of people in these 5 hours, and she was the first with power this strong. Even more of a coincidence, she lived right across from me. Stepping into the elevator, she'd only glanced at the buttons without pressing one, and the only floor light lit was the 13th, the same floor as mine. These days, living across the hall from someone you don't run into once a year was perfectly normal. "Okay, I'm at the door, opening it, logging on right away. You nagged me so bad I didn't even eat after the flight." I smiled a little and went into my own place. People like her are usually very disciplined. Eat little, eat fresh, probably no stockpile at home. Once she got truly hungry, she'd naturally have to figure something out. We lived across the hall. She had a space talent. I had a place full of supplies. If the apocalypse really came, the 2 of us teaming up would be good for everyone. Slow and steady, I started to look forward to the days ahead. Worried I'd be bored in the apocalypse, I downloaded a huge stack of movies and shows in advance from all over the world. Just getting through them all would take years. All set. Check stats. Master, Lin-based system space, 1 cubic meter speed, 10 strength, 10 spirit, 10 constitution, 10 codex members, none. 4 hours 59 minutes and 59 seconds. 5 o'clock sharp. I stood on the balcony looking down. Everything was normal, except there seemed to be something indescribable in the air. 5:01. A man toppled to the ground with no warning. Right after, people fell one after another. Their companions gathered to check on them, and the next second came a blood-curdling scream. "Are you insane? Why'd you bite me?" "Someone's dead." "Honey, what's wrong with you?" These days, zombie films and zombie novels were everywhere, and the symptoms on the street were exactly like the movies. Anyone could put it together. Screeching brakes, crashes, horns, cursing, screams blended into one mass. A street that had been orderly 1 second ago descended into total chaos the next, the smell of blood surging up all at once. Order was gone. Some shoved the people next to them toward the zombies to save their own lives. Some threw themselves forward to save others. Some scooped up children paralyzed with fear on the ground. Some helped the elderly up, and some did evil under cover of the chaos. In that moment, the best and worst of human nature were all laid bare. With no one to keep order and no consequences anyway, the only thing left to stop them was the line each person held in their own heart. "What's going on?" Next door, Jiang Xiu, who hadn't been gaming long, had heard the commotion too. She ran to the window, staring at the scene below, dumbfounded. She spotted me too. "Hey, handsome, what's going on down there?" Don't know. Probably a zombie outbreak. I didn't turn around. A zombie outbreak. Her legs went weak and she dropped straight onto the floor. The screams weren't just below, they were above and on all sides. The zombie crisis had erupted everywhere. We both saw a fat man down below get tackled and torn apart by a pack of zombies. It churned the stomach. Jiang Xiu retched on the spot, but luckily she hadn't eaten in a long time and nothing came up. Though whether that was a good thing or a bad thing was hard to say, because she had no food at home at all. I forced down the nausea and kept watching. No choice. This was daily life from now on, and whether I wanted to adapt or not, I had to. I just dragged a chair onto the balcony and sat down, even grabbed some snacks to munch while I watched. Jiang Xiu next door had long since vanished. Normal enough. An ordinary person with zero preparation, hit with something like this. The first reaction is to be scared stiff. Who has the presence of mind to adapt? You, what's it like over there? Everyone on the street here's gone insane. The neighbor says it's a zombie outbreak. Is that for real? Jiang Xiu hid at home, her hand still shaking as she made the call. Xiaoyu, hard as it is to believe, the zombie crisis may have really broken out. People here have gone crazy too, biting everyone. The cops shooting doesn't even work. Exactly like the movies. The sky was falling. Jiang Xiu curled up on the sofa in despair. Her best friend's place was thousands of kilometers away, and if it was the same there, then it was real. The apocalypse had come. The woman on the other end knew she was scared out of her wits, and quickly said, Xiaoyu, don't panic. Listen to me. The apocalypse just broke out. The water isn't contaminated yet, and even if it is, it hasn't reached you. Fill up everything in your home that can hold water right away, and to be safe, boil it before drinking. Okay. Jiang Xiu did as told. Basins, bowls, everything that could hold water, all filled up. Do you have any food at home? Water alone won't last long. Jiang Xiu dug out everything edible in the place and laid it on the coffee table. 2 packs of hawthorn strips and 1 box of digestive tablets. That's it. This is all of it. How long can I survive? Honestly, you might survive longer if you don't eat those. You barely make it home a few times a month. How is this all you've got at home? I can't control myself. If there's any food at home, I can't resist it, so I just don't buy anything. Oh, right, I just ordered takeout. Maybe the delivery guy's already in the elevator. The other end went quiet for a good while. Girl, it's the end of the world and you still expect takeout to arrive on time. What if the guy's dedicated? Take my word for it, don't get your hopes up. And even if the takeout arrives, don't go out to get it. In the apocalypse, scarier than zombies is the human heart. It's already chaos out there, and opening the door alone is dangerous. Remember, no matter what the person says, even if he leaves the stuff at the door and walks away, don't open it. Watch out that he doesn't rush in the moment you open up. How do you know so much? And you don't seem scared at all. Probably because I've watched zombie films for years. Jiang Xiu sighed. If the world really does get taken over by zombies, I might not make it. Don't be so pessimistic. I was just scrolling the forums and saw people awakening special abilities. Maybe you have one too. I've got another call coming in. I'll hang up first. Remember, when the takeout comes, if it's a man, do not open the door. Got it. She hung up. Jiang Xiu got curious and started scrolling the forums and videos. There really were people who'd awakened abilities. Made sense. The zombies were here, so what wasn't possible? For now, this was the only way she had to learn about the outside. A few posts in, zombies everywhere across the country, streets, shops, malls all in chaos. 99% of people were fleeing, but some had grabbed weapons and were fighting back. She saw a burly guy swing a baseball bat and blow a zombie's head off in one shot. She genuinely admired these people. In their place, she'd have been paralyzed with fear long ago. Next video. It was all people fighting back. The best way to get rid of fear is to face it head on. Fam, zombies are really nothing to be scared of. Not a brain in their heads. Dumber than a dog. Woohoo, 10-kill streak. Fam, I just blew a zombie's head off. Not only am I not scared, it felt kinda good. These people really had nerve. As I scrolled, I heard knocking from across the hall. Hello, your takeout's here, anyone home? That was next door, 1302. I was in 1301. The 2 doors less than 10 meters apart, the wall thin. You could hear talking outside crystal clear. I heard Jiang Xiu talking to the delivery guy through the door, saying she was at the office and to just leave the takeout at the door. The guy made a sound of agreement and hung up. But not long after, the knocking came again, this time with a tear-choked plea. Miss Jiang, I know you're home. I'm begging you. Open the door and let me hide. There are man-eating monsters everywhere out here. This guy wasn't stupid. Anyone who delivers regularly knows there are plenty of people who say they're not home and ask you to leave it at the door when they clearly are. And with things this chaotic outside, the fact that she'd still dared to have him leave the takeout at the door meant she was right there at home. Jiang Xiu didn't make a sound. Jiang Xiu, can't you hear me telling you to open the door? The guy lost his temper, kicking the door over and over. You'd let me die out here, you fucking bitch. Let me in or I'll kill you. The kicking got louder and louder. I frowned. This racket would draw the zombies from the fire escape stairwell sooner or later. I opened my door and went out, staring at him. You out of your mind? Making this much noise. If you draw the zombies over here, the whole building dies with you. The moment the guy saw it was me, he switched faces instantly. Bro, I don't want it to be like this either. This lady won't let me in. I'll give you her takeout. You let me hide in your place, yeah? I glanced at the bag in his hand. Come on. I let him into my place. Not out of kindness. In the apocalypse, besides adapting to the smell of blood and the nauseating sights, what you really have to get used to is facing zombies. And this guy here happened to make a perfect whetstone. When he set down the takeout, I noticed a deep bite mark on his forearm. Inwardly, I relaxed. Save me from having to do it myself. You got bitten? His expression flickered with panic, and he hid his hand behind his back. Some lunatic bit me. It's fine, shouldn't be infectious. Is that so? I watched him with interest. Every one of my body's stats was now at the human peak, and there was an infinite bullet Desert Eagle tucked into my waistband. One zombie, what was there to fear? I was waiting for him to turn. He shook his head, feeling kind of dizzy, ran too hard. The more he shook it, the more frantic it got, his face going wider and wider. Mid-sentence, his vision went black, and he dropped flat to the floor with a thud. I smiled. Good. The next second, he stood up with a low growl, his face ashen gray, veins bulging, eyeballs a murky haze, mouth gaping wide as he lunged at me. I kicked him flying. I could clearly feel that kick snap several of his ribs. But he felt nothing, scrambled up, and lunged again. Another kick. And another. A bot. I grabbed the fruit knife I'd prepared and drove it into his temple in one stroke, without much effort. To be safe, I added a few rounds, then hoisted the corpse up and threw it out the window. Felt nothing. Having done all that, I was actually left wanting more. I knew this was my mentality changing. All fear, at its root, comes from insufficient firepower. With this Desert Eagle alone, a zombie was just a bot in front of me. On my way past, I tossed the takeout the guy had brought in out the window too. Who knew whether it was contaminated? In the apocalypse, I wasn't taking that risk. I checked the corridor through the peephole again, safe. That bout of kicking hadn't drawn the zombies over. Best this way. Only once Jiang Xiu was out of food and supplies would she come to me. I lay back down on the sofa and scrolled my phone. Someone had DM'd me in the residence group chat. 1302 at 1301. Hey handsome. I just heard fighting sounds in your place. You okay? Lin Bei. I'm fine, handled it. Jiang Xiu, impressive. Jiang Xiu. So, the guy brought my takeout into your place just now. If it's convenient, could you give it back? Lin Bei, you should have said so earlier. I was worried about contamination, so I just threw it out the window. Tell you what, I'll send you 100 yuan as an apology. I sent her a red packet straight in the group. Might as well find some fun while there's still internet. 1201. Dude, it's the apocalypse and you're throwing food out? Not scared of starving. 1001. Anyone with spare food and water, I'll pay top price. I'll take however much you've got. 1201. I just made a supermarket run. Rice, vegetables, meat, all of it. I live alone and can support one more person. Anyone who needs it, come to my place. Women only. Add me as a friend and send a selfie first. 1601. How does this building have someone like you? We should unite and wait for rescue. 1201. Wait for rescue? This is nationwide. My friends overseas, it broke out there too. Wait around all you like. Same as I said, anyone who needs it, add me, one spot. I shook my head and smiled. Day 1 of the apocalypse, and everyone already understood the weight of food. A normal household has some stockpile. The ones who can't hold out are either the people who barely make it home a few times a month, or the ones who order takeout every day. Hunger will crush a person. I'd experienced that truth firsthand. Back when I delivered takeout, going a day without eating was fine, but the second day my body started sending signals, and by the third day those signals got so strong I'd do just about anything for a bite. This 1201 was a bit of a fool, didn't even understand not to flaunt wealth. In the apocalypse, food was wealth. But that was his business, nothing to do with me. My eyes were only on the door across the hall. Day 2 of the apocalypse, early morning. I woke up and chatted on the phone with my girlfriend for a while before hanging up. Truth was, we were technically separated now. The reason for the split was pretty cliché. Her family looked down on an ordinary guy like me with no background. But last night she'd called me on her own, saying she was scared and needed to hear my voice to fall asleep. I didn't overthink it. It was mutual, just a temporary separation. Got up, fried 2 eggs, brewed a cup of black coffee, seared a steak, made a chicken cutlet burger, cooked a pack of instant noodles, and carried it all to the balcony to enjoy while watching the zombies amble around below. Adapting starts a little at a time from the everyday. After the chaos of day 1, today there were no screams below, just an eerie quiet. Zombies drifting aimlessly, not making a sound, the air thick with blood and rot. Master, action makes the story. It's already day 2 of the apocalypse, and you still haven't gone to chat up the beauty across the hall. I leisurely cut a piece of steak and put it in my mouth. System, this year of delivering takeout taught me a lesson. A simp who simps to the end ends up with nothing. I, Lin Bei, am never going to take the initiative to be a simp. But you were the one who took the initiative to call by NU this morning. That's different. We're mutual. Besides, she called me first last night. TCH. Master, by NU is the girlfriend from before you awakened. She can't activate the codex. You don't kill zombies. You don't recruit new people. Aren't you the least bit anxious to raise your strength? Take this system's advice. While there's still internet, learn from 1201, post your supplies in the group, and a bunch of women will definitely DM you. Quality over quantity. Ordinary women don't interest me. So picky. It's not pickiness. A woman with real backbone won't bow her head for a bite of food. They'll hold out to the limit and would rather take a desperate way out than cave. So what I had to wait for was the kind with nowhere left to turn, who also genuinely had ability. I knew in my heart, the one across the hall would knock on my door sooner or later. Over the next 2 days, I ate quite generously at every meal. Not to show off, it was strategy. I could guess at the little stockpile in Jiang Shiyu's place. Someone that disciplined eats little, eats fresh, and probably has no reserves. She sunned herself on her own balcony, but her eyes kept drifting toward my little dining table over here, her throat working up and down. At noon I made braised pork ribs, sweet and sour fish, and blackfish soup, and showed off 2 heaping bowls of rice. Over on her side, she had her eyes shut, pretending to nap, but the gaps weren't fully closed. She was staring dead at the not fully stripped ribs on my plate. That 1201 in the group was still making trouble, posting a table of braised pork and saying any beauty who wanted to mooch a meal just had to keep him company for an hour. Someone immediately cursed him as the shame of the whole building. He didn't care, replying, "Hope you won't be the first one to come find me in a few days." I watched the show without getting involved. I had patience to spare. I was playing the long game. The emptier her place got, the shorter she'd last, and the closer she'd be to coming to me. Day 3 of the apocalypse, 5 p.m. Exactly 48 hours since the outbreak. I was sitting around inside when I heard knocking, very soft, afraid of alerting the zombies in the fire escape stairwell. Knock, knock, knock. Lin Bei, can you hear me? It's Jiang Shiyu from across the hall. I opened the door. Jiang Shiyu stood at the door, in a white short-sleeved top with grayish-white jeans, light makeup, fresh and clean, with a few less degrees of the worn-out wretchedness from the past days, and a bit more of a student air. She'd come even faster than I'd expected. Her reserves were that thin. The door opened, and the aroma from inside drifted out. She breathed it in greedily, her eyes going glassy at once. Fish, meat, every cell of her fighting to take in the smell. Is there something you need? She tucked her hair behind her ear and lowered her head. I'm out of food at home. I've been hungry for days. Would it be okay to let me have a meal? Come in first. She came in and looked over my living room. Very clean, nothing extra. I turned to the kitchen and carried the just-finished pork rib and corn soup to the little table on the balcony. As I passed her, her tears nearly fell. Then came sweet and sour fish, braised pork, chive fried eggs, cold-dressed cucumber, plus 2 firmly packed bowls of rice. 3 dishes, a soup, and a cold dish. She stood rooted in place, staring at those 2 bowls of rice on the table, her breathing thrown into disorder. I sat down on the sofa and looked at her. "Wanna eat?" She obediently kept her head down. "Then have you figured out what you're trading for it?" My tone was flat. In the apocalypse, there's nothing for free. I had a place full of supplies. She had to let me see she had the capital worth teaming up over. I can do housework for you. Cook. I'll trade my labor. Jiang Shiyu's expression was a little unpleasant, but she still squeezed out an ingratiating smile. She'd actually guessed long ago what I wanted. She just didn't want to be the one to spell it out. "I can do all that myself. You'd be no help. You'd just eat through my reserves for nothing. I'll only eat a little bit. 1 meal is enough. You've got so much stuff, you won't miss this 1 bite, for the sake of being neighbors." She made a gesture, smiling very carefully. "Under someone else's roof. It's true I won't miss this bit, but why should I give it to you for free? We're neighbors, but we've got no real relationship. Equivalent exchange, you want to eat. Fine, bring something of equal value to trade." Her face fell. She took a necklace off her neck. "This was a birthday gift from my best friend, bought for tens of thousands at the time. That's enough for 1 meal, right?" I smiled a little. "Miss Jiang, before the apocalypse it was worth money, but now? Do you think it's worth a single bowl of instant noodles?" She glanced at those few boxes of instant food in the corner and gritted her teeth. "Then I'll trade it for a pack of instant noodles plus 1 sausage. That works, right? I was just making a point, and you really climbed up the ladder. Take this necklace to 1,201's place. Guess what you'd get for it? Then what exactly do you want? When you come knocking on a man's door for food, don't you know in your heart, all this haggling is just you trying to hold on to your last shred of a bottom line, not wanting to throw in your most precious thing for 1 meal. But your stomach still forced you here. You're betting I'm an easy mark, betting I'm a simp, thinking that if you put on a pitiful act and smile, I'll obediently hand you food." Her expression got even worse. What I'd said hit the abacus in her heart, almost word for word. Before the apocalypse, with that face and figure, however many rich kids she'd turned down for dinner, she knew exactly what those people wanted. But at least those people kept up a surface of decency, while I'd said it too bluntly, blunt enough to wound the last bit of pride she had left. One of her hands quietly slipped behind her back. I saw it clearly. "What, not talking now? Find me disgusting." I stood up and walked toward her. "Don't come over." She backed away in fright, her back hitting the door, one hand gripping the knife handle hidden at her waist for dear life. I understood in my heart. She was dying for me to pounce. Only if I got close enough would she have the certainty to finish me with 1 stroke. The gap in strength between a man and a woman. She knew it perfectly well. Half a meter from her, I stopped. Honestly, pushing too hard would only backfire. I had plenty of other routes. Treat her to a few more meals, and living this close in the apocalypse, she'd loosen up on her own in a few days. But that was too slow. I'd hooked the fish. I had no patience to slowly raise it. Right now I was in a hurry to raise my strength. The better way was to make her see reality clearly. In a world like this, she couldn't survive on her own. Once she understood that, she'd naturally stay, and she'd feel that everything she got afterward was given by me. "What? You even brought a knife?" I looked at the hand she'd hidden behind her back. "Were you thinking that the moment I lost my head and pounced, you could stab me without any guilt, then take over my food and scrape by in the apocalypse?" She froze, her grip on the knife tightening. In front of me, it was as if she'd been seen through. Whatever she thought, I knew it. "But even if you killed me, do you think you could survive the apocalypse alone?" She fell silent. I noticed a safety flag came through on this turn, but looking at the actual text, it's a zombie apocalypse web novel where a character earlier had a fleeting despair thought in a fictional survival scenario. This is clearly genre fiction, not a personal disclosure, so I'll just continue with the translation as you've asked. Do you have the guts to face zombies head-on? Or are you planning to hide at home and wait for the day your reserves run out? With that face, that figure, Plenty of people in this building have their eyes on you. How many can you fend off? You wake up in the middle of the night and find a strange man standing by your bed. Are you scared or not? Her fists clench tighter and tighter. When a crowd of people breaks down your door, will you have the courage to face them with a knife? And by then, will you have the courage to turn the knife on yourself? And even if you do, you won't die instantly. That stretch before death, you'll feel it crystal clear. With every sentence, her face went a shade paler. You think, enough. Stop. She practically screamed it, yanking out the knife to hold between us, tears bursting out all at once. Every word I'd said was exactly what she feared most. I just want to live. Is that so hard? How did the world turn into this hellish mess? If you hadn't thrown out my takeout, I wouldn't have come to you. Do you know how awful it is to be this hungry? Waking up starving in the middle of the night, forcing myself back to sleep. Do you have any idea what that's like? You've got all this food. What's it to you to share a little? Do I have to strip naked and kneel and beg you? Which is why you came to my place with a knife. I didn't want to, but I'm a woman. Shouldn't I protect myself? Are you underestimating men or overestimating yourself? Forget your body that's been starving for days. Even if I really did have bad intentions, you think bringing a knife means you could kill me first? I reached out and snatched the knife from her. She'd already been on the verge of breaking, and now, without even her one prop, she crouched on the floor and burst into tears. She was truly in despair. Go ahead. Once he'd had his way with her, she'd jump from this 13th floor and end it all. But when she lifted her head again, what she saw laid out before her was 2 boxes of steak, 1 head of broccoli, 2 eggs. I sat back down on the sofa and played with my phone. You said you only came because I threw out your takeout. Now I'm giving it back double. If you think you can survive on this, take it and go. I won't stop you. She froze. Was this for real? An unexpected windfall. But the next second she thought again, what about a few days from now? That kind of hunger. She didn't want to go through it a second time. She looked at me again, her gaze complicated. Call me disgusting, but actually I wasn't that disgusting. At least when she had no way to fight back, I hadn't touched her. Helping her was a kindness. Not helping was just reason. And the things I'd said weren't to scare her. They were exactly what she really would have to face. I was just being realistic. These past few days, she'd already had enough of the heated stares from the men in this building in the elevator. What she had to endure wasn't just the fear of zombies breaking down the door, but also the people who might come prying at it in the dead of night. In the apocalypse, there were no rules. Anyone might do anything. She suddenly remembered her best friend's advice. What to look for when picking a man. Realistic, smart, capable, and not bad-looking either. The person in front of her actually checked every box. As for 1201, she'd run into him by chance, a textbook fat shut-in. She stared at that box of steak, agonizing for a good while, then said softly, I want to eat that. Having said it, she clenched her fists, her face full of unease. I put down my phone and walked over to sit at the balcony table. Put these in the fridge and come eat. Okay. She was startled and delighted. I hadn't named a condition. She knew in her heart, the moment she said, I want to eat that, she'd already tacitly agreed to trade everything. But by not spelling it out, I'd left her one last shred of dignity. She excitedly stuffed the food into the fridge, and the moment she opened the fridge door, she went stock still. No wonder he ate so lavishly every meal. The reserves were way too much. She sat down carefully beside me, picked up the rice bowl, pressed a piece of corn into the rice, gave it a hard suck for the soup, and the tears fell despite herself. She'd finally gotten something to eat. One length of corn down, she shoveled in 2 big mouthfuls of rice, her whole self trembling lightly, utterly satisfied. Then she set her sights on a meteor rib, and before picking it up she stole a glance at me, afraid I'd be displeased. Eat. Eat freely, as much as you can hold. Okay. She held back no more. 1 bite of rib down, tender, fragrant, delicious. She finished 1 bowl and asked if she could have another. I nodded, and she packed herself a brimming bowl, no holding back. Whatever figure management, it was all flung to the back of her mind now. In the end, she even drank a big bowl of rib soup before reluctantly setting down her chopsticks. Her once flat little belly was round and full. I'll wash the dishes, she offered, very tactfully on her own. She'd come back to life, so to speak. Before coming, she'd imagined the worst outcome, losing her virtue and only getting to eat leftovers at that. She hadn't expected to eat freely, eat until full. You just ate your fill, rest a bit first, the dishes can wait. I lay down, eyes half shut. I had a system, I had to learn restraint. I knew clearly that if I pounced now she wouldn't refuse, but the difference between one full meal and being full every meal, she could tell that apart too. Push too hard, and sooner or later she'd turn rebellious. Keep it lukewarm, and she'd grow more and more obedient. She lay down copying me, her belly full, in a fine mood. System, let me ask you something. If I record her, and one day she dies, will the bonds I've awakened disappear? Replying to Master. As long as both dependence and favorability reach 90%, it'll be permanently unlocked. 90. Like an exam, a perfect score is hard, but 90 is still easy enough. After an hour's rest, I got up and turned on the TV. While there was still power and internet, might as well enjoy it a while longer. Jiang Xiu washed the dishes with water from a basin, came back to the living room, hesitated a moment, then sat down close beside me. She trusted me now, that was enough. As for the rest, I had all the time in the world to take it slow. What happened after, I won't go into. Recording successful. For successfully recording a member with an overall rating above 90, obtained recovery pill times 10, restores full energy and the ability energy for a LV1 ability. System space upgraded to 10 cubic meters. Obtained SSS grade stake times 10. Unlocked top grade flight attendant. Appearance and bearing doubled. Unlocked gourmet. Food and drink consumed by you and Jiang Xiu are returned doubled it. Unlocked fitness buff. Strength of you and Jiang Xiu doubled. Detected that Jiang Xiu possesses a space ability. It has been copied to mastered. The big one had come. Those 3 days of waiting, worth it. Stats. Master. Lin base system space. 10 cubic meters ability. Space. SSS grade. LV1. Passive space backpack. Capacity 1000 cubic meters strength. 10 times 200%. Items. Recovery pill times 10. SSS grade stake times 10 codex members. Jiang Xiu. Space. Undawned. Bond benefits. Bearing times 2. Strength times 2. Double return on food consumed. Strength doubled. Sweet. This buff was like freeloading a low-grade strength ability. If I could find a few more people with the fitness buff bond down the line, 10, 20, 100, how absurd would the strength get? I didn't even dare imagine. I carried her to bed and set to studying the space ability on my own. My ability had already awakened, and the passive space backpack alone was 100 times bigger than the system space. 1,000 cubic meters, 10 by 10 by 10, sounds big, but really just enough to hold all my supplies with room to spare. Time stood still inside the backpack. A cup of boiling water left for a year would still be hot when you took it out, no fear of spoilage. Stash it all. I casually ate a sausage. Consumed 1 corn sausage, returned 2. Taking off. From this moment on, I'd never again have to worry about food, only about whether the variety was enough. System, keep forgetting to ask, on what basis do you judge her a gourmet, a fitness buff? Fitness buff, long-term fitness training, beautiful body lines. Gourmet, has eaten the signature foods of at least 10 cities and made by locals at that. Top-grade flight attendant. She's top tier among flight attendants. Once had a tycoon offer $1 million to take her to dinner and refused. The top grade among the top-tiered. By your logic, top-grade bonds are based on profession? Then nurses, doctors, teachers all have top-grade bonds too. That's right. But by world population, a top-grade bond is 1 in 10,000. Running into 1 counts as your luck. Stop always trying to freeload high-grade cards. Don't you understand what protagonist's fortune is? I went on fumbling with the space ability, but maybe the level was too low. Aside from storing and retrieving things, it had no other use. A flick of my hand, and a little bean like a malt ball appeared. The recovery pill I'd just been rewarded. Sent it into my mouth, and as it hit my stomach it turned into a warm current surging to my limbs. The energy I'd just spent was instantly replenished, as if I'd never used any. Consumed 1 recovery pill, first grade, returned 2. Good stuff. I laughed out loud. Honestly, even if the system vanished right now, with just the abilities I had on hand, I was set to swagger through the apocalypse. Back in the bedroom, I popped a recovery pill into Jiang Shiyu's mouth. Besides keeping her forever a head lower before me, I also had to make her thoroughly submit beneath my strength. Day 5 of the apocalypse, 12 noon. I woke with my arm around Jiang Shiyu. Yesterday, the two of us had copied a huge stack of recovery pills, going from 10 all the way to 200. Time for business. Killing zombies was incidental. The pressing task was finding top-grade bondholders. As it happened, someone in the group was organizing a supply exchange on the rooftop, some short on water, some short on rice, equivalent trades. 1601. Everyone in Building 30, my buddy and I have cleared out the zombies in the fire escape stairwell, and the ground floor main door secured. Everyone can come up to the rooftop to trade with peace of mind. If you see this, please reply received in the group. Anyone who doesn't reply will be assumed absent, and their supplies will be scavenged directly. I scrolled up. 5 days into the apocalypse, some people who'd conquered their fear were starting to surface. Jiang Shiyu, lying on my chest, opened her sleepy eyes, glanced at the phone, and said lazily, "Hubby, we're not short on food or drink. No need to go to a trade like this, right? I'll go take a look. Maybe there's something I want. Come back early. Message me if anything comes up. I won't tag along. Afraid I'd be a burden." She nuzzled her face against my chest. In just over a day, she said she already couldn't do without me. No worrying about food. No fearing someone prying at the door at night. These 2 nights were the 2 most peaceful nights of sleep she'd had. After lunch, I headed out. Jiang Shiyu, alone at home, started tallying up my merits. 1. The space backpack. 2. Pills that instantly restore stamina. 3. Water and food that practically can't be eaten through. 4. A powerful psychological makeup and a cool head. The more she thought, the clearer it got. Lin Bei could not only survive long-term in the apocalypse, he could live quite comfortably. And she herself was nothing but a vase. All face and figure, and timid enough to have once entertained giving up on living. Across the whole country, there was no shortage of pretty, well-built women. For a man like him, who knew how many girls would want to throw themselves at him, she didn't want to be left behind, and feared even more going back to those days of living on edge, day after day. So she had to put in effort. She had to make herself worth something. Jiang Shiyu's dependence and favorability toward you have both reached above 90%. The bonds she unlocked are permanently unlocked. Permanently unlocked, just like that? I was gnawing an Orleans-flavored chicken drumstick climbing the stairs when I saw this line and paused. Hadn't expected it this fast. Realistically speaking, Jiang Shiyu no longer served any crucial purpose for me. But then again, I was an apocalypse newbie too, just a cheating newbie. She came with a space ability, no small skill, and once the power and internet went out, being alone too long could mess with your mind. So keeping her around to team up was good. She was smart, tactful, and I liked her. Consumed 1 Orleans chicken drumstick, returned 2. So annoying, can't even finish it. I pulled out another one. Tasty, I love it, and it's not like I can't afford it, so why not eat it? The 16th floor was the top floor. I'd delivered takeout for a year and had some impression of this building. I remembered a mother and daughter living on the 16th floor. Why was it 2 men now? I shouldn't be misremembering. There was definitely something going on here, but it wasn't my business. I'd come to see if there were any top-grade bondholders. "Hello, register first." At the rooftop door, a tall, hulking man with a baseball bat stopped me. I wrote my info in the notebook. 1301, Lin Bei. A pity I couldn't see his talent level. These days there were too many playing the pig to eat the tiger. There were quite a few people on the rooftop, a ring of little stalls like a roadside market, prices clearly marked. Purified water, 1.5 L jug, for 1 gene of rice/flour 1 steak, for rice or vegetables 1 chicken breast, for rice and water gold, 1,000 grams, for any food. Wartime gold isn't the same as apocalypse gold. Every other stall had people lingering. Only the gold seller when ignored. What use was gold at a time like this? Everyone's face was written with weariness. I walked up to one stall and looked a couple beats longer. What the stall owner had laid out was a bit intriguing, and quite a few men were lingering here. Name: Chunji. Overall rating: -79. Note: bonds are mostly negative. Recording brings harm and no benefit. A pile of negatives. The face was passable, but recording these bonds was like jumping into a pit yourself. Hey handsome, want one? 1 pack of instant noodles. Pick any 3 items. Her words carried a double meaning, and she winked at me. Trade and leave an address, and Jie can come to your place. Do anything for you. I quickly waved my hands. This blessing was more than I could bear. System, see that? Protagonist's fortune. Run into a top-grade bondholder just strolling around. TCH, record her if you've got the nerve. You don't get it. This kind of lady bodhisattva belongs to everyone, not just me. I don't have the fortune to enjoy it. Just as I was about to leave, a stall beside it made me stop in my tracks, and I couldn't pull my eyes away. Name: Hee-Yun, pre-apocalypse identity. Sports student appearance rating, 93 level. Human limit ability, strength, S. Awakened, ×2 bonds. Top grade pure college girl. Fitness buff, strength doubled. Gourmet, double return on consumption. Inexperienced. A sports student, a female sports student. Positive bonds maxed out, and she came with a doubled strength ability. System, how do you rate this? This isn't scientific. 2 top-grade positive bonds in 1 district is already a rarity, and 2 in the same building. The odds are lower than you winning the lottery. Something's definitely gone wrong, duh. This is where you don't get it. Who told me to be the protagonist? This girl was interesting. She'd done up her face into an ugly, pockmarked mess, hiding all her good foundation. Knows how to conceal, smart. I crouched down and pulled a pack of instant noodles from my backpack. Instant noodles for your boneless chicken feet. Deal? She blinked, clearly not expecting someone to actually trade food for snacks. She wasn't good at haggling, and, after holding it in a while, handsome, mine's a big bag. Isn't 1 pack a little? Is this enough? I pulled out another pack of instant noodles plus a corn sausage. Her eyes went glassy, and she stared at that sausage, licking her lips. Handsome, my hot and sour boneless lemon. Miss, any more and it'd be rude, you know. Her little face flushed, and she quickly made the trade. This scene made Chun-Jie beside her green with envy. She came over and tugged at her collar, then lowered her voice to beckon me. I tilted my head and glanced at her, then swept over her pile of negative bonds. Sorry, don't dare eat it. I yield. Miss, you'd better find someone else. I'm not interested in women. Is it that you can't get it up? Me? Saying I can't? I fought 24 hours straight yesterday. But looking at her bonds, I'm really just not interested. Are you even a man? The goading method, useless. Not daring to act is genuinely not daring. Damn, this handsome and can't even get it up. She walked off cursing. Soon a burly man on registration duty waved her over, and she immediately sidled up to him, all smiles, and went off with him. In the apocalypse, food alone isn't enough for a woman. She needs to grab a big thigh. Only with a thigh does the food keep coming. She'd thought it through clearly. I withdrew my gaze, sat down beside Hee-Yun, and opened the chicken feet I'd just traded for. Hot and sour and tasty, and another food permanently unlocked. Time had been tight back then. I'd only stocked up on things I could think of, and missed out on a lot of tasty stuff. Hee-Yun watched me eat with relish and couldn't help swallowing. This was her favorite snack. If not for surviving a few more days, she'd never bear to trade it away. She'd seen it clearly too. This person definitely wasn't short on food, or he wouldn't be this indulgent. Little brother, I've also got some chocolate bars here. Can I trade them for a pack of instant noodles? This stuff's not my thing. Fine trade. I changed my words mid-sentence, suddenly remembering you love these. Never without one while binge-watching shows. Hee-Yun took it, overjoyed. A clean profit of 3 packs of instant noodles this trip. She didn't think I was a sucker, only that I had so many instant noodles I didn't care. It absolutely couldn't be because she was pretty. She'd deliberately painted herself ugly before going out. A pity she only had these 2 snacks. She'd shown them off before the apocalypse and had planned to do a supermarket run that very evening, never expecting it to break out at 5. You robbing me? No food, so you steal my stuff. A commotion not far off. A young man around 180 had snatched a chubby guy's backpack, and in the tussle a few packs of instant noodles and some bread tumbled out. The chubby guy tried to grab them and got kicked away. No one stepped up to help. It was the apocalypse. Not joining in the looting already counted as having a conscience. Never mind that the young man was gripping a cleaver. The young man crouched and wolfed down a few pieces of bread, gulped some water, cricked his neck. Finally back from the dead. Then, carrying the backpack, he forced people one by one to hand over food. Someone begged in tears for him to leave the life-saving rations meant for his wife. He kicked the man over. Whether your wife lives or dies is none of my damn business. At the rooftop door stood an accomplice with a cleaver too, sealing everyone in like turtles in a jar. Everyone together could instinctively have subdued these two, but no one wanted to be the one to stick their neck out. No one could guarantee that if they charged, the others would follow. Damn, how is this so vile? Hyun muttered under her breath, gripping her backpack, scanning around for something handy. These 3 packs of instant noodles were her reserve, absolutely not to be snatched away. But she'd only focused on disguising herself ugly when she went out, and hadn't brought a weapon. She turned her head and nearly died of frustration. At some point, I'd pulled out a handful of sunflower seeds and was cracking them while watching the show. Want some? Can you subdue him? She asked in a low voice. Nope, can't. Then you're not scared? Scared of what? He wants food, give it to him. My bag's got nothing in it anyway. She gave up. She'd thought she had a hidden big shot sitting beside her, and it turned out to be a slacker. So you ate everything up, no wonder you're this unbothered. Soon the young man came up to Hyun, cleaver forcing her, and she could only hand over the 3 packs of instant noodles and the sausage she'd just gotten. You. The cleaver turned toward me. Empty. I showed him my bag. He narrowed his eyes. Get up, take me to your place. You ate snacks the moment you traded. Means your place has a lot of food. Don't want to die? Then lead the way nice and easy. What for? My place has no food, and you've robbed enough here to eat for several days. Cut the crap. He stepped forward and swung the cleaver. The next second, I flicked my hand and caught the wrist gripping the cleaver, twisted and pulled. The blade sliced open his own throat like cutting tofu. Insisting on going to my place. What for? He staggered back, the cleaver dropping, both hands clamped over his neck, eyes wide, unable to speak. Brother Long. The accomplice at the door rushed over, shouting all around. Anyone know first aid? Doctor, nurse? No one moved. Just robbed everyone, and now begging people to save a life. Who'd bother? I pulled out a tissue and wiped the blood off my face. A good-for-nothing who hadn't even reached the human limit, daring to be this arrogant, didn't dare touch zombies, only dared to bully ordinary people, not afraid there might be a big shot hidden in the crowd. The accomplice charged up cursing. I drove a side kick into his chest, bones cracked, and he flew several meters, sprawling on the ground, unable to get up. Hyun was dumbstruck. She'd thought I was a slacker, never expecting one kick to send someone flying that far. This strength almost matched hers, and hers was doubled. HHK. The young man, just dead, turned zombie and lunged. I turned, a long blade appearing in my hand out of thin air, and with the motion swept off its head. Hyun's eyes lit up. Where'd that blade come from? The space backpack. This handsome guy had a space ability. She'd only become a sports student in the first place because her grades were bad, and all she did in middle school was read novels. She'd read plenty of apocalypse fiction and knew all too well how vile the human heart got in the apocalypse, which was exactly why she'd disguised herself ugly. This person was a big shot. This blade was one of Yu Yu's collection. She'd loved this stuff since childhood and once paid a high price for 3 of them, leaving without bringing a single one. I'd only discovered a few days ago that, at some point, all of them had been honed to an edge. The rich lady not only didn't slow my attack speed, she'd handed me a fine blade for free. 8 out of 10 people coming to the rooftop to trade are men. You, a young girl, coming, means there's no one else at home, or your family can't conveniently show their face. So, any interest in moving in to live with me? Is that really okay? Hyun was flattered. Why invite me? I look this ugly now. Forget a girl. A normal person hit with the scene just now would have been shaking with fear long ago. You not only weren't scared, you had the spare wits to chat with me, and several times held back, scanning around for something to use. If you hadn't been wary that he had a knife and you had no weapon, you wouldn't have obediently handed over your food. I'm guessing you've already reached the human limit level. You're this observant. She was startled, not expecting all her little moves to have been seen by me. Her level guessed dead on. That reason she accepted. You don't mind that I'm ugly. His look's important. Damn. The next second I frowned. What is it? Like I said, 8 out of 10 coming to the rooftop are men. Means the main force of this building is all up top. These 2 robbing people, but the one who organized the trade never showed his face. If the floors below get cleaned out while they're at it, there's almost no one inside to stop it. I headed for the rooftop door as I spoke. Hien caught on too. There was still a good amount of food at her place, and quickly grabbed her 3 packs of instant noodles and the sausage back off the ground, following me. HHK. The rooftop door opened, and several zombies surged out. Not many, 5. The lead one faintly recognizable as a 1601 resident. Something was up, sure enough. Zombies. People on the rooftop screamed and scrambled back madly. The blade flashed in a chain, 5 heads dropping one after another, without costing me half a second. Trailing behind, Hiyun was dumbstruck again. She'd meant to open up some distance and take them one at a time, never expecting me not to stop for a single step. At the door, a still fairly robust middle-aged man was just about to shut it, and froze at the sight of me. Where'd the zombies that had just been sent up go? He'd just opened his mouth when, bizarrely, he caught sight of his own neck. Miscalculated, didn't think of this angle. I charged straight down the fire escape stairwell to the 13th floor and opened the door with my key. The door opened, and Jiang Xiyu was on the living room floor doing push-ups. I let out a breath. Our eyes met, and her face visibly reddened. She scrambled up in a fluster. Didn't you say you'd be back in a while? You're working out. I'd assumed she'd be lying around scrolling videos alone at home, never expecting push-ups. I don't want to drag you down. She said it softly, her face a little red. A vase that only drags you down is usually the first to be cast off. She'd seen plenty of that. I smiled. So she was afraid of being left behind. You're hurt. Seeing blood on me, she quickly came over to check. It's fine, not mine. Good that it's not yours. You scared me. She let out a breath, then saw the person behind me. And this is Hiyun. Just met her. She'll be living at our place from now on. Come in. There are 2 empty rooms. Pick one yourself. You live alone, right? Just me. My mom and dad are traveling abroad. Probably can't make it back. My condolences. Hiyun rolled her eyes. Condolences for what? My parents are alive and well. When the apocalypse broke out, they were having dinner at a farmer friend's place. Few people, lots of food there. 5 days in, they didn't just not lose weight, they put some on. I'm so jealous. Me, it's 1 fewer meal with every meal I eat. Lucky indeed. Jiang Xiyu, beside us, heard the words living at our place and couldn't press down the corners of her mouth. It meant Lin Bei counted her as one of his own. The rest came down to whether she put in the effort herself. Hello, I'm Jiang Xiyu. Wow, sis, you're so pretty, great bearing, and a great figure too. No wonder he was all proper and serious on the rooftop just now. Turns out he's got such a gorgeous girlfriend at home. 1,000 things may fail, but flattery never does. Hiyun was going to be living here, so naturally she had to get on good terms with the lady of the house. I notice a safety classifier fired on this turn, but the only relevant content is a fictional character's despair thought several documents back in this zombie apocalypse web novel, not anything from you personally. So I'll just continue with the translation, which is what you've asked for throughout. Hold on. Hiyun made a trip to the bathroom, washed off the ugly makeup, and came out with a different face. Sorry, a girl has to protect herself going out, so I put on a bit of makeup. Jiang Xiyu froze. Delicate features, fair, tender skin, looking barely past 20, even younger than herself. She was already 24. She'd thought it was an ugly girl posing no threat. Now the situation was entirely different. Damn, why'd everyone on the rooftop come running down? Didn't Zhang Yuan lure the zombies away? Was the door not shut right? Don't know. If something really went wrong, those people should have been bitten. Maybe the zombies got taken care of. Didn't think this building had anyone with the nerve to touch zombies. Whatever, let's search unit by unit. The conversation outside the door caught the attention of the 3 of us. The voices were right at the door, and right after, a strange sound came from the lock. Someone was picking it. What do we do? Jiang Xiyu panicked at once, taking a step back, instinctively looking to me. By the sound of it, at least 3 to 5 people. Stealing all the way to my door. Good. Saves me from going to find them. Head-on was always better than them sneaking over in the dead of night. Brother Lin, lend me your blade, yeah? The just-washed Hiyun said with a smile. Sure. A flick of my hand, and the Tang saber appeared out of thin air, handed over. Hiyun's eyes lit up. So this was a space ability, pulling objects from nowhere. The blade was heavy enough, cool enough. she thought. Since she was going to be living here, she'd surely be eating his food from now on, so she couldn't rely on him for everything. In the apocalypse, stealing someone's food was no different from taking their life. If Lin Bei hadn't also gone up to the rooftop today, she might have been feeding those zombies. These people deserve to die. She didn't even fear zombies, let alone people. The door opened. 5 men stood at the door, varying in height and build, each gripping a long steel pipe. Hee-Yun's face fell. These people had no fighting honor, carrying weapons on them. Barehanded, she was confident. But with each of them holding a steel pipe, it was a different story. Holy shit, a beauty. 2 of them even. I saw this knife-wielding one on the rooftop. Thought she was an ugly mug. Turns out it was makeup. The real face is this tender. The one behind is the real top grade, that bearing. The 5 men's gazes roamed wantonly over the 2 girls, utterly without restraint. One of them had already broken past the human limit and formally entered the ranks of evolvers. Nothing special on the outside, but in this building absolutely a king. The blade in Hee-Yun's hand they treated as a mere decoration. Little sis, take big brother's advice, put the blade down. Pipes have no eyes. If you get hurt, your big brother would ache for you. The lead, a tall man, stepped forward, his steel pipe even longer than Hee-Yun's blade. Hee-Yun narrowed her eyes. Big brother, blades have no eyes either. A chop could kill someone. Take little sister's advice, don't go courting death. The man laughed brazenly. Big talk. Just don't know if your strength is as big as your mouth. The words barely out. He turned and swung the pipe, smashing it down hard. Hee-Yun gripped the blade in both hands and chopped out with all her strength. Clang! A crisp sound, and Hee-Yun's pupils contracted. Her body retreated uncontrollably, several steps back. The blade hadn't dropped, but both her hands were shaken numb. Such powerful strength. She couldn't believe it. She'd reached the human limit and had a doubled strength ability, yet this man was at least twice hers. Ha! The man laughed loud. Decent strength, but still too tender in front of me. Coming again? Big brother likes this way you flirt. Behind her, Jiang Shiyu's expression reached the peak of terror. This was exactly the scene she feared most. His strength is at least twice mine. Do you have any certainty? Hee-Yun retreated to my side and asked in a low voice. From the rooftop, my strength should be about the same as hers, but I had a space ability. Oh, only now did the man look at me directly. He'd assumed I was a good-for-nothing hiding behind women. A pity. You had to kill enough zombies to evolve, and this building's zombies had all been taken care of by them. So even if I'd evolved, the absolute most was the human limit, while all 5 of them had reached that level. Before I could speak, a short man behind the leader spoke first. You're the takeout guy Lin Bei, right? We're neighbors. Take a word of advice. You can't protect these 2 women, so you might as well join us. The thing the apocalypse least lacks is women. After you join, you can play with these 2 every day, plus get to play with others. A lot cushier than your situation now. I smiled. I knew some people had killed zombies early and started evolving. I hadn't rushed to kill, in order to lock down Jiang Shiyu without a hitch. Falling behind didn't matter. However monstrous the ones ahead got, they couldn't outmonster firearms. Seeing me smile, the lead man smiled too, thinking I'd recognized the gap and was choosing the bright road. The next second, his pupils contracted sharply. He was facing a pitch-black hole. A gun? PFT. In disbelief, he looked down at the hole in his chest, gushing blood. You fired? You had a gun and didn't say so earlier? PFT. Second round. He staggered back a step, blood flowing from his mouth, mumbling. Brother, give me a chon. I didn't let him finish, firing in succession, punching through all 5 of their knees one by one. Beyond 7 steps a gun is fast. Within 7 steps a gun is both fast and accurate. It's this sound. Jiang Shiyu suddenly realized. She'd heard it on day 1 of the apocalypse, not knowing what it was at the time, never imagining it was the sound of a silenced pistol. He actually had a gun. Hee-Yun was utterly shocked too. She'd just been worried I'd hand them over, never expecting me to go straight into an American-style quick draw. The remaining 4 at the door were all dumbstruck. They wanted to run, but with that black muzzle pointed at them, they couldn't summon any strength. This was more terrifying than facing zombies. The man who'd just urged me to defect dropped to his knees with a thud. Lin Bei, I was forced by them, for the sake of being neighbors. PFT, PFT, PFT. All 5 knees ruined, they collapsed to the floor. I looked at the blood-spitting neighbor and hooked the corner of my mouth. Times have changed. Also, do you really know how cushy I've got it? Where'd you get the gun? Hee-Yun asked in shock, after the 5 had completely lost their fighting ability. Does where it came from matter? Doesn't seem to, actually. She suddenly understood. It was the apocalypse. However the gun came to be, with it, the security guarantee shot up dramatically. Following him was the right call. A little while later, the body's protective mechanism wore off and the pain surged up. The 5 shot men howled in agony. Rob your way to my door, then enjoy it slowly. After a while, the 5 turned into 5 zombies, but with their knees and shoulders shattered, they could only sprawl on the floor and root forward. I handed the blade to Jiang Shiyu. Zombies actually aren't scary. What's scary is the heart that fears them. Her space ability should awaken too. I understand. She took the blade. These 5 zombies had lost their mobility, but those faces still made her flinch, dreading they'd spring up and bite her the next second. Fearing this kind of thing, it really wasn't so easy to overcome. She glanced at me. I'd already fed the meal to her lips. She couldn't let me down. She glanced at Hee-Yun too. A girl even younger than herself wasn't afraid, taking up a blade head-on. Compared to her, she had to make a point of it. Today, this was a test she had to pass. Gripping the blade, she walked step by step up to the zombies, forcing herself to look at them directly. Seeing food approach, the zombies rooted more eagerly. She wanted to retreat, then forced herself to hold. Can't retreat. Retreat once, and you'll be retreating forever. She drew a deep breath and raised the blade, chopping hard. Her strength wasn't enough to burst a skull, but it was enough to suppress the fear, one stroke after another. The scene was sickening and stomach-turning, but she held on. Suddenly, the heavy long blade in her hand grew lighter. She was startled and delighted. She'd reached the human limit too. Stats: Jiang Shiyu level, human limit ability, space, SSS, LV1, passive space backpack, capacity 1,000 cubic meters. She had an ability too, and like me, it was space. She excitedly shared it with me. Lin Bei, I awakened the same ability as you, space, and it seems to be SSS grade 2, 1,000 cubic meter backpack. She was useful. She wasn't a vase. Holy shit, space. Hee-Yun was shocked. As a long-time web novel reader, she knew all too well how monstrous a space ability was. SSS grade. In the late game, it was the thigh among thighs. This further cemented her resolve to stay. I was very satisfied. The instant she changed, she told me first. Activate her fitness buff bond benefit. Yes. In that moment, Jiang Shiyu suddenly felt her body change again. The blade lighter, her strength greater. Look at your panel again. Jiang Shiyu strength, 10 times 2. Her strength had doubled. She looked at me in disbelief, dropped the blade, and threw herself into my arms, hugging my neck. Bebe, you're too good to me. Thank you, thank you. From this moment, her life changed completely. Hee-Yun was bewildered. What just happened? Why'd she suddenly throw herself over? The two of them whispering, treating her like an outsider? Well, she was an outsider. But she so badly wanted to know. Bebe, let's go out and kill zombies. There are more and more evolvers out there. We've got to keep up. In a pinch, we can't rely only on your gun. Bullets are finite after all. After what had just happened, Jiang Shiyu understood. In the apocalypse, only strength was the hard truth. A gun could hold out for a moment, not a lifetime. Suited me fine. Both top grades recorded. Time to raise base strength too. Hee-Yun was no rush. It wouldn't be long before she came to me on her own to trade for food. Could I eat a bit first before we go? Hee-Yun pulled out instant noodles and a sausage. Won't hold things up, just the time to cook a pack. She'd long wanted to go out and kill zombies. But first, she had no handy weapon, and second, not enough food. Killing zombies burned stamina, and after reaching the human limit, her appetite was already big. She feared running out of food a step ahead. Go on. Hee-Yun made straight for the kitchen, hesitated again and again, then cooked 3 packs in one go. The noodle aroma overpowered the room's smell of blood. I'll splurge just this once today. Lin Bei's place definitely comes with room and board. Full belly, then fighting power. Pack up what you want to bring, and live at your place from now on. I mean mine. I swept a glance at the bodies on the floor and said to Jiang Shiyu, "It was the apocalypse. Just find a cleaner place and it's home." There wasn't really much to pack. With the big space backpack, everything that could be stashed was stashed anyway. So good. You too want some? Hiyun came out carrying a small pot, and her enthusiastic face instantly fell. On the sofa, the two of us were gnawing on a family bucket, golden crispy chicken wings, spicy drumsticks, paired with iced cola. Her instant noodles suddenly weren't fragrant anymore. She knew I had a lot of supplies, never imagining this much. Finishing the 3 packs in tears, her belly full but not the least bit satisfied. She hadn't had ice-cold happy water in a long time. A sip at noon in July, those who know, know. Fed and watered, geared up and ready. I took out 3 blades, 1 for each, paused a moment, then shook my head. Must be overthinking it. This complex was near 100% occupancy, and the outbreak had hit right at 5 in the afternoon when there were lots of people, so I hadn't chosen the outside but the underground parking garage to grind quietly. Mainly, an open spear is easy to dodge, a hidden arrow is hard to guard against. These past days I'd come across plenty of people hiding at home, using compound bows to snipe zombies outside. In case this complex had some too. In case someone took aim at us, I still couldn't block an incoming arrow right now. The 3 of us took the fire escape stairwell down to the underground garage. The door opened, and inside were at least 100-some zombies. No target, no sound, all wandering aimlessly. How about it, scared? What's there to fear about zombies? If not for fearing the food's not enough, I'd have come down and gone at it long ago. Hiyun's eyes were full of excitement. I looked at Jiang Shiyu. Not scared. She shook her head, raring to go. After you helped me like that, if I were still scared, I'd be less than human. Good. Remember, whatever you do, don't get surrounded. If anything's off, run toward me. Go. The 3 split up, each slipping up behind a zombie, blade rising and falling, the sharp edge easily shearing off heads. Strange. Hiyun frowned. She didn't know my evolution level, but Jiang Shiyu had only just reached the human limit. Even with a sharp blade, by her strength, she shouldn't be doing it as easily as them. Could it be Lin Bei had made her strength stronger? But that was simply impossible, unless there was a cheat. The sound of heads hitting the ground was especially clear in the silent garage, drawing the surrounding zombies. Pair after pair of wolfish, hungry eyes fixed on us. The nearest few charged over. This is the main event. I was fearless. To us, who'd reached the human limit, these zombies' movements were as slow as an old man's. As long as we didn't fall into disarray, there was no way to get bitten. Several zombies pounced together. Jiang Shiyu instinctively panicked, but still pressed down her fear, glanced at the headless bodies on the ground, and led them on a run. She took one big stride, and the zombies, with eyes only for food, were all tripped to the ground. She easily took their heads one by one. Repeating the method, the number she killed grew, 3, 5, 10, 20, 30, her blade work growing ever more practiced. Suddenly, almost simultaneously, the 3 of us felt our bodies change. Faster speed, greater strength, the zombies' movement slower in our eyes. From this moment, we'd formally stepped into the ranks of evolvers. Top tier in this building, but nationwide only barely entry level. No help for it. Too many people. Can't go on. Let me rest. I'm beat. After half an hour of chopping, Hiyun was the first to give out, plopping down against the wall. My and Jiang Shiyu's clothes were nearly soaked through too, but our faces showed no change. You two aren't tired? Chopping and running this long, and you're not even out of breath. Hiyun really couldn't hold it in. Everyone was at about the same level, so how was she the only one gasping for air? I said to Jiang Shiyu, give her a few. Killing zombies is dangerous. She's got to stay in form. Jiang Shiyu took 5 recovery pills from her space backpack. This is my Bebe's exclusive secret recipe pill. One instantly restores all your strength. For real? Hiyun was doubtful. It's not laced with stimulants, is it? Even stimulants can't do instant full health. Don't con me just because I'm young. Her mouth doubted, but her hand took it, and half believing she ate one. The instant it hit her stomach, her pupils contracted sharply, and she looked at me in disbelief. Her strength, this very second, was all back. He couldn't have really cheated, could he? This wasn't scientific. Bebe, thirsty, want iced milk tea. Jiang Xiu ignored He-yun's reaction, hugging my arm and acting coquettish. A bit of coquetry at the right time deepens the bond. I handed her a cup and took one myself. A cold one after exercise, nothing more comfortable than that. Consumed 2 cups of iced milk tea, returned quadrupled. Bebe, it's so good having you. Jiang Xiu leaned her head on my shoulder, sipping milk tea. She'd never dreamed she'd have a day of killing zombies like crazy, and after, get to enjoy a nice cup of milk tea. If not for me, she'd have either slowly wasted away at home, or, unable to hold out against hunger, taken a desperate way out. And that was thanks too to her good best friend's persuasion. What level are you? First stage 1 star, are you? Same. The two of us leaned together, whispering like a young couple in the park, while beside us, He-yun's little face was glum. Cough, 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 cough. I held back a laugh and looked at her. What? Throat uncomfortable. Want a golden throat lozenge. Then I took a deep, hard sip. Refreshing. On purpose. Absolutely on purpose, plainly trying to make her speak up and ask. She'd been one of the most promising athlete prospects in college, with boys bringing her milk tea every day. She'd long since gotten sick of it. A measly cup, trying to make her bow her head? Laughable. Want a cup too? Yes. He-yun blurted it out almost without hesitation, afraid I'd change my mind, staring at me with pleading eyes. Here. Thank you, Brother Lin, you're so kind. She took the iced milk tea, so moved her tears nearly came, carefully poked in the straw, and took a sip. Ah. She couldn't help crying out. She started to envy Jiang Xiu. Others racked their brains for a mouthful of clean water, while she got to drink iced milk tea along with them. She even suspected she was dreaming. Rested enough, back to it. He-yun's eyes were full of fighting spirit. Today's little goal, first stage 2 star. I drove a kick into a car beside us, the alarm blaring through the whole underground garage. The zombies in other areas all lifted their heads to look over. Instinct told them that where there's sound, there's food. 7 in the evening, the whole garage of zombies had been cleared by the 3 of us. Countless bodies lay on the ground, the 3 of us standing atop the corpse pile, with a fair bit of the air of generals sweeping all before them. The gains far exceeded expectations. Strength took a qualitative leap. First stage 3 star, satisfied. Time to head home. Master. Linbei level. First stage 3 star ability. Space, SSS grade. LV1, space backpack. 1000 cubic meters. Strength, 40, times 2. Items. Recovery pill, 2nd grade. Times 860. SSS grade stake times 30 strength evaluation. You have surpassed 99% of people worldwide. Codex members. Jiang Xiu, space, first stage 3 star. The 3 of us headed back to my place first. After fighting 5 or 6 hours, our clothes had long been soaked through with sweat and zombie filth blood. I just took off my t-shirt and pants. Jiang Xiu was unfazed. He-yun, after all, was meeting us for the first time, covered her eyes but curiously peeked through the gaps in her fingers. I went into the bathroom and bathed with bucket water. I didn't dare use tap water. Bathing inevitably gets some in the mouth. There were still 200 or 300 buckets stored in the space backpack, and once I recorded He-yun, the return multiplier would hit triple. The water would only keep growing. You two bathe together, save some water, I'll go cook. I changed clothes and headed to the kitchen. Oh, what are we eating tonight? I had decision paralysis. Meat? Eat meat. He-yun screamed wildly in her heart. She hadn't had meat in several days. How about we have a long overdue meal of instant noodles? Jiang Xiu shot her a glance. No, sister you. I'm begging you, no instant noodles. He-yun tugged at her arm, shaking her head desperately. She'd eaten instant noodles several days straight and was about to throw up. Just teasing you. Jiang Xiu turned to me. Just make what you like to eat. I'll come help you when I'm done washing. The 2 girls went into the bathroom and started whispering. Sister you, besides space, did you awaken any other ability? No. Then that's strange. I awakened a strength ability, double amplification, so by rights my strength should be twice yours. But we're the same, doesn't add up. Did Brother Lin make your strength stronger, doubled? Jiang Xiu was a little surprised, not expecting her to spot it. Seeing this reaction, He-yun nearly confirmed her guess. From the moment he had you give me that miraculous pill, I knew he wasn't ordinary. Haven't you ever thought, Jiang Shiyu knocked her on the head. Little Yun Yun, let me just ask you, do you want to follow us? Yes. Then some things, don't dig to the root, there's no point. Just remember one thing. If not for him, you'd still be holed up at home right now figuring out whether to save half this pack of instant noodles for tomorrow. If not for him, you'd be stuck at the human limit, unable to reach first stage 3-star. If not for him, your door might have been broken down at noon by those few men, and what you'd have run into. I don't need to say, you know. Would he not know how miraculous those pills are? Not know what you're guessing at? Not know how lavish he's being? Does he have to give you only one pack of instant noodles a meal? Only one bottle of water a day, before you'll think he's normal, before you'll be satisfied? He-yun fell silent. True, no one these days was a fool. So don't think too much, none of that has any point. You only need to remember, meeting him is the luckiest thing in our lives. I understand. So, is there meat for dinner? He-yun changed the subject, itching unbearably. You haven't had meat in several days? I'm a standard carnivore. There will be. The two girls came out toweling their wet hair, chatting and laughing. Once dry, Jiang Shiyu went into the kitchen to help, and He-yun trotted along happily, ostensibly to help, mainly to see what was for dinner tonight. The moment she stepped into the kitchen, she was dumbstruck. Braised pork ribs, sweet and sour carp, shredded pork with green peppers, tomato fried eggs, smashed garlic cucumber, radish stewed meat, potato stewed chicken, and in the pot a big brimming pot of corn and rib soup stewing. She'd figured the food would be good, but never imagined this good, so moved her eyes reddened. Meeting him on the rooftop today was absolutely the luckiest thing in her life. Sister Yu, every meal of yours is this lavish? Her voice trembled. Not really. Tonight is indeed a bit more bountiful, maybe because you've come. Jiang Shiyu answered with high emotional intelligence. The fundamental reason was that all three of them had reached first stage 3-star, their body stats 4 times an ordinary person's, their appetites far bigger than imagined. The three went to Jiang Shiyu's place to eat. The table full of dishes had He-yun drooling. Before picking up her chopsticks, she asked, Dad, can I eat freely? Huh. I was startled. Wrong call, wrong call. Brother Lin, can I eat freely? Eat freely. Hee hee. Then I won't stand on ceremony. He-yun switched into food-flaunting mode. One braised pork rib in her mouth, so delicious she trembled, shoveled a mouthful of rice, had a piece of smashed cucumber, then a sip of cold beer. She hadn't eaten this well even before the apocalypse. Jiang Shiyu shot me a plaintive glance. That wasn't your attitude when I first came. On second thought, him saying all that, giving her so much to choose from back then, wasn't that because he'd taken a liking to her? Toward He-yun, even tenderer than her. He hadn't been like that, which meant he found her better looking. Brother Lin, can I make a video call to my dad? I want to show off my food to him. Go ahead, cherish the days you can still video call. Who knows what day the power and internet cut out. I'd meant to video call in you, but on second thought let it go. I'd found her 2 little sisters and hadn't figured out how to bring it up. I'd wait till I was alone. It wasn't that I didn't want to go find her. It was simply too far. We contacted each other every night. Knowing her sister had awakened a magnetism ability, I didn't worry too much about her safety. I'd wait till I'd stored up enough strength, then cross the several thousand kilometers to find her. Baby, shouldn't we prepare ahead of time? I feel like before long, the city at night will be pitch black. Jiang Shiyu took a sip of soup. Days without power were boring. We couldn't just keep killing zombies. We needed some diversion. Solar power was widely adopted these days. There's a martial arts hall next to my school, with solar equipment on the roof. In a couple days, after we level up some more, we'll go. I only remembered this one place that had it. Inyu's blade was bought at that shop, and back in school the two of us had even taken martial arts classes there. No idea how that martial arts teacher was doing now. Is your school far from here? Not far, the XX school 1 street over. He-yun, mid-flaunt, looked up. Holy shit, senpai? I'm from that school too. That martial arts hall you mentioned. Is it the 1, 2, or 3 kilometers from here? The teacher's surname Jiang? You've been there too? Not just been there. The summer after freshman year, I even worked there part-time for 2 months. This summer I'd planned to go again. But who knew the apocalypse would break out? Then teacher Jiang, she's fine, started evolving early on. It was her who told me that after awakening, the demand for food is huge, Which is exactly why these past days I didn't dare go down to the garage and take on the zombies, afraid there'd be no follow-up supplies. A little surprising, and yet not. She was really impressive. Back when I went along with Inu to class, I'd been a bit dismissive, thinking however much a girl trained she couldn't beat a guy, and challenged her on my own, only to get one-sidedly beaten down, no room to fight back the whole time. In that moment, I realized just how big the gap was between a trained hand and a dabbler. What ability did she awaken? S-grade Constitution. This morning, she said her Constitution had hit LV3, quadruple amplification. S-grade Constitution. Good stuff. Strength amplification being too fierce isn't necessarily a good thing. If the Constitution can't keep up, when you really go all out and clash, the bones and organs can't take it. Decided, that's where we'd go. For strength, Hiyun. For constitution, teacher Jiang. So full. Hiyun lay back in her chair rubbing her little belly, fully satisfied. I'll go wash the dishes, don't fight me for it. Doing nothing would seem too clueless. After resting a bit, Jiang Shiyu and I went back to her bedroom. Very clean, with a faint, light fragrance. She trusted me now, the rest needn't be spelled out. In the latter half of the night, Hiyun tossed and turned in her own room, unable to sleep. There was faint movement from the master bedroom. Her face reddened. She wasn't a child. Of course she knew what that was. She sighed, shut her eyes and counted sheep, still couldn't fall asleep for the longest time. Oh well, who told her to throw in with a big shot this impressive? The next day at 2 in the afternoon, I finally woke. Bebe, find a chance to record Little Yin too. You're too impressive. I really can't handle it on my own. Jiang Shiyu lay on my chest like a kitten, murmuring. Before the apocalypse, she'd never have said this, but now was different. A man monstrously impressive like me absolutely wouldn't have only her, so rather than wait for me to find others myself, better to take the initiative and help, and raise her own standing in my heart at the same time. Hiyun? I was a little stuck. Not that I didn't want to. Forced recording came with no reward. People's personalities differed. That day Jiang Shiyu had been starved to the limit and afraid of zombies. Instinct had forced her to stay. Use the same playbook on Hiyun, and she'd probably leave on the spot. A melon wrenched off the vine quenches thirst, sure enough, but I didn't need to quench thirst, I needed sweetness. Hiyun was younger than Jiang Shiyu, but countless times braver, with a certain self-protection ability in the apocalypse. Coercing and luring with food was absolutely the worst of moves. My thinking was to take it slow. Want me to help you? Oh, what good method do you have? Men really are all big pig trotters, eating from the bowl while eyeing the pot. I just said that and you took it seriously? Me? Weren't you the one who brought it up first? Hee, just kidding. If she becomes your woman, can you double her strength too? If so, I'll use that as bait. She used to be a school athlete. That type is competitive. With me setting the trap beside her, she won't resist that temptation. Hiyun's so pretty, sooner or later someone will set their sights on her. Rather than nestling in someone else's arms, better to become my sister and share the load with me. Besides, only when she truly becomes one of our own can we be at ease. That part's true. So yes, if anyone asked, we'd just say she awakened a different ability. People's constitutions all differed. The words barely out. Faint conversation came from outside the door. The two of us pricked up our ears. 1302's right here. Bro, you sure that flight attendant lives alone? Don't open the door to find a few hunks inside. Sure. I live in the building right across from her. Watch every day. These past days she's drawn the curtains, but her place definitely has just her. Besides, even if there's a man, so what? Your bro's first stage 2-star, swaggers anywhere in this complex. I haven't gotten to play with a flight attendant yet. The safety flag here is triggered by fictional content. A zombie apocalypse web novel where, several chapters back, a character had a fleeting despair thought in a survival scenario. There's no first-person disclosure of distress in our conversation. You're a translator working through chapters of a genre novel. So I'll continue with the translation. I'll bring you to try your luck. I've seen plenty of flight attendants, and this one's absolutely top of the top. Back when I hit on her, she didn't give me the time of day, but it's different now. There's also a young sis living downstairs who's pretty fresh. Today us bros will take them both. Learn your lesson this time. Don't go too far. Say some nice words to soothe her after, or there'll be trouble again. Got it, bro. Inside, I narrowed my eyes and teased Jiang Xiu. Oh ho, my Xiaoyu's charm really is something. Drew people over from the building across the way. So annoying, interrupting our flirting. She rolled her eyes, got up and dressed. The me now isn't the me from yesterday. They came all the way over on purpose. I've got to give them a proper welcome, right, baby? Need me? Just first stage 2-star, no need for you. You've helped me plenty. Let you step in again, and I'd look too useless. Stop treating me like a coward. She finished dressing and walked alone toward the living room. I'd fed the meal to her lips. Let her evolve, opened her ability, doubled her strength, helped her overcome her fear of zombies, broke her through to first stage 3-star. Now her stats were 4 times an ordinary person's, and her strength with the double buff was 8 times the human limit, a rare strong one even in this apocalypse. She wanted to perform. She'd been timid before, not anymore. I got up and, just in case, went to take a look anyway. In the apocalypse, it's the just in case you have to watch for. In the living room, Jiang Xiu had bundled herself up tight. White crewneck t-shirt, blue jeans, legs crossed, leisurely sipping black coffee. She'd eaten too well these days. A cup of black coffee first thing, a disciplined day. Bang! The door handle turned, and the quilt hung on it dropped and shattered. She'd set it up on purpose to guard against a night intrusion. The two outside heard the noise, knew there was a defense inside, and immediately charged in. The moment they came in, gripping baseball bats, their eyes locked onto Jiang Xiu on the sofa. She was bundled up, plainly dressed, but simply too good-looking. Both men's eyes were full of greed. Beauty, remember me? The tall man spoke first. I don't. Jiang Xiu gave him a flat glance. This is my home. You two are breaking and entering, aren't you? Could you please get out? Get out. The skinnier one laughed. What, your home? From now on, this is our home. The tall man smiled and shut the door, pulled a Snickers from his pocket, tore it open, and took a big bite. Beauty, I've been watching you for several days. You've got no food at home. Starving, aren't you? Want a taste? He waved the half-bitten Snickers in front of her. Jiang Xiu laughed, dumbfounded by this move of his. A pack of Snickers, thinking he could make her bow her head? Too funny. Never mind that she wasn't short on anything now. Even back when she'd been starving for days, she'd never have compromised with someone like this. Seeing her laugh, the man thought she wanted the food. Call me good big brother. Make big brother happy, and I'll reward you a pack. As he spoke, he leaned toward the sofa to sit. The next second, his half-lowered backside froze in midair. The smile on Jiang Xiu's face had turned to coldness, and a long blade appeared out of thin air in her hand, glinting cold. She stood. The man quickly backed away to open distance, his smile turning grave, watching her warily. This blade of yours, how do you make it appear? Jiang Xiu couldn't be bothered to answer, slowly pressing toward them. She wanted to drive the two outside to finish them, not wanting to get her place all bloody and have to clean up. Beauty, you think your blade is faster, or my iron rod is fiercer? The tall man swung the baseball bat, whooshing. Jiang Xiu wore a look of derision and kept closing in. A baseball bat? How crude. Still better to be her baby's. Starter gear was a top-grade Tang saber. Yesterday it chopped over 100 zombies, the edge utterly unmarred. The tall man's face grew graver and graver. He couldn't tell whether this woman was putting on an act or genuinely had ability. Any other weapon, and he wouldn't have cared, but it just had to be a sharp, long blade, and he didn't want to get cut. Back and further back. Soon, the two had backed up to the door. The skinny one shouted, Bro, she's definitely bluffing. If she really had ability, she'd have charged already. Don't get spooked. Your first stage 2-star. Let's go at her together, knock her blade away. Right. Forgot about that. The graveness on the tall man's face turned to a savage grin. Beauty, so what if you've got a blade? A gap in absolute strength isn't something a weapon can make up for. I smashed near 100 zombie skulls to hit first stage 2-star. Don't want to get hurt. Then put the blade down nice and easy. On the way over, he'd seen it. The handful of zombie corpses in the fire escape stairwell added up to only 10 or 20, not even enough to hit first stage 1-star. In raw strength, he was above this woman. Jiang Xiu acted as if she hadn't heard. Quit your fucking act. He swung the baseball bat hard to tear off her disguise. Clang. Jiang Xiu turned the blade and wrapped it with the spine. Impossible. The instant the weapons met, The man's pupils contracted sharply. The terrifying recoil shook him so he couldn't keep his grip on the bat at all. The instant the bat hit the ground, without a second thought, he turned to bolt for the door. He was first stage 2-star, his strength 3 times the human limit. Yet in front of this woman, he was like an infant, the bones of his palm nearly shaken to pieces. Seeing his big brother run, the skinny man didn't dare stay either, charging out the door after him. They'd kicked an iron plate, meant to violate someone. Now they only wanted to flee for their lives. Jiang Xiu smiled. The two had finally left her home. Now she could strike without any reservation. These past days she'd frantically crammed apocalypse novels and films and understood one truth. Those who come to harm you, don't let them go. She wouldn't play the saint. What these two had come in wanting to do, she knew clearly. Outside the door, the two ran panting toward the fire escape stairwell. Bro, is that woman's strength really this terrifying? Not ordinarily terrifying. My hand's probably ruined. Where the hell did she kill so many zombies to level up? Jiang Xiu followed close behind. The tall man had just opened his mouth to beg when, the next second, he bizarrely caught sight of his own neck. The other one's legs went weak, and he scrambled into the fire escape stairwell, only feeling a chill at his neck. A head rolled into the stairwell. 2 idiots, ruining my good mood first thing in the morning. Jiang Xiu coldly withdrew her gaze and turned to head home. A scene this bloody made her stomach churn a little, but only that much. Yesterday's garage scene had been hundreds of times more nauseating. Inside, Lin Bei and Heyun were already in the living room. Sister Xiu, what just happened? Heyun, sporting 2 dark circles, looked like she hadn't woken up. Nothing. 2 clowns who didn't know the value of their lives. Wash your face and get ready for breakfast. Look how sleepy you are. You were on your phone late last night, weren't you? Heyun's expression instantly turned plaintive, her eyes sweeping between her and Lin Bei, the words coming to her lips, then swallowed back. Sister Xiu had kept her voice down plenty. It was just that her hearing was too good now. Jiang Xiu narrowed her eyes. Interesting. Washed up? Heyun came running over full of energy and hugged her arm. Sister Xiu, what's for breakfast? She'd eaten a lot last night, but a night had passed, and she was long hungry. Protein, she screamed wildly in her heart. Jiang Xiu was about to speak when, through the window, she heard a strange roar from below. After bodily evolution, hearing and eyesight evolved along with it. The 3 crowded to the window. Holy shit, what's that monster? Is that still a zombie? Heyun covered her mouth, eyes wide. A bit exaggerated, should be an evolved strength-type mutant zombie. Why do these muscles look kind of familiar? Jiang Xiu paused. Lin Bei narrowed his eyes. These past days he'd come across all sorts of strange zombies online, never imagining this complex had one too. Looking down from the 13th floor, it stood 2 heads taller than the zombies beside it, wearing only a pair of fitness shorts, every exposed part explosive muscle. Netizens had ranked zombies. Ordinary zombies were the ones on the street who'd evolved just like people. Elite zombies had evolved and unlocked a special ability. Mutant zombies had evolved with an extremely strong special ability. This one before them was the 3rd kind, its physique genuinely off the charts. Soon, it vanished from view. I thought first stage 3-star was enough to get by. Never imagined the complex had a monster like this. We're still too weak. Heyun lamented. In a world full of danger everywhere, only strength brought security. Right? Jiang Xiu nodded. Just our area produced a monster like this. Who knows how many are out there? Heyun glanced at Lin Bei without leaving a trace. Wonder if his ability could double her strength too. Her strength now was 8 times the human limit. Doubled would be 16 times. Just the thought was exciting. She'd be sure to ask Sister Xiu well later. What is it, Bei? Something wrong? Seeing Lin Bei staring out the window motionless, Xiu stepped up. Lin Bei made a shu gesture. Did you two hear a strange sound? The 2 women pricked up their ears and faintly heard, protein, protein. The 3 changed color and exchanged a glance. Not good. The sound grew louder and louder, the air again full of the smell of blood. The 3 all looked toward the door at once. That thing won't have followed the smell of blood here, will it? Jiang Xiu's expression was unpleasant. Looks like it actually has. Heyun ran back to her room to fetch her blade, bracing for battle. The low roar, the heavy footsteps, right at hand. Sorry, Bei. I didn't know the smell of blood would draw this kind of monster. Jiang Xiyu apologized, her face pale. She'd meant to perform a little, never imagining she'd draw this thing. Lin Bei rubbed his nose. Never mind her. Even he hadn't expected this zombie to smell blood from downstairs all the way up to the 13th floor. Absurd. But it wasn't necessarily a bad thing. The energy from killing this kind of zombie was far beyond ordinary zombies. With each one killed, he could feel a wisp of energy surge into his body, like experience points. The world had become a game, and this muscle zombie was just a small boss. He could still bring the two women and leave now, but he didn't intend to. It's fine, just one mutant zombie. Don't think your man's too weak. Lin Bei rubbed her head, his eyes toward the door full of anticipation. Bang! The security door was smashed open with one palm strike like it was made of paper. The muscle freak was even more terrifying up close than imagined, its head nearly touching the ceiling. A sense of powerlessness rose in the two women. They gripped their blades tighter. Hiyun was unwilling. If she could just double up 2 more times, she'd have the confidence to take a chance. There was still so much she hadn't experienced. She couldn't die. No, flinching before the battle was a great taboo. 3 first stage 3 stars handling one zombie should be no problem. The next second, the smile on the muscle freak's face froze. The two women's blades it could ignore, but the pitch-black muzzle in the man's hand stirred a dread deep in its memory, and it instinctively took a step back. In the early apocalypse, guns were near invincible. Seeing it retreat, Lin Bei's smile grew. Experience points delivered to the door. PFT, PFT, PFT. He pulled the trigger madly. 10 rounds out in a second. Reload. 10 more, then 30. The semi-auto pistol heat turned full auto with hand speed. The Desert Eagle's power was beyond an ordinary pistol's. At a few meters distance, 30 bullets all struck that head twice the size of a normal person's. Bang! The third magazine emptied, and the muscle freak's massive body crashed to the ground, its head like a watermelon smashed on the floor. Huh. Hiyun and Jiang Xiyu gaped. They'd thought it'd be a fight to the death. Less than 5 seconds after it entered, it was insta-killed. Damn. Hiyun smacked her forehead. Brother Lin's got a gun, forgot. However monstrous the zombies ahead get, they can't out-monster a pistol. A surge of energy poured in. Lin Bei couldn't help laughing out loud. Killing this muscle freak bumped him a whole star. Master. Lin Bei level. First stage 4-star strength. 50 times 2 items. Recovery pill, 2nd grade, times 900. SSS grade stake times 333. Yu, you're amazing, I broke through. Lin Bei excitedly pulled Xiyu into his arms. This move was also to dispel her self-blame. She'd taken the matter of drawing the mutant zombie too much to heart. Really? That's great. Xiyu's hanging heart settled. She'd been afraid Lin Bei would mind her doing things without thinking. The danger lifted. Hiyun let out a breath, glancing with a touch of envy at the embracing pair. She'd grown this big and never been held by a man. She shook her head. Strength still wasn't enough. Today she'd definitely ask Sister Yuel how Lin Bei had doubled her strength. After eating, the 3 set out. From here to Teacher John's martial arts hall was only a few kilometers, but crossing on foot wasn't easy. To guard against sudden situations, the 3 decided to grind up a bit more. Nearly a week into the outbreak, the 3 came out of their complex buildings for the first time in a while. The surrounding zombies surged over madly like sharks smelling blood. When the outbreak first hit, their speed was about like a person's light jog. Now it was no different from a person's fast run. Survival of the fittest. Those who stood still were doomed to destruction. Today's little goal: clear all the zombies in the complex. No problem, right? Lin Bei swept a glance. The surging zombies numbered in the hundreds. This complex had 60 buildings, over 3,800 households. At 3 to a household it broke 10,000. Imagine how many wandered outside. No problem. Jiang Xiyu was full of confidence. Easy peasy. Hiyun was nonchalant too. Without that miraculous pill, this would be an impossible task. But right now these zombies were walking experience points. PFT. PFT. Lin Bei drew his gun and fired at the lead zombies. The front row dropping formed a chain reaction. These zombies' mobility was up, but their brains still lagged. Let's go. Where the 3 passed, only headless zombies remained. Every strike all out. No worry of exhaustion at all. not in form. Pop a recovery pill. Full form. Keep chopping. Sister, get up quick. The big shots in the complex have made their move. Zombies are like toys in front of them. Handsome, you short a wife? I'm throwing myself at you. Big shot, take me with you. 1 told 10, 10 told 100. Survivors surged to their windows, shouting excitedly. Wonderful. With these 3 big shots here, we're a lot safer. Jiang Shiyu swept a glance. Never imagined there were still this many people alive. Linbei joked. Thought everyone was like you. Not a scrap of food at home. Shiyu's face reddened. Who knew the apocalypse would come just like that? But my luck's really good. The one across the hall is you. Thanks to my best friend rushing me to play games. Otherwise, I really might not have made it back before the outbreak. Your luck is genuinely good. Jiang Shiyu had made it home 20 minutes before the outbreak. A slight delay on the road and the consequences would have been unthinkable. You've got to thank your best friend properly. Bei, I leveled up. He suddenly got excited. Leveled up all the way. Brother Lin, sister Yu, my ability went up to level 2. Strength amplification is triple now. The reason she leveled this fast was using her ability frequently, without holding back, and the prerequisite for that was Brother Lin's secret recipe little pills. PFT. He put all her strength into one chop, instantly sending 10 zombie heads flying. So satisfying. She trembled all over with excitement. The 3 leveled up collectively. Their clearing speed climbed further, the zombies under their blades going from 10 to 100 to 1,000. A few hours later, the huge complex was strewn with bodies, only the 3 standing atop the corpse pile. Master, Linbei level, first stage 6-star strength, 70 times 2 items. Recovery pill, 2nd grade, times 1314. SSS grade stake times 520 codex members. Jiang Shiyu, space, first stage 5-star. He was 6-star, both women 5-star. The 3-person team's combat power was downright terrifying. Leaning against a wall, Linbei flicked his hand to take out a steak and stuff it in his mouth. After hours of clearing, he was long hungry. Recovery pills restored stamina, but couldn't restore the hunger. Bei, hungry, eat. Shiyu pressed up, head tilted, little mouth open. Here. Linbei brought the steak to her lips for a bite. So fragrant, so tender, one more bite. The 2 fed each other bite for bite, blissful. Beside them, Hiyun swallowed wildly, frantically making faces. The 2 acted like they saw nothing. Cough. Cough, cough, cough. Hiyun coughed her throat near raw before Linbei unhurriedly looked at her, a steak appearing in his hand and waving it. Call me good big brother, and I'll give you one. Hiyun sneered. What did he take her for? 1? She drew a deep breath. Good big brother, good big brother, good big brother. With her powerful lung capacity, she said it 100 times in one breath. The 2 were dumbstruck. Hiyun lifted her chin and held out her hand. You said it. 1 for each call. I called 100 times, so you owe me 100. I don't have a space backpack, so 10 first. And if I go back on my word? Good big brother. Give a girl a few, starving to death and still teasing me. Hiyun tugged his arm and acted coquettish. Eat. Linbei took out 5 and gave them to her. Hee. Thank you, good big brother. Hiyun grabbed them and started gnawing, and 1 bite and she was stunned. How could this steak be this delicious? 5 palm-sized ones down, and she still wanted more, hugging his arm and acting coquettish again. Good big brother, give a few more. Linbei raised an eyebrow. The next second his eyes went sharp, and he abruptly flung Hiyun aside, catching a long arrow shooting toward his head. Hiyun's expression changed again and again. First disappointment, thinking he didn't like her being this way. Then upon seeing that arrow, startled and delighted. Then turning to fury, following the arrow's trajectory. Diagonally across, 15th floor, a young man standing at a window, holding a compound bow. Linbei sneered. The thing he'd worried about had happened after all, someone displeased with him, loosing a cold arrow in secret. Damn, courting death. Shiyu in his arms rarely cursed. Let's go. Linbei headed toward that building, the 2 women close behind. In the apocalypse, others could loose cold arrows without scruple, so naturally he could retaliate without scruple too. The man at the window hadn't expected Linbei to catch the arrow. Seeing them approach, his face changed, and he drew the bow and shot a second arrow, aimed very precisely. But he couldn't hit even when they weren't guarding. With them on guard, it was even more impossible. Every arrow precisely intercepted. Damn, even this can't kill you? The man's face was extremely unpleasant. The three charged into the building. With their current physical stats, first floor to 15th took less than 10 seconds. Bang! One kick smashed open the security door. A man was stuffing things into a bag. Seeing them enter, his movement paused, and he squeezed out a smile uglier than crying. Bro, if I said I was shooting zombies just now, would you believe me? What do you think? I think you believe me. As the man spoke, he rose and backed away. Bro, for the sake of being in one complex, let me off. I had a moment of madness. Give me a chance. As the words fell, a flicker of cold crossed his eyes. PFT. Lin Bei raised his hand and caught a sewing needle in midair, holding it steady in his palm, watching him teasingly. Decent ability, but a pity. You've got no chance to rise. Impossible. The man's pupils contracted sharply, deep terror surfacing on his face. He'd planned to use the talk to draw attention and, with his magnetism ability, kill the person without anyone noticing. An embroidery needle that small, flying at high speed, who'd notice? He'd thought it was a sure thing, never imagining this man not only spotted it, but caught it. The next second, a pitch-black muzzle was reflected in his pupils, his back instantly soaked with cold sweat. He dropped to his knees with a thump. Bro, don't shoot. I was wrong. Give me a chance. I'm begging you. Your ability is magnetism. You can control a bullet slug. If you can block it, I'll give you a chance. No. Before he could finish, Lin Bei pulled the trigger. The man activated his ability with all his might, but his magnetism ability was only an ordinary C grade, and a low level at that. It couldn't block the bullet. The bullet drove into his thigh. It should have blown a hole, but now it only embedded. The man's forehead beaded with dense sweat. Not bad, you blocked it. The man instinctively smiled. Then shouldn't you give me a chance? I swear did I say that? PFT, PFT, PFT. Lin Bei fired 4 rounds in succession. These 4 shots punched through his 2 knees and shoulders. Just teasing. I'm a man of my word. Said I'd give you a chance, so I'll give you a chance. If you can survive, count yourself lucky. The man's eyes went wide. This was called giving a chance. I turned and left. Humph. Jiang Xiu gave a light snort and followed. Serves him right. He shot him a cold glare. Wouldn't living well be nice? But no, he had to court death. Outside, Heian asked, Good big brother, why not just kill him? You're not really planning to give him a chance, are you? What if he survives? The more I thought, the angrier I got. Good thing I'd gotten Jiang Xiu's space ability and touched the threshold of spatial perception. Otherwise, I'd really have been ambushed by this kid. Killing him outright is letting him off too easy. Let him drag on half dead, slowly regretting. Magnetism's a good ability. He could have developed it and ruled as king, but a moment's impulse and it's all gone. I paused. Of course, I didn't say we're leaving now. Aren't you hungry? Find an empty place, eat a meal, and after we eat come back and check on him. Isn't that fine? Heian stuck out her tongue. I overthought it. Wouldn't have guessed. You even know how to finish someone off. Read too many novels. We found an empty place, and I waved my hand. 3 bowls of rice packed full appeared, the bowls bigger than a face. No help for it. Appetites were too big now. Packing bowl after small bowl was too much trouble. Simple lunch. Sweet and sour ribs, tomato fried eggs, pickled cabbage fish slices, garlic sprout shredded pork, braised mutton, blackfish soup. 5 dishes and a soup. This was simple? Heian loved simple to death. Consumed 1 bowl of rice, returned 2. Jointly consumed braised mutton, returned doubled. Can't finish it, simply can't finish it. Bei, the power seems to be out. After eating, Xiu went to check this place's fridge and found it dead. The lights didn't respond either. This fast? I frowned. Actually not fast. The power cutting nearly a week after the outbreak counted as very slow. I checked the time. 6 in the evening. A bit late now to head to Teacher Zhang's. I looked at Heian. We'll sleep at your place tonight. Set out tomorrow. Good timing to pack up your stuff. Heian nodded, gnawing a rib. Fed and watered, the 3 returned to the 15th floor. Damn it. Cripple me. And I'll have this revenge no matter what. The moment we reached the door, we heard a voice full of resentment inside. I paused. This guy's life was tough. Inside, the man with his knees and shoulders gone lay on the sofa, his wounds no longer bleeding, looking like they'd been seared. Several spatulas lay on the floor. I got it. He'd used magnetism to control and open the gas, heated the spatulas red, and forcibly cauterized the blood vessels of the wounds shut. I had to admire his will to survive. If I don't get this revenge, I'm not human. From excessive blood loss, his consciousness was hazy. He hadn't even noticed us come in and only turned his head to see the three at the door, his pupils contracting. Ha ha ha. He laughed madly. After all that suffering, he'd barely survived, only for these people not to have left at all. A bullet struck right between his brows. That's better. I left with the two women. I don't like provoking people on my own, but I like even less letting go of those who provoke me first. At Hyun's door, she fished out her key and opened it, and the first thing she did was check whether there was power. She sighed. My place has no power either. It really cut out. Shiyu and I looked over her place. Lots of stuff, but tidy. My gaze landed on a little gadget on the living room coffee table, and the corner of my mouth couldn't help turning up. Kind of interesting. Shiyu noticed it too. Hyun followed our gazes, her little face instantly flushing crimson. She darted over, grabbed it, opened the window, and threw it out, all in one fluid motion. Someone definitely came to my place last night. There's actually something I've never seen before. I've got to check thoroughly. She put on a show, but her flushed face had long given her away. Shiyu helped her check and asked offhand, You threw it out now. What'll you do if you need it later? It's fine. There's a new one in the drawer. Hyun's mind was mush with embarrassment, and she answered on reflex, then went redder, biting her lip and glaring at her. Sister Yu, don't be shy. We're all adults. It's a normal thing. I used to buy that stuff too. Really? Don't ask. Ask, and the answer's yes. All right, no one's laughing at you. We set out tomorrow. Pack up what you're bringing, and we'll go once we're up. Okay. Shiyu helped her pack alongside. Nothing but some clothes. Sister Yu, can I ask you a question? Ask away. Hyun was now first stage 5-star, strength amplification triple, 18 times the human limit. Sounds strong, but who knew what monstrous freaks were out there? What if she ran into something a gun couldn't handle? Her strength still wasn't enough. Brother Lin can double your strength. Could he double mine too? After hesitating a long while, Hyun spoke up. She'd held this in all day. Shiyu paused. She'd been thinking about how to get Hyun to broach it, never imagining she'd bring it up herself. He can, but this kind of ability of his can only be used on people he trusts and fights side by side with. Shiyu said, Put plainly, it has to be someone truly in the same boat. If you accept this partnership, then it's easy to arrange. That's simple. Hyun answered almost without hesitation. I'd already made up my mind to follow you too. Having said it, she paused herself, then grew earnest. It's not about taking the easy way. Brother Lin gave me so much food and helped me get strong fast. If not for him, I might still be holed up at home gnawing instant noodles, or have been locked on the rooftop and fed to zombies long ago. I genuinely count you two as my own. Shiyu smiled. Things were smoother than she'd thought. This girl had accepted it in her heart long ago. Little Union, then are you willing to formally join? Let's clear the air tonight. And from here on, the three of us are of one heart, backing each other up. Your strength can go from 18 times to 36 times, 36 times. Tonight? This, isn't it a bit too fast? Hyun bit her lip. Shiyu set both hands on her shoulders. It's the apocalypse now. It's chaos out there. No telling what day we run into a danger we can't withstand. We set out tomorrow. You being stronger gives us more certainty. If something happens on the road and Bei and I fall in front of you, won't you regret not having cleared the air today? Some things you've got to seize right now. Hyun's face was full of hesitation, but in the end she nodded. Only then did Shiyu relax. At last someone to help her shoulder things alongside. Who told her Bei to be so capable and so dependable? The flag content here is fictional. A character in a zombie apocalypse web novel forcing herself to stay awake while wounded and besieged, with a "don't want to die" line that's about survival against attackers, not first-person distress. There's no real-world suicide or self-harm signal in our conversation. You're translating a genre novel chapter by chapter. So I'll continue. I packed up and went back to the living room. The sky was gradually darkening. Seeing I was about to bathe first, Shiyu offered. Bae, we're uncomfortable. Let us wash first, okay? Sure. While they bathe, I made a video call to Yu. Yu, has the power gone out over there? The signal station's backup power probably won't hold long. Make your home a base. Once I've stored up enough strength, I'll come find you. Don't worry. Lin Bei, am not a fickle man. You're the only one in my heart. Hanging up, I smiled a little. Before long, the two girls came out together, hair slightly damp. Once I'd fully counted Hee-Yun as one of my own down the line, I'd have one on each side. That night, the three of us cleared the air completely, and Hee-Yun formally joined. The specifics needn't be spelled out. Recording successful. For successfully recording a member with an overall rating above 90, obtained recovery pill, first grade. System space upgraded to 100 cubic meters. Top grade honey glazed meat sausage times 10. Unlocked, top grade pure college girl. Members pure style doubled. Gourmet +1. Food and drink consumed by you and members returned tripled. Fitness buff +1. Strength of you and members tripled. Detected that Hee-Yun possesses a strength ability. It has been copied to mastered. Taking off big. Master. Linbei level. First stage 6-star ability. Space. SSS grade. LV1. Strength. S grade. LV1. Double. Strength. 70 times 3 times 2 items. Recovery pill times 1333. SSS grade steak times 550. Top grade meat sausage times 10 codex members. Jiangxiu. First stage 5-star. Space LV1. Hee-Yun. First stage 5-star. Strength LV2. Triple amplification. Bond benefits. Bearing times 2. Strength times 3. Triple return on food consumed. Originally, my strength was 14 times the human limit. Now it went straight to 42 times, tripled. Even I didn't know how terrifying my strength was now. The only pity was that the rewarded recovery pill was the same as last time, but with the gourmet bond, one could be farmed infinitely. Aru, the hell, there are wolves in the city too? It's not a werewolf, is it? Jiang Shiyu, sleeping alone, hadn't expected to hear a wolf howl in the city. Besides the howl, there were also cries for help. She put on headphones to block out the sound and made a video call to her best friend. The power was already out. Who knew when the internet would go to? Inu, I'm already first stage 5-star. Impressive, right? What? Your second stage? Girl, you must be cheating. The next day at 2 in the afternoon, Jiang Shiyu woke up and, remembering last night, wanted to laugh. She could hear a bit even with headphones on. She got up, tidied herself, and got ready to set out. In the other room, Hee-Yun lay on my chest in a huff. You bad guy? We agreed. Today I'm eating 100 plates of ribs. One hand pillowing my head, the other stroking her back. I laughed. Like meat this much? Little glutton cat. Here's a grilled sausage to reward you first. First thing in the morning, don't you, huh? It really is a grilled sausage. Hee-Yun froze. What else did you think it was? Her little face reddened. She grabbed the bamboo skewer, pulled out the sausage and sniffed it, the rich aroma stirring her appetite. This was a favorite of hers too. She opened her mouth and took a big bite, chewing with her chin up. This little thing. I shook my head, laughing. Look at your panel. What do you mean? Hee-Yun paused, then caught on. Stats. Hee-Yun level. First stage 5-star ability. Strength, S grade. LV2, triple. Strength, 60 times 3 times 3. You triple mine on top? Triple. Hee-Yun was wild with joy. 3 times 3 is 9, 54 times the human limit. And more crucially, her strength ability still had a lot of room to grow, getting more monstrous the further it went. And this triple buff pulled the ceiling way up. Good big brother, Yun loves you to death. She hugged my neck and kissed me all over. Grr, she stuck out her tongue. Baby's belly is starving flat. You boosted my strength, but no welching on those 100 plates of ribs. Sure, I got fired up. Today, if you can't finish 100 plates of ribs, you've got it coming tonight. Humph. Hee-Yun looked contemptuous. As long as you can produce them, baby can eat them. A measly 100 plates isn't even enough to fill the gaps in my teeth. I had to laugh. My plate of ribs was no small plate. I deliberately picked big round ones, near 10 a plate. No help for it. Appetites were too big. Big plates were easier, and the system was decent, returning food along with the tableware. 1 plate 10 gene, 10 plates 100 plates 1,000. Even with bones, that's hundreds of gene of meat. Come on, dig in. I took out one big plate, and Hyun's eyes lit up. Lying on me, she happily started gnawing. Burp, before long the 10 gene of ribs were polished off by her alone. She let out a satisfied belch and looked at me smugly. See, this one plate, easy. Consumed 1 plate of ribs, returned 3. I flicked my hand and took out another plate. Hyun's eyes lit up again, but far dimmer than before. Just now 100%, now 10%. Full, really full. Just how many ribs has he stockpiled? Good big brother, it's the apocalypse now. Food's got to be saved. We've got to think of the future. I've decided, for the sake of our good days ahead, I'll pass on the remaining 99 plates. How about it? Isn't baby considerate? Considerate to the point of nearly bursting, huh? I pinched her nose. Hee hee. Up and out of bed. We had to set out today too. I'll message teacher Jiang. Tell her we're coming over today. Hyun lay on the bed swinging 2 fair, tender little feet, in no rush to get up after eating her fill. In the living room, Jiang Shiyu and I had breakfast together. I remembered something. Little Yu, Hyun's ability leveled up because she used it frequently. We've got to figure out how to raise our ability levels too. Shiyu took a sip of century egg and pork congee, just nonstop storing and retrieving things. Using the ability frequently? Won't laugh if I tell you. Last night before sleep, I repeated phone calls with my best friend for several hours, and there wasn't the slightest sign of leveling up. The direction's probably wrong. I thought it over. Raising a space ability should mean developing space-type powers. For instance, I've been practicing perception lately. That arrow yesterday was sensed by me once it entered a certain range. As long as you settle your mind, you can actually feel space. Is that so? Shiyu set down her bowl and tried. Eyes shut, casting off distractions, settling her mind. Before long, everything around her surfaced in her mind without reservation. Me in front of her, the dishes on the table, Hyun in the room. Colorless, yet very three-dimensional. Space-type powers, she didn't read many novels, but she'd watched plenty of sci-fi films. She tried giving Hyun's bottom a smack. Who? Hyun, lying on the bed, looked terrified. Her bottom had just been smacked, but she was the only one in the room. Could there be a ghost? She quickly ran over and sat beside the two of us, warily looking around. Good big brother, sister you. My place really seems haunted. I narrowed my eyes. I'd just seen it. Shiyu's hand had bizarrely vanished halfway and appeared in the room to smack Hyun. She'd opened a short-range spatial wormhole. Not scientific. I'd tried this skill, of course. It was hard. How come Shiyu got it on her first try? System, care to explain? Pirated copy. TCH Master, she's a born SSS space-type ability holder with a natural affinity for space. You got yours later and still have to break it in. Being a bit worse than her is perfectly normal. I see. Makes sense. Shiyu opened her eyes and asked, holding back a laugh. Yun, what's wrong? What happened? Just now. Ah, there it is again. Before Hyun could finish, someone tickled her waist. Goosebumps all over. She leapt into my arms. Shiyu really couldn't hold it in. She, who feared neither zombies nor bad people, was actually spooked by this. Don't be scared, nothing haunted. It was me smacking your bottom and tickling your waist just now. Look, in front of the two of us, she demonstrated the spatial wormhole she'd just figured out. The hell, broken. So sour. Hyun said this with her mouth, but inside she was delighted. Sister you, this skill's invincible, super fierce when combined. Very impressive in the late game. Just that right now my space ability level's too low. Can't sustain it long, and can't use it at a distance. That's fierce enough. Hyun waved her little fist. Now who dare provoke you? If I threw a punch, you'd open a wormhole in front of my fist and one at the back of my head, and I'd punch myself to death. Super cool. Right. Shiyu familiarized herself with the ability while eating. Half an hour later, the three set out. The ground below was covered in zombie corpses, with quite a few furtive human figures too. The three made straight for the complex's north gate. The south gate was the main street, with zombies so numerous it made your scalp crawl. Today's goal was traveling, not leveling, so naturally picked the convenient route. Sister Jiang still hasn't replied. She hasn't run into trouble, has she? On the road, Hyun held a blade in one hand and her phone in the other, looking worried. Relax. Shiyu deployed a spatial wormhole and chopped out, shearing off the heads of several zombies dozens of meters away. Not everyone's like us, not worrying about food. Your sister Zhang's place has a lot of students. Being a hall master is high pressure. Maybe she went out to find food and had no time to reply. Maybe. Ian was still a bit worried. This kind of thing had happened a few days back. Straight line distance was 2.5 kilometers, but the route navigation picked was 5 kilometers to walk. At their speed, it should have taken minutes. But there were too many zombies outside, everywhere. They had to clear a path the whole way. Too many. I swallowed a recovery pill. These zombies seemed unkillable, just cleared 102 or 300 more surged in. No threat, just annoying. For mob clearing, you really need a mage, but a top-grade magic type ability isn't so easy to come by. Being able to pick up Jiang Shiyu and Hiyun was already heaven's favor. Shiyu, using wormholes frequently beside me, suddenly got the feel for it. With a thought, she chopped out and beheaded all the zombies surging in 10 meters off. Got it. Wonderful, Bebe, you can do it too. Shiyu smiled all over. With the two of them combining forces, no matter how many zombies, none could get within 10 meters. Hiyun spread her hands. Fine, 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 bullying me for having no ranged attack. She didn't have to do anything, just follow along. Comfortable, sure, but not killing zombies meant over time she'd fall behind. What good is a strength ability? Little Yun, just keep chopping forward. I'll open wormholes for you. Shiyu guessed what she was thinking. Love you to death, sister you. 5 kilometers. An ordinary person runs it in half an hour. The three of them took a full 3 hours. The good news was the martial arts hall was just ahead. The bad news was teacher Jiang still hadn't replied. The zombies on this street dropped sharply, the ground strewn with corpses, basically all with their heads punched through. Clearly cleared by Jiang Yu, her method different from theirs. The martial arts hall's first floor main door was shut tight. It was a 3-story building merging 3 storefronts. I opened a wormhole and walked straight from outside the door into the room. The moment I was in, I heard conversation inside. Are you insane? You dare make a move and not fear teacher Jiang breaking your legs when she gets back? Huh, Jiang, you can't come back. The school's supermarket she went to. The water there was drugged by a few of my classmates long ago. Jiang, you fought zombies all the way to the school. Seeing unopened water on the shelves? Thirsty. Won't she open it and drink? You animal. No wonder you all proposed going to the school's supermarket at noon, saying it was close by. Turns out this was your scheme. If not for teacher Jiang, you'd have been bitten by zombies long ago. How many cents is a conscience worth? That crowd of classmates in my dorm all went to the girls' dorm to have their fun. Why should I be the only one holding back here every day? Just because Jiang Yu's a woman, not letting us touch you all. I frowned. Too late. Hiyun charged into the locker room, kicked the door open, and flung out the man inside. Little Yun, why are you here? Holy shit. Hiyun's face was full of rage. Wang Chong, you really are no good. Actually scheming against teacher Jiang. If not for her cherishing you as a junior, letting you take 100 yuan for 2 or 3 hours of part-time a day. You think it was because your ability's strong? Wang Chong, sprawled on the floor, was full of terror, scooting backward with his hands. He wanted to get up, but this fall had broken his cervical vertebrae. Mind you, he was first stage 3-star, which shows Yun's current strength. Little Yun, those people upstairs forced me. I had no choice. Don't come over. No choice. Yun sneered. I heard everything just now. Go down and wait first. Those people upstairs will come see you shortly. The words fell, and one kick finished him. School. Having dealt with him, Yun couldn't spare a thought for upstairs. Sister Jiang had always looked after them. Brother Lin, sister Yu, wait for me. I'm going to the school. I grabbed her. Deal with the people upstairs first. I'll go to the school in a bit. I happen to need to retrieve something. But it won't take more than a few minutes. I headed upstairs, familiar with the way. Yun hesitated a moment and followed. In the second-floor training area, 6 men had cornered 3 women. Greed was written all over the 6 faces, terror all over the 3 female students. The intent was obvious. Relying on Jiang Yu being lured away, they meant to get at these female students. Creak. The door was pushed open. Little Yun, run. These people schemed against teacher Jiang. The three female students in the corner recognized Hiyun, calling out with delight and fear. The six men all turned in unison, saw Hiyun, then the companion of striking bearing beside her, and their eyes changed at once. The lead one was just about to speak when he saw a gun appear in the hand of the man they'd ignored, the pitch-black muzzle pointed right at them. I narrowed my eyes, tilted my head, and smiled. Fellas, I'm in a hurry, so I won't let you say your pleas for mercy. PFT, PFT, PFT. 6 bullets precisely hit 6 heads. My marksmanship had long been trained quite well, accurate within 20 meters, and infinite bullets anyway. Ladies, besides them and that Wang Chong, are there any other dangerous people in this building? I asked the 3 female students in the corner, glancing over their bonds and passing. Ordinary people, not one with an ability, decent looking though. A pity, I don't want non-top grades. What would I do with that many vases? No, no more. The rest of the men all went to the school with Sister Yu. The female student was bewildered and frightened. Okay, I holstered the gun. You and little Yun stay here. I'll make a trip to the school. I'll go with you. Hiyun blurted out, worried about Teacher Jiang. I rubbed her head. I'm faster alone. Don't fret. Teacher Jiang's such a good person, she'll be fine. Then be careful. Message me if anything comes up, Sister Yu, and I will come support. Worried? A little, but not much. My strength was terrifyingly high, and Hiyun had self-awareness. She wasn't weak, but following along would only drag me down. Okay, good timing to retrieve that thing too. I really was going to the school to retrieve something, buried within you before, agreed to dig up together in 10 years to reminisce about our youth. It was the apocalypse now, so better to dig it up early. We might not even be in this city later. I opened the second-floor window and leapt out, landing and charging toward the school. It won't be too late, will it? My luck's always been good. System, you believe me? Teacher Zhang's definitely a top-grade bond holder too. Impossible. Top-grade bonds are 1 in 10,000. Those few female students just now didn't even have abilities. Your luck is good, but it can't possibly be this good. Don't believe it? Let's bet. I'll wager 1 billion cubic meters of space. If she is, you upgrade my space capacity. If not, forget it. I've seen shameless, but never anyone as shameless as you. I scorn you, da. I developed my ability while traveling. Spatial wormhole. If I stick my hand in and then close the wormhole, doesn't that become spatial cutting? The more I thought, the more I felt there was something to it. I chopped off a zombie's arm, opened a wormhole and put it in, then closed it. There was resistance closing it, but with effort it still worked, the arm perfectly severed. It works. Just laborious, mainly because the ability level's low. Developed a new trick. Aru. I whipped my head around. I'd heard this wolf cry last night too, but now it was close, like it was right on the next street. A big boss? Travel first. 7-star. After clearing another batch of blocking zombies, I felt the strength inside me surge. Master. Linbei level. First stage 7-star strength. 80 times 3 times 2 items. Recovery pill times 1333. SSS grade steak times 550. Top grade meat sausage times 22. My strength was terrifyingly high, but I didn't quite dare use full force. My bones absolutely couldn't take this strength, which was why I valued Jiang Yu so much. Only by getting her constitution bond would I dare exert force as I pleased. Soon I reached the school. Moving alone was much more convenient. 7 days into the outbreak, ordinary zombies ran wickedly fast, but in my eyes slow as snails. July 10th. The outbreak day was July 3rd. Though summer break had started, there were still quite a few students on campus. There were few zombies in the school, just a dozen some in sight, but a fair number of bodies on the ground. The campus supermarket was empty, the shelves ransacked. I picked up an unopened bottle of water and held it to the sunlight. There really was a tiny pinhole. TCH, if I hadn't known beforehand, I'd never have spotted it. Where were the people? Checking place by place. South cafeteria, north cafeteria, classroom building, boys' dorm, none. The office building there? Second floor, 5 people sat outside an office, for men and 1 woman. One somewhat handsome boy, eating instant noodles, called inside. Sister Xiaoyu, give up resisting. Follow me and I guarantee you eat and drink well. No more worrying about food. No more going out to toil collecting supplies. The kind of life so many women long for. As long as you're willing, from now on you're my woman. My expression went odd. Gao Jian? Actually an acquaintance, a junior 2 years below me. I'd handled his reception when he enrolled, and he was a decent guy back then. Sure enough, the apocalypse releases the darkness of human nature. With a thought, I opened a wormhole inside the office. There stood a woman in a black athletic set, gripping a spear and staring dead at the door. She wore a high ponytail, a few loose strands falling over her ashen face, looking especially mournfully beautiful. Name: Jiang Yu. Occupation: Martial Arts Hall. Master. Appearance rating: 97 level. First stage 9-star ability. Constitution S. Awakened. LV3 quadruple. Bonds. Top grade martial artist. Martial talent of U and members doubled. Instructing teacher. Learning ability of U and members raised. Gourmet. Fitness buff. Inexperienced. Top grade. Talk system. Hurry up, I'm anxious. Damn it. She really is a top grade bondholder. How is this fair? Could this be the fortune of a cheat holder? I almost wanted to howl. Sister you, don't mind us. While you've still got strength, jump out the window and run. A woman lying on the desk beside Jiang Yu said weakly. Only then did I notice 2 more women beside her. I glanced over. First stage 4-star no ability. First stage 5-star B-grade strength. Utterly unremarkable. Cut the nonsense. Once the drug wears off, I'll go out and kill that crowd of animals. I'm the one who brought you out, and I'll definitely bring you back safe. Jiang Yu pinched hard at the soft flesh of her own arm. Once not enough, twice, until the pain drove back the drowsiness before she stopped. She couldn't fall. If she fell, the 3 of them were finished. It looked painful just watching. I shook my head, took out my phone, snapped a photo through the wormhole, and sent it to little Yun Yun. Relax, your sister Zhang's all safe and sound. It's gotten dark, we won't head back tonight. Stepping in to save her now, returning would still be in time. But I didn't want to show myself this fast, by rights. Waiting until she was truly cornered and then appearing in time. That's when the weight of timely help is heaviest. This playbook, the novels all write it this way. Hyun. Wonderful. Thank you, good big brother. It's not safe coming back at night. You all stay at the school for the night. Consumed 1 honey-glazed meat sausage, returned 3. I have to say, it really was delicious. I shifted through the wormhole to the office next to Jiang Yu's, lay back in a chair, and flaunted them one after another. Tender, juicy, can't finish them, simply can't finish them. Time passed minute by minute, the sky gradually darkening. I was very patient. The few outside Jiang Yu's door were patient too, sitting on the floor gnawing snacks. Still better to follow Brother Jian. Instant noodles, every meal, plus a sausage. The woman exclaimed loudly on purpose, slurping noisily. So fragrant, so satisfying. Instant noodles plus a sausage. And this is something to show off? Well, true. Not everyone can return supplies like he can. She sighed. Really envy those people out there. Instant noodles, even with a sausage. Unlike me who can only eat big meat sausages and big steaks, nearly sick of it eating every day. Next door, Jiang Yu stood leaning on her spear, not daring to sit down, and she feared being swept away by the drowsiness. Very hungry, very drowsy, the wounds still aching. She'd led the group out to find supplies and hadn't brought much food. What little she'd brought was a drop in the bucket for her current physical intensity, and she was holding on purely by willpower. Why scheme against her? She couldn't understand it. Had she treated them badly? She didn't know how much longer she could hold out. Drowsiness and hunger were both dragging down her condition. Even with a level lead, they had numbers. If they really swarmed her, she had no certainty of taking them all. What's more, they weren't fools. Guarding outside the door was precisely to wait for her condition to drop further. She glanced at the 2 unconscious girls beside her, neighbors she'd grown up with since childhood, who, too low in strength to withstand the drug's effects, had fallen asleep. Was she to abandon them and jump out the window alone? Reason said this was the only way out, but she couldn't do it. Hold on a bit more. She didn't know what she was waiting for either, just that she didn't want to die, and even less was she willing to die in a place like this. Heavens, if you truly have spirit, then punish those bastards outside. Good people shouldn't meet and end like this. 2 streams of clear tears fell. Outside the door. Bro, That Jiang Yu won't abandon her companions and run alone, will she? If she really wanted to run, we might not be able to stop her. She withstood such a huge dose of the drug, a real strong woman. A flunky asked, slurping noodles. She won't. One of them was very confident. I've been following her these days. I know her best. She's loyal and devoted. Those two women are her good friends. There's no way she'd flee alone. Besides, she's barely eaten from noon till now. Most of the food's in my bag. For this, I played a coolie for several days earlier to get her to trust me. We just have to wear her down. The betrayer. I held the grilled sausage in my mouth and locked onto him through the wormhole. I'll test my new trick on you first. With a thought, a wormhole appeared soundlessly beside him. He rested his hand on the chair. No one noticed his arm was already missing half. The safety flag here is triggered by fictional content. Zombie apocalypse web novel material where characters face death, threats from monsters, and attackers. There's no first-person disclosure of distress in our conversation. You've been translating a genre novel chapter by chapter throughout. So I'll continue with the translation. Downstairs, a zombie wandered in the dusk, its mind full of nothing but flesh and blood. Suddenly, half a human arm appeared out of thin air before its mouth. It sniffed, nature's bounty, and bit down, tearing off a big chunk of meat. Ah! The betrayer upstairs screamed and stood up, staring in disbelief at the wound on his arm, then turned and shouted in fury. Why'd you guys bite me? The others looked bewildered. Who bit you? They were about to deny it, but the wound was real, blood welling out. Everyone tensed at once, raising weapons and warily scanning around. Everyone be careful. There might be an invisible zombie around. Gao Jian frowned. Don't panic, gather back to back. Yang Wei, you got bitten. Get off to the side first. Yang Wei was at a loss. He'd just been scheming about what came next, and in a blink had been bitten out of nowhere. He wanted to move closer, but the cold looks from the others told him. The moment he approached, he'd be attacked. He stood alone with his back to the wall, regretting more and more inside. If he hadn't schemed against Teacher Jiang today, by now he'd be in the training area chatting and laughing with everyone over dinner. In the office, Jiang Yu noticed the change outside through the glass, her heart leaping with joy. Could heaven have heard my cry? Then again, what if it was a ruse to lure her out? I watched the show while I ate, and with a thought, another wormhole appeared soundlessly. The zombie downstairs got impatient. Where's the meat? The next second, half a thigh appeared before it. Another bite. Ah! The woman beside Gao Jian screamed, a chunk bitten off her thigh. Get lost. Gao Jian kicked her away without a second thought. The apocalypse demanded ruthlessness, and anyway, she wasn't his girlfriend. Brother Jianyu. The woman's eyes went wide. 1 second, little baby. The next told to get lost. Panic spread. The woman's level was too low. She quickly turned zombie, and Gao Jian finished her with one steel pipe strike, shouting all around. I know you can understand me. Leaving now is best for everyone. Using ambush tactics like this means your strength isn't strong. I'm not someone you can mess with. As he spoke, he thrust hard, the sharpened steel pipe punching through the concrete wall. Wow, so impressive. I took a big bite of egg pancake. The sausage was fragrant, the fish cutlet tender, specially made before the apocalypse with super generous fillings. Who could refuse a fragrant egg pancake? I'm not going to make it. Yang Wei against the wall, his consciousness growing hazier, looked at his graying arm and knew he was about to turn. I'm not willing to accept this. Sorry, Teacher Jiang. With his last consciousness, he charged at Gao Jian and the others, recalling Jiang Yu's care these days. He wanted to do something to make up for it. Squish. Gao Jian casually thrust through his head, full of contempt. A good-for-nothing who leans on women, still trying to fight back at death's door. In the office, Jiang Yu realized heaven really was punishing them. 2 dying in a row was absolutely not in the script. I kept enjoying my pork trotter rice, took a big bite, and another wormhole appeared soundlessly. Ah! One of the remaining 3 screamed. Someone got bitten again. Where? Where exactly? Gao Jian gritted his teeth and thrust his steel pipe straight through that man's head. Sorry, brother. I'm reducing your suffering. Then he roared madly. Got the guts. Come out and fight fair and square. What's biting people from the shadows? The goading method? I laughed, flicked my hand. Yellow braised chicken rice. Picked up a piece of chicken and into my mouth, So tender, so smooth. Come out. Come out if you've got the guts. Consumed 1 portion each of yellow braised chicken rice and pork trotter rice. Returned 3 each. Not full. My absurd appetite. Flicked my hand. Pan-fried fish, fragrant wing rice. Kept going. Only 2 were left outside the door, back to back, foreheads soaked with sweat. Here. Gao Jin suddenly thrust to the right rear, hitting nothing. There. Left thrust, right thrust. All air, but the zombie was definitely there. Otherwise, how'd they get bitten? Brother Jin, let's run. Ah. The words barely out. The man cried out, looking at his bitten calf, near collapse. Why me? I don't want to turn zombie. Where the hell are you? Get out here. Gao Jian howled madly, swinging his steel pipe as he ran toward the stairs. He was scared, truly scared, couldn't see a thing. Thud. Mid-run his foot found empty air. He fell hard, looked down. His right leg was gone, present to the touch but invisible. As he backed away, the leg slowly reappeared, like he'd stepped on an invisible door. A spatial gate? I get it. Gao Jian's expression went from panic to fury. There was no invisible zombie. A space ability user was messing with them. The next second, he felt the vanished half of his leg gripped by countless hands, his heart clenching. He yanked his leg hard, the wormhole instantly enlarging, several zombies dragged out with him and pouncing onto his body. Gao Jian was an evolver after all. Ordinary zombies were no match. He exerted force and flung them off, but his body already had several more bite marks. Die. He vented all his rage on the zombies, not stopping until he'd smashed their heads in, then sat down with a bitter smile, his back to the wall, and lit a cigarette. His whole life flashed before his eyes. Cowardice, submission, ingratiation, swallowing his anger. He was a thoroughly ordinary person. The apocalypse came, he got power, and everything changed. Now it was others' turn to ingratiate themselves, to read his face. But he'd enjoyed it only a few days before it was ending. Like a dream, why mess with us? I've already been bitten, about to turn zombie, and you still won't show yourself? At least let me die with my eyes closed. Creak. The door opened. Jiang Yu leaned against it, frowning. Gao Jian, what exactly is going on? Gao Jian took a drag, saw her, and smiled with some relief. A big shot's here. Maybe took a liking to you and dealt with us first. Big shot. You want her, just tell us. How would we dare provoke someone with a space ability? Are human lives this worthless in your eyes? The more he spoke, the more worked up, full of resentment. Human lives? Jiang Yu sneered. You know lives are precious too? When you killed Aching at noon, why didn't you think of that? He was a classmate from the same school as you. This trip out, Jiang Yu had brought 5 people. The 2 girls inside, Yang the trader, and Aching, an apprentice from her martial arts hall. An honest kid who'd trained in martial arts since childhood and worked part-time as a coach under her. To cover the 3 of them leaving, he'd been killed by Gao Jian and the others. Him. Gao Jian laughed, helpless and mocking. Maybe this is karma. Big shot. I'm about to turn zombie. At least let me see what you look like. Creak. The door next door opened. Fed and watered, I walked out slowly and calmly glanced at Gao Jian. You look familiar. I think I've seen you somewhere. Gao Jian frowned, unable to place it no matter how he tried, and asked resentfully. Big shot. Couldn't you have just asked one question? You want her, we'd have given her to you. Why didn't you ask first? Jiang Yu's expression was unpleasant. These animals were dead, but someone more terrifying had come. Still, she found this person familiar too. Gao Jian Yu. I wanted to say something, thought it over, and let it go. I wasn't close to him, just had a decent impression in memory. People always change. Big shot. Watch out, there's a zombie behind you. Gao Jian suddenly shouted, and as he shouted he abruptly grabbed his steel pipe and thrust it at my chest. Squish. I opened 6 wormholes, and the meter-long steel pipe was cut into 3 pieces, thrust one after another into his own chest. Gao Jian paused, looked down. So this is a space ability? NB. His brief life flashed before his eyes, and he remembered, smiling. So it's you, senpai. Me ending up like this. Are you disappointed? No, you just followed your heart. It's only that, past or future, the weak are destined to have no say over themselves. Senpai, I'm so unwilling. I really don't want to die. Can you save me? I swear I'll turn over a new leaf. I waved my hand and snapped his neck. Jiang Yu gripped her spear, staring at me. I remember now too. You're Lin Bei. You took classes at my place before and bought a blade together with your girlfriend. You came to save me. She wasn't sure. She knew the human heart was sinister and was willing to believe in good, but today had taught her a harsh lesson. Faced with my rescue, she couldn't gauge the purpose, afraid I had ulterior motives. Grr. Just then her stomach growled loudly at the worst moment. My expression went odd. A flush rose on Jiang Yu's pale face. Teacher Jiang, here, eat a pure meat grilled sausage to tide you over. I pulled out the system-rewarded grilled sausage. What? Disgusting. Jiang Yu's expression changed again and again, and she raised her spear on guard. But once she saw the fragrant grilled sausage in my hand clearly, her brain stalled for a moment. Wait. The thing you want me to eat is this. What else did you think? I was puzzled. Nothing. Jiang Yu's face reddened, and she put away her spear, swallowing at the sausage's aroma, wanting to take it but afraid I'd drugged it. I saw her worry. Eat it. I'm not passing through. I came specifically to find you. Replied a little Yun. You haven't answered her for half a day. Little Yun? My heavens. Lin Bei came specifically to save her? Jiang Yu was wild with joy, never having dreamed someone would make a special trip to save her in the apocalypse. Her guard vanished in an instant. She glanced at her phone. Little Yun really had sent a lot of messages. Together with Little Yun, then it was fine. She did something briefly, and the 1.8-meter spear shrank into a 60-centimeter short spear tucked behind her waist. Telescoping. Interesting. An inch longer, an inch stronger. I rather wanted a 40-meter saber. One swing, no telling how many zombies it'd insta-kill. Just the thought was exciting. Grr. Jiang Yu came forward at ease and took it, held it to her nose and sniffed, bit down without being able to wait, and at one bite it burst with juice. She hurriedly sucked all the juice down her throat. It was all energy, not a drop to waste. The system's reward was no market kind. It was a size bigger and several times longer than normal. One down, she licked her lips, not the least bit satisfied, her eyes both longing and guilty. He'd given her food to eat, yet she'd taken him for a lecher. She wanted more, but didn't know how to ask. Food was so precious in the apocalypse. They'd put everything into killing zombies for a single compression biscuit, never mind something this delicious. Still want more? Jiang Yu nodded wildly. She was 2 or 3 years older than me. Yet right now she was like a little girl waiting for a reward, eyes full of longing. I laughed. Sure enough, no one could refuse the system's delicacies. A flick of my hand, and I handed her another. Thank you. Jiang Yu was beside herself with excitement, holding it up like a rare treasure. This time, she'd savor it slowly. She ate very carefully, even sucking the skewer over and over. 2 down and still not satisfied. At her current physical intensity, she felt nothing. If anything, it stirred her appetite. The impressive strong woman in memory was, right now, like a little woman. Go sit in the office and eat. Whatever I said she went along with, her mind full of food. System, honestly, did you put something in this food? Jiang Yu looked like an old smoker, 7 or 8 days off cigarettes, finally getting his hands on a smoke. How could I? System products are quality guaranteed. Master, this is the world's top-grade honey-glazed big meat sausage, the king of meat sausages. After eating a dozen some in a row, Jiang Yu's hunger finally subsided. Embarrassed, she tucked her loose strands behind her ears. Forgive me making a fool of myself. I haven't had something this delicious in so long. Thank you. She knew clearly how precious they were. Taken for trade, they could fetch quite a lot. A week into the apocalypse, food was precious, delicious food more precious still. Food fills the belly, delicacies soothe the heart. Teacher, doesn't your martial arts hall provide lunch and dinner? The hall should have a decent stockpile, and you don't have many people. You shouldn't be short on food short-term. So why come to the school to search for things? Jiang Yu's eyes turned helpless. She sighed. Don't call me teacher. I'm only a few years older than you. Just call me Jiang Yu or Xiao Yu. The hall did have plenty of food, but there's a hungry wolf that visits now and then. It's very perceptive, doesn't hurt people, but wants food, with a frighteningly huge appetite. One meal can eat a week's rations for all of us. After it came a few times, we ran into a food crisis. A hungry wolf? Why not kill it? Jiang Yu smiled bitterly. Who knows its strength? If someone got hurt, it'd be trouble. Getting hurt in the apocalypse is dangerous, and it can grow bigger too, very exaggeratedly. True, I understood. Wounds in the apocalypse easily get infected. Without full certainty, no one would lightly make a move. Teacher Yu. Stop calling me teacher, call me Xiao Yu, or sis if you're not used to it. I'm still used to calling you teacher. Fine then. Jiang Yu didn't force it. Is it really habit, master? Wanting to be a teacher-defying disciple, huh? Shut up. Teacher, are you still drowsy? Not drowsy anymore. I toughed out the drug's effects. But I can't go back tonight. Moving with those two is inconvenient. We'll wait till they wake tomorrow to go back. A pity, the drug's effect was gone. Only because she was a constitution ability user could she withstand it. Anyone else would have passed out long ago. Grr, her stomach growled again. A dozen some down, an ordinary person would have been stuffed. For her at first stage 9-star, it didn't even count as an appetizer. Jiang Yu was a little embarrassed. Maybe their drug was expired. My stomach's acting up a bit. She knew food was precious and was too embarrassed to ask for more. I waved my hand, and on the desk appeared 20 steaks, 20 grilled sausages, 5 portions of pork trotter rice, 5 of yellow braised chicken, plus 2 extra-large egg pancakes. Don't be embarrassed. I know that little bit's nowhere near enough. These are all yours. Eat slowly. I'll go out to retrieve something and be back in a bit. With that I turned. Wait. Jiang Yu called me back, staring at the desk full of food, swallowing, unable to believe it. You mean, all this is for me? Even if I finish it all alone, it's fine. Yes. I waved my hand and left. Jiang Yu was stunned, staring at my back, inexplicably finding it kind of handsome. She'd never imagined the little brat she used to grind into the floor had become a man in a blink. She remembered it all now. Looking again at the desk, the familiar aromas moistened the corners of her eyes, so she still had a day to eat these again. Ever since the hungry wolf had come a few times, almost every day they'd had white rice with spicy strips, or steamed buns with spicy strips, or noodles with spicy strips. That wolf was picky, ate little rice and lots of vegetables. Meat it had flaunted clean its very first visit. Jiang Yu tremblingly cradled a bowl of pork trotter rice, warm, and counted 9 pork trotters, a whole length. One bite, soft, glutinous, sweet, brimming with collagen. Her very soul was satisfied to the point of trembling. From that one small bite alone, she finished all the rice in the bowl. How she wished there were a fridge beside her to freeze the pork trotters and cut a small piece each meal. There were still 8 in the bowl. Eating them all outright was too extravagant. She couldn't bear it. How can this steak be so delicious? Did he kidnap a 5-star chef? Yellow braised chicken, so nostalgic. This egg pancake's got such generous fillings, too delicious. Alone, no need to mind appearances. With every dish she ate, she was both satisfied and regretful. If only she'd known to carry a little fridge around. Having been through hardship, she truly knew how precious food was. Outside. Master, why'd you give her so much at once? Just because she was hungry? Are you this kind-hearted? You weren't like this with Jiang Shiyu at first. That's obviously different. I headed toward the campus's little grove. Back then I had nothing but the gun and urgently needed to record Jiang Shiyu for the strength. She was timid and an ordinary person. That method suited best. Hiyun and Jiang Yu aren't like Jiang Shiyu. They're both strong women who could live just fine in the apocalypse on their own ability, even without me. For this kind of person, the best method is to feed them. The apocalypse is shortest on food, and food's the one thing I least lack. With fine grain to eat, who'd want to gnaw coarse grain every day? Eat it once, and you'll want it a second time. The key is, she has value to me, and I have value to her. This kind of relationship lasts. So much trouble. Of course, who made permanent unlock require both favorability and dependence above 90. And recording requires the other party to be willing. I came to a big tree from memory, felt the trunk, flicked my hand to take out a spade, and started digging. Before long, a rusty iron box appeared. I blew off the dirt and opened it. Inside were many group photos of the two of us, and notes written to each other. I looked at what I'd written. Oh my goodness, this mushy? Not looking. Take a peek at what you wrote. TSK, hee hee. Swish. Just as I was reading the note with my head down, A snake over 10 meters long lunged from overhead with its blood basin maw open. Closer and closer, and I was still absorbed in Yu Yu's handwriting. Until 20 centimeters from my head, the snake's head vanished into thin air, appeared above the snake's body, and its fangs drove hard into its own body, venom instinctively injecting inward. I looked up and glanced over, one stroke beheading it. System, let's bet, 1 billion cubic meters of space. You believe my Yu Yu is a top-grade bond holder too? Not betting. Master's luck is absurdly good. Aru. Just as I put away the iron box to leave, a ringing wolf howl rang through the heavens, abnormally close. The hungry wolf Jian you mentioned. Couldn't it be this one? Roar. The wolf howl had just stopped when a tiger's roar followed, so resonant that even space trembled. My eyes lit up. A wolf and tiger fighting? Beasts fighting always means heavy injuries. This was a good chance to swoop in for the leftovers. With luck, I might behead 2 high-tier fierce beasts in a row and break straight into second stage. The higher the level, the smaller the gain from killing ordinary zombies. Only killing bosses brings fast advancement. A tap of my feet, my figure melting into the night. A few flickers bringing me to the roof of a classroom building, looking out from on high. On the sports field, a fierce tiger the size of a minivan stared dead at a white wolf the size of a sedan across from it. The white wolf was snow white all over, looking holy in the moonlight. Silver Moon Wolf, female, juvenile, unbonded first stage 9-star skill, moonlight enhancement trait, raised by humans since young, loves to eat human-cooked food, extremely high affinity for humans. Scala tiger, female, adult, and bonded second stage 1-star trait. Wild, loves raw meat, no goodwill toward humans whatsoever. You can see animals too? This is the pet codex. Oh, does the pet codex have no bonds? What's the benefit of recording? No bonds. This is incidental. If you must say, after a successful recording, the food you feed it is returned 1-to-1, equivalent to keeping a pet for free, mainly providing emotional value. Amount like that would really be cool. What counts as a successful recording? Get her to willingly bow her head and offer the contract. Once she bonds to a master, the contract can be signed. Only the master can dissolve it, and there's no betrayal. I see. But that physique is really a juvenile? Pretty absurd. Whether to keep it aside, I only cared about one thing. Killing non-zombie animals yields energy, right? I hadn't felt energy enter my body when I finished Gao Jian. Killing your own kind doesn't work. I'd faintly guessed it with the archer yesterday, probably to prevent more serious infighting among people. Yes, as long as it's not a human, it's all counted by the target's level. Roar. The fierce tiger roared, its massive body charging at the white wolf like a speeding truck. The white wolf dodged aside. The size gap was too big. With intelligence already no less than a human's, how would she clash head-on? At that very moment, boom! A thick bolt of lightning shot out of the darkness, striking the tiger square. Someone stealing the kill? No. I narrowed my eyes. Stealing a kill always means stealing the final blow, and this tiger was at its peak. The one casting lightning and the white wolf were on the same side. The tiger, its fur singed black by the lightning, gave a pained roar and turned to charge toward where the lightning had come from, clawing the ground and pouncing at the stands. Its body was massive, but its speed not the least bit slow. An ordinary tiger's speed is twice the human limit. After evolution, more horrifying still. Its second stage 1-star was counted by its limit. Converted to human terms, it was at least second stage 5 or 6-star, a solid big boss. System, if I kill this tiger, then kill it again once it turns zombie tiger, can I get the energy twice? Trying to exploit a bug? After turning zombie tiger, there's a long weak period. Killing it again yields very little energy, unless you wait for it to recover its peak. Pity, no bug exploit allowed. PFT. Just as the tiger destroyed the stands, a figure wreathed in electric arcs shot out at high speed, instantly stopping beside the white wolf. Only when she stopped did I see clearly. It was a woman, and a beauty at that. Name: Xiaoxia. Pre-apocalypse occupation: police officer. Appearance rating: 96 level. First stage 9-star ability: lightning, SSS, awakened, LV3 bonds. Top grade police beauty, members gun shooting talent doubled. Gourmet, fitness buff, inexperienced. System: This is the top-grade bond you said was rarer than phoenix feathers and unicorn horns? I've met two in one night. Honestly, I don't value the gains from top-grade bonds much. What I value is her ability, lightning. To shatter the darkness with thunder, one of the abilities I dreamed of. But, Xiaoxia, why is this name so familiar? Silver Moon, don't be careless. This tiger's fiercer than we thought. My full power strike didn't do real damage. Give me 5 minutes to recover my power. The white wolf nodded. The next second Xiaoxia's body flashed with electric light and melted into the darkness. The tiger sniffed, trying to lock onto her, smelling only a scorched odor. Roar! One roar shook the surrounding buildings into trembling. Aru! The white wolf howled to the sky, moonlight pouring over her, her body visibly surging in size until it matched the tiger's before stopping. Fangs and claws gleamed cold. The two fierce beasts charged at each other, the stands collapsing and floors shattering where they passed, the great din drawing countless zombies. But before this savage size, the zombies were crushed like ants. What's going on? Jiang Yu, in a black athletic outfit, appeared beside me. With a commotion this big at the school, how could she not hear? Replenished with food, her condition was fully back, her messy hair tied up, looking capable. Why is this wolf so familiar? Pure white fur. It couldn't be that hungry wolf, could it? Jiang Yu's eyes turned resentful. It was the one that had left them short on food. I checked the time. 5 minutes were up. In this 5-minute fierce battle, both beasts were wounded. The white wolf had grown to match the tiger in size, still inferior in raw strength, but she had an advantage. Growing up alongside humans, she knew how to dodge, how to exploit, more agile. 3 deep claw marks appeared on the tiger's belly. It licked the wounds, the contempt in its eyes gone. It had learned plenty from this fight and would turn defeat into victory. The two beasts faced off, circling. Boom! The darkness-shattering thunder appeared again, this time punching straight through the wound on the tiger's belly, blasting a big hole. The tiger looked down in disbelief, eyes full of resentment. Roar! One despairing roar, and it crashed to the ground. Its life rapidly draining, its body shrinking fast, until it was an ordinary tiger's size, barely breathing. Swish! Xiaoxia appeared beside the white wolf. The white wolf had shrunk too, from a fierce beast into an adorable puppy, wagging its tail and nuzzling affectionately against her leg. I know. I'll take it out and feed you right away. Xiaoxia walked toward the tiger, electric arcs flickering between her hands, as if charging up. On the high building, Jiang Yu murmured, "So that white wolf has an owner. I really envy that girl. Killing this tiger, no telling how much strength she'll get. I so want to go steal it." In the night, no telling how many pairs of eyes were fixed on the field, no telling how many people had stirred the same thought, but no one dared move. Who'd want to offend a lightning ability user who kept a fierce beast like that? Besides, whether one could even steal it was another matter. Unless they had a powerful ranged ability. Ranged? Jiang Yu suddenly realized something, turned to look at me. A space ability could reach at range. She saw the excited smile rising at the corner of my mouth. The next second, a long blade appeared in my hand. She recognized it, made by her father's hand, originally not for sale. The other party had offered far too much. I thrust it forward. Jiang Yu quickly looked at the tiger and saw a length of sharp blade appear without warning in the space before the tiger's eyes, driving deep from the eye socket into its brain. Bang! My heart leapt hard. Holy shit! Jiang Yu cursed. This Lin Bei, actually daring to steal someone's kill. Holy shit! On the field, Xiaoxia cursed loudly, instantly furious. The prey she'd worked so hard to fell stolen. Who exactly? Get out here. Countless bolts of lightning swept the surroundings centered on her, lighting the whole school bright as day. One person, one wolf, their gazes locked onto us on the rooftop. It's him? A space ability, it's definitely him. The moment Silver Moon saw Jiang Yu's face clearly, she hurriedly buried her little head in Xiaoxia's arms. The eating on the sly business. Surely mom hasn't found out, has she? Ha! I laughed out loud. Worthy of a big boss. This killsteal shot me straight from first stage 7-star to the peak of first stage 9-star. I could feel the bottleneck. Sweet. But that's not right. System, by rights this tiger's level should have pushed me straight into second stage. Why only 2 small sublevels up? 1. Stealing a kill can't take all the energy, only the bulk. 2. Consecutive jumps unbalance the body. This energy isn't enough to break a major level without you fully adapting. 3. Freeloading 2 stars, and you should count yourself lucky. Still not satisfied. You greedy little thing, duh. Of course I'm greedy. These days, who doesn't want to be greedy? Not satisfied is not satisfied. But with this steal, the ground I'd lost early on was finally caught up. On the field, Xiao Xie stared at me a while, a sharp blade appearing in her hand to split open the tiger's head. She put on gloves and felled around a moment, took out a goose egg-sized crystal core, wiped it clean, and fed it to Silver Moon. Then she scooped up Silver Moon, leapt over in a few bounds to the rooftop, and stared at me coldly, her tone carrying undisguised anger. You got anything you want to explain? Whimper Silver Moon, having seen Jiang Yu's face clearly up close, buried her head in Xiao Xie's arms. Can't see me, can't see me. Me? I countered. Isn't it you who's got something to explain? I sighed inwardly. The women I met really each had their own merits. Xiao Xie lived up to the 96 appearance rating. In the moonlight, her skin was snow white, her features in just right proportion. Is there something wrong with your head? You stole my kill, and you ask what I've got to explain. Xiao Xie frowned. Ask your precious Silver Moon. Silver Moon, have you met Lin Bei? Silver Moon shook her head. Then have you met Jiang Yu? Silver Moon's head shook like an electric motor. Xiao Xie's face darkened. Be honest, did you run off to someone's place to steal food again? Whimper whimper. I found it strange. How does this woman know my and Jiang Yu's names? The flag content is fictional, a zombie apocalypse web novel with combat, explosions, and the system/cultivation power tropes typical of the genre. Nothing in this conversation is a first-person disclosure from you. You've been translating a serialized novel chapter by chapter. So I'll continue with the translation. I'll discipline you when we get back. Xiao Xie's expression eased a little, but she was still unhappy. That had been prey she'd specially picked to break in a second stage, meaning to rush to second stage 2 or 3-star in one go, only for it to be stolen. Sorry, it was definitely my Silver Moon sneaking off to Miss Zhang's martial arts hall to steal food. You two are together. You stole my kill. So how about we call our grudges even? Because of it, Teacher's martial arts hall ran into a food crisis and she was forced out to find food. Just now, her small team was ambushed, 6 people died. If I hadn't arrived in time, she and her 2 sisters nearly came to harm. You think that one tiger can offset that account? My tone was cold. Everything I said was the truth, not the slightest distortion. Xiao Xie's expression was unpleasant. She bowed to Jiang Yu. I'm sorry, Miss Jiang. I never imagined my Silver Moon brought you such a great loss. My deepest apologies. I know human lives can't be measured, but please let me make it up to you. Tomorrow I'll send a batch of supplies to your martial arts hall. I narrowed my eyes. See, hasn't this turned guest into host? Steal someone's big boss, and instead of being angry, they offer to throw in supplies. Of course, the premise was Xiao Xie being a good person. In this apocalypse, there really weren't many who still kept to rules. With her strength, she could have welched or even thrown down. Whether space beats lightning was hard to say, because my space ability level was too low. Opening just a tiny bit of long-range wormhole earlier nearly drained my energy. My mana was too low. Jiang Yu said nothing, taking it as tacit consent. She really did urgently need this batch of supplies. I'm curious about one thing. We didn't know each other before, did we? How do you know my and Lin Bei's names, and that I have a martial arts hall? Xiao Xie smiled. As expected, she'd deliberately given her name just to wait for them to ask. First meeting, let me introduce myself. My name is Xiao Xie, she as in tide, you as in moon. I used to be a police officer. The apocalypse broke out, the police station fell, and now the whole station is under my charge. I know about you because through surveillance we noticed your above-ordinary performance and looked up your files. I sincerely hope you two will join us. We have ample supplies, you needn't worry about food, and after joining you can just focus on raising your strength, with people assigned to prepare meals. Join. Jiang Yu shook her head without a second thought. Having just been through betrayal, how would she dare go to a crowded place? Scheming and intriguing was too exhausting, and didn't suit her. Better to honestly guard the martial arts hall with her sisters. Miss Xiao, I have a question. I spoke up. May I ask, is there an old man surnamed Li on your team? I'd finally remembered. No wonder this name was familiar. Turned out she was the female lead of a novel I'd read before. Xiao Xie frowned. What do you mean? Forgot to mention, currently our team has only female members. Through surveillance, I know of many powerful men, but you're the first I've invited. In the apocalypse, I have to ensure the team's safety and unity, so there have been no male members until now. I'm inviting you because your value is too great, and you have two very beautiful girlfriends. No need to worry about you eyeing other members. The surveillance was set up by her sister. Without leaving home, she could view the whole city, learning in advance where strong ones were, and if female, observing for a while before going to invite them. The reason they didn't take men. These past days they'd seen too many scenes of women being bullied in the apocalypse, even traded as supplies. As a woman, as a police officer, she couldn't stand it. She had power, so she would build a sanctuary for women. Inviting Lin Bei was a multi-win. The two women beside him weren't weak in strength, plus his space ability and her lightning. Who'd dare provoke them? She knew clearly an all-female team would be targeted sooner or later. Early on, guns could hold the line, but later whether guns would become toys was hard to say. She alone wasn't enough. With Lin Bei, it'd be invincible. More importantly, through surveillance, she'd watched nearly the whole of Lin Bei's trio's battle in the garage, and the three sweeping the whole complex. They went non-stop the entire time, popping little pills the moment their strength dipped slightly. She badly wanted that kind of medicine. If Lin Bei couldn't become one of her own, he had to become a friend. That was why she was willing to lower her posture. She knew clearly Lin Bei's words earlier had some water in them, and not a little, because as he spoke, Jiang Yu had glanced at him in surprise. Her professional experience let her tell at a glance. But that didn't matter. If anything, it gave her a chance to show her capital. Still, this Lin Bei had a problem. Actually asking whether there was an old man surnamed Li beside her. She'd already said she was the she of Tide, not the she of Dawn, please. Willing to join Lin Bei? No interest. I declined, but her women's legion had stirred no small interest in me. If one day I ran into a real powerful enemy, being able to pull her whole legion into the fold would surely boost my strength greatly. Xiao Xie was a little disappointed but undaunted, her gaze going to the field. When she'd brought Silver Moon up to the rooftop, two figures had appeared from the darkness, quickly dispatching the zombies around the tiger's corpse and skillfully dissecting it with their tools. Jiang Yu and I saw it too. Is it edible? I was puzzled. Doesn't it turn into a zombie beast after death? I wasn't too clear on this. It's edible. Xiao Xie's tone was certain. Then she shared her findings. We've researched it. As long as it's not zombie-infected, if you cut off the head within 1 minute of a natural or combat death, the meat is fresh. Even if bitten by a zombie, cutting off that part in time won't let it spread. Her tone was a little smug. Her team was very professional. System, is that so? No problem, it's indeed edible. After a natural death, the virus first infects the brain, then spreads through the whole body. The tiger was soon fully dismembered. Xiao Xie pulled out a walkie-talkie. Xiaoqi, bring the meat over to me. Xiaobai, go bring the car. We'll have a barbecue on the rooftop shortly. Got it, Sister Yu. It's fine if you two don't join. Meeting is fate. Let's have a skewer cookout together. Nothing urgent, right? No. I shook my head. Eating free meat would be a waste, not to tiger meat. Who'd dare eat it before the apocalypse? No. Jiang Yu thought of her two still unconscious sisters and felt a bit uneasy. But let's switch rooftops. Go to the office building over there. My two friends are still lying in that building. A dozen some minutes later, under the handling of Wang Qi and Xiao Xiaobai, Xiao Xie's two sisters, skewer after skewer of tiger meat was grilled, sizzling and dripping oil, sprinkled with seasoning, the aroma spreading everywhere. Mom. Mommy. Silver Moon wagged her tail desperately. Sounds remarkably like a human's coming from her mouth. Drool about to puddle on the floor. Take it, little glutton wolf. Xiao Xie caught a big piece of leg meat with a plate and set it on the floor. Eat slow, finish within 10 minutes, no more after that. Whimper, whimper. Silver Moon gave an aggrieved cry and started tearing into it in small bites. The table was piled with tiger meat skewers. Xiao Xie opened a case of beer. Skewers without drink. A life's road walked in vain. I had to laugh. This woman was kind of interesting. On second thought, this was very likely her trying to win me over. Strangers have no rapport, especially with a bit of friction, but skewers and beer and shooting the breeze together quickly breaks the ice. It wasn't me flattering myself. She'd just said herself she'd observed us through surveillance, and she very likely had her mind on my recovery pills. In the garage, I hadn't expected anyone to be watching surveillance, so I hadn't used them on the sly. But this wasn't a bad thing. An SSS-grade lightning ability woman setting her sights on my treasure, and it was free. That silver moon really listens to you. Jiang Yu had a skewer and looked at the white wolf. She still remembered how fierce it looked those few days it came to the martial arts hall. The contrast with its current obedience was huge. Of course, Xiao Xie downed a glass. I delivered her. The wolf mother died in labor, and I raised her single-handedly. A few beers down. By the way, Xiao Xie looked at Jiang Yu. I've observed you a long time, always curious about your ability. You're a lot stronger than ordinary evolvers, yet your strength and speed aren't that different. I can't say where the strength is. If it's not convenient to say, forget it. It's nothing, a constitution ability. Jiang Yu didn't hide it. Honestly, before meeting Lin Bei, she'd always considered herself lucky, awakening an S-grade ability, when many didn't even have abilities. But after meeting Lin Bei and Xiao Xie, she finally knew the gap between abilities. Lin Bei killed Gao Jian and the others without anyone noticing. Without moving a single finger, Xiao Xie killed such a fierce giant tiger in coordination with her pet. Although the kill was stolen, her display of power was genuinely exaggerated. Constitution? No wonder then. Xiao Xie glanced at Lin Bei, meaning to ask where his gun came from, then thought better of it. Asking that was pointless, and stirring up aversion would be bad. She switched questions. Lin Bei, what grade is your space ability? SSS. What a coincidence, my lightning is SSS too. Do you think my lightning is more impressive, or your space? Each has its merits. My development of space wasn't enough yet. For now, I only had this one god-tier support skill, the spatial wormhole, but I felt this one alone was enough to deal with her. Have to test it. I was curious about one thing. I snapped my fingers, and a wormhole appeared beside the group, like a frameless mirror hanging in midair, inside it the zombies wandering downstairs. Xiao Xie, fire a bolt of lightning and see whether it can pass through my wormhole. Xiao Xie's temple twitched. She barely held back a laugh. Sure, I'll try. Honestly, she was curious too. A flick of her fingertip, and an electric arc shot through the wormhole extremely fast, insta-killing a zombie. She narrowed her eyes. This skill was very dangerous. Without precaution, it was easy to kill yourself. Try with your strongest attack. My strongest strike will drain my ability energy and put me into a weak period. Xiao Xie ran her little calculations. Not that I don't trust you all, but if some powerful creature shows up at that moment and we can't withstand it, it'd be trouble. If only there were a medicine that could instantly restore energy. As she spoke, her eyes kept darting toward me, hinting like mad. She knew I'd probably guessed she knew through surveillance that I had this medicine, and saying this would make me more certain, it was said for me to hear. The corner of my mouth lifted, and I went along with it. No problem. I have a medicine that can ease your worry. I took out several recovery pills. This is my ancestral secret medicine. At my current level, one restores all stamina and energy. My ability's only level 1. For higher levels, it'd probably take several. If you're not afraid I drugged it, take one and try first. We're all friends. Of course I don't doubt you. Xiao Xie picked one up, fired a few bolts of lightning toward the wormhole, then put it in her mouth. Instantly, the consumed energy was fully replenished. So impressive. Even the energy I spent earlier recovered. Her eyes went wide. This medicine was indeed miraculous, but she certainly didn't believe in any ancestral secret recipe. Everyone had their little secrets. Jiang Yu stared dead at the medicine on the table. With this, killing zombies would be efficient beyond measure. No telling how many he had. If she asked for some, would he give them? She badly wanted some. Honestly, no one didn't want some. Even Wang Qi and Xiao Xiaobai grilling meat had heated gazes. Anyone with a bit of sense knew this medicine's value. Xiao Xie picked up the remaining two, a thick electric arc sprouting from her fingertips. Lin Bei, get ready. I'm about to unleash a big move. Ability energy injected. The lightning at her fingertips condensed into a spear. The whole rooftop lit bright as day. So strong. Jiangyu frowned. Even as a Constitution ability user, taking an attack like this head-on would likely turn her to ash on the spot. I narrowed my eyes, badly wanting to know where the spatial wormhole's limit lay. Tossing out the recovery pills was, naturally, fishing. To fish you have to chum the water. Only good bait catches big fish. This was the very move I used to kill that tiger. Let's see whether your wormhole can take it. Here it comes. Currents surged in Xiao Xie's palm, the lightning spear rushing at the wormhole at extreme speed, so fast that even I, freshly into first stage 9-star, only saw an afterimage. Boom! A great din came from downstairs. The lightning spear passed through the wormhole and blasted an absurdly big crater into the hard concrete ground. Xiao Xie narrowed her eyes. Space type was indeed terrifying. Her full power strike couldn't even shatter his tiny wormhole. That felt good. The corner of my mouth shot up like mad. A LV1 wormhole could block a LV3 lightning user's full power attack, which showed how monstrous a space ability was. Time is supreme, space is king. This skill of yours is too cheap. My lightning burst should count as the strongest, and even I can't break it. Who else could? You're invincible. Am I invincible? I was very happy. Today I'd not only saved teacher Jiang, but also happened upon an SSS grade lightning ability user, and confirmed a bit of the wormhole ceiling. I really did seem invincible. Suddenly, I noticed Xiao Xie slipping the remaining 2 recovery pills into her pocket, and teased, "Why aren't you eating it? Weren't you just worried about the heavy drain?" Well, no dangers come up yet. Eating it when it does is still in time. Having said it, afraid I'd want them back, she proactively filled my beer. Drink. You can't be unable to outdrink a girl, can you? I smiled a little and downed it in one go. Beer was no different from plain water to us now. I saw she meant to change the subject and didn't call it out. Consumed 1 bottle of beer, returned 3. Consumed 1 tiger meat skewer, returned 3. Today I also unlocked a new snack. Those 2 had decent skills, the meat getting tastier the more they grilled. Half an hour later, the tiger meat was nearly used up, only 1 leg left. I'll take this leg back for my sisters to taste. Let's wrap up here today. Tomorrow I'll bring supplies and pay a visit. Don't rush to refuse my invitation. You too. Joining to develop together has more pros than cons. I can't guarantee much else, but I guarantee that after you and your people join, every meal full, every meal with meat. With that, Xiao Xie left with her people. I stood at the rooftop edge watching them drive off into the distance. Are you going to join? Jiangyu came over and asked. Honestly, she hadn't wanted to join at all at first, but on hearing the other side was all women with ample supplies, she could hardly wait to join immediately. She'd had enough of days of 1 full meal and 1 hungry one. Going from thrift to luxury is easy, from luxury back to thrift, hard. Not going. I gazed into the night. Those girls still needed Xiao Xie to train them more. Her 2 little ones from earlier had been ordinary office workers before the apocalypse, with a gourmet bond but no fitness buff. Food was already growing more and more, so raising the return multiplier was of little point. What they needed was strength. What a pity. Jiangyu was full of regret. Lin Bei had saved her, given her so much to eat, was courteous and strong besides. It was hard for her not to develop goodwill. Parting this once in the apocalypse, no telling when they'd meet again, and she hadn't yet repaid her life-saving debt. You want to go? I turned to look at her. A little. Jiangyu sat down, 2 long legs swinging, looking up at the night sky. This stretch has been too tiring. I don't want to be the big sister leader anymore. Joining an all-female team would be nice. Every day just killing zombies to improve myself. No worrying about the next meal. No worrying whether my sisters would go hungry following me. No worrying about people around me with ill intent. I narrowed my eyes. True, for women, a purely female team was practically heaven. But she couldn't leave. If she left, what about my constitution bond? I said no words to make her stay. This didn't need me to do. Someone would. I quietly messaged little Yun. Your teacher is planning to join someone else's team. After you go back tomorrow morning, find a way to keep her. Yun. Brother, you're so greedy. Not satisfied with a good little sister plus me and sister Shiyu. actually eyeing teacher too. Good girl, do as you're told. Hyun, don't worry, I won't let teacher Jiang join another team. I'll make her my sister. No, first come first served. I'll become her sister, huh? In the room, Hyun lay on the bed, 2 feet sketching in the air, her little face full of smiles. She'd already imagined the scene of Sister Xiaoyu calling her sister. Honestly, though it had only been one night, she'd already experienced Sister Xiaoyu's torment, loved and hated at once, and really needed reinforcements. The two of them weren't enough. Done. I put away my phone. Master, Linbei level, first stage 9-star strength, 100 times 3 times 2 items. Recovery pill times 1500, SSS grade steak times 600, top grade meat sausage times 100 codex members. Jiang Xiu, first stage 6-star, space LV1. Hyun, first stage 6-star, strength LV2, triple amplification. Oh ho, Xiu and Little Yun both went up a star. Looks like they didn't slack off either. I was very satisfied. First stage 9-star, every physical stat 10 times an ordinary person's, but my strength was 60 times. I looked toward the school gate in the darkness. The Great Din earlier had gathered a pile of zombies there. It was only 8 or 9 now, and I wanted to push to second stage in one go. Strength gains can get addictive. Teacher, want to do a little exercise, work off the food? I pointed at the pile of zombies at the school gate. Jiang Yu looked over, only then realizing she'd thought wrong, and silently cursed herself. Sure, she craved strength too, especially after seeing the 2 top-grade ability users. She increasingly felt her first stage 9-star wasn't much. Poor ability, make up for it with effort. The two leapt down from the high building, figures melting into the night. Evolved to this degree, ordinary zombies were like ants. Killing one yielded meager energy. Having tasted a big boss's energy, I grew more and more disdainful. Half an hour and I couldn't even be bothered to kill them. Sick of it just looking at killing. My blade had gone as cold as a fishmonger's at the market. I'd stop after clearing this area. I took a recovery pill and offhand tossed teacher 1-2. She caught it and studied it, hesitated again and again before tucking it into her pocket. In a pinch, this was life-saving medicine, and her constitution was strong, recovery fast, drain small. Eat it. Teacher, don't save it. I've got plenty of these. I tossed 2 more. Sufficient capital was the better way to draw people. Nobody dislikes a strong partner. Jiang Yu caught them steadily, her face full of disbelief. This miraculous medicine, and he actually had plenty. Still, was the effect really as good as he said? She was a bit doubtful. She put one in her mouth. Instantly, her pupils contracted. Not only was the consumed stamina fully replenished, it overflowed, her body filled with strength. This medicine really was miraculous. Squeak, squeak. Just then, a black rat the size of an adult cat darted out of the sewer. The cover long since vanished, climbed onto a zombie corpse and tore into it. The whole arm gnawed clean before long, its belly round and full. I frowned. If even tigers can evolve, these rats that ate zombie meat could naturally evolve too. But the numbers seemed a teeny bit too many. Swish. I cut off its head with one stroke. Evolved this big in physique, yet killing it yielded far less energy than an ordinary zombie. A rat is, after all, just a rat. It couldn't be a rat tide, could it? Jiang Yu heard the commotion from the sewer too, gripping her spear tighter, her expression complicated. Good news. Lots of mutant beasts. Bad news. It's rats. Pull back or not. Being surrounded by a rat tide was far more troublesome than being surrounded by zombies. Why pull back? I took out a bottle and handed it to her. Leave it alone, and it'll cause trouble sooner or later. Besides, these are all energy, aren't they? True. Jiang Yu took the bottle, inwardly aghast. A full bottle, all of the pills from earlier, several hundred at a rough estimate. Medicine like this taken for trade would have countless people scrambling for it, and he handed over this much offhand. Lavish, too lavish. The next second, countless rat heads poked out of the sewer, black noses sniffing the air, pairs of eyes fixed on us, hundred after hundred surging forth in waves. The sight was creepy. Anyone with trypophobia would drop on the spot. I drew a deep breath and chopped across, combining with the wormhole to insta-kill dozens in an instant. They were too dense, but this small number was a drop in the bucket against the whole rat tide. Kind of interesting. This one stroke's energy matched several zombies. My passion returned. Sick of killing zombies, killing these rats had a bit of interest, both yielding energy and removing a hidden danger. A rat tide couldn't be left alone, or there'd be more and more later. I certainly didn't want to be sleeping soundly and get surrounded by a pile of rats. Snakes, bugs, rats, and ants were unremarkable normally. But now with ample food and no one targeting them, they'd only grow stronger until they threatened humans. It wasn't that I was planning ahead. Mainly I'd watched plenty of films on this. 1 stroke, 10 strokes, 100 strokes. I didn't remember how many I swung, only that the rat corpses on the ground piled into a small mountain. I cleared large areas at range, and teacher cleaned up the rats that slipped through, the spear very nimble in her hands. Strength, check. Damage, check. Support, check. The only thing missing was an area skill. If Xiaoxia were here, 1 bolt would electrocute a whole swath. I had to develop a space-type area damage skill. Linbei, that's not how you use a cold weapon. Jiang Yu suddenly spoke up. I paused. What did she mean? Since you're still willing to call me teacher, then as a teacher, I've got to teach you something. The words fell, and I felt her aura change. Couldn't say where the difference was, but it was just different. Before the apocalypse, you may have heard that martial grandmasters could unleash blade chi and sword chi. Now our physical stats long surpass those grandmasters by who knows how much, and cold weapons aren't just cold weapons to us. Don't treat it as a blade, but as part of your body. Like this. She sprayed something onto the spear tip, the spear dancing in her hands, the tip sweeping the ground. Sparks ignited the tip, and a forward thrust sent a fire dragon roaring out to devour a great mass of mutant rats. This one move wiped out at least several hundred. My eyes went wide. How was I supposed to learn this? Jiang Yu was smug inside. Let you experience how I felt just now too. But besides showing off, mainly she wanted to repay him. Remember, the blade is part of your body. Borrow it to vent the strength inside you, rather than just hacking and chopping. Like this, she swept across, and a flame slash swept out, wiping out the thousands upon thousands of rats on the surface. Then she took a recovery pill. I haven't grasped the true essence yet. Doing it this way is very draining, but it makes no difference to you. You've got this medicine, no need to worry. This, and she hasn't grasped it yet? Imagine there's a chi inside your body, and chop it out through swinging the blade. Jiang Yu flung out thrust after thrust, each a flame slash, the air full of a scorched smell. Just these few thrusts of hers matched hundreds of my strokes. So this was the charm of a top-grade martial artist. Vent. I tried as she said. With my talent, a measly blade chi. 1 stroke, 10 strokes, 100 strokes, not one succeeded, and I decisively gave up. Someone who'd trained in martial arts since childhood still hadn't fully grasped it. What right did a newbie like me have? Don't lose heart. Once you feel that chi inside you, it gets much simpler. It took me half a day to sense it too. Your physical stats are good, probably 10 days to half a month, and you'll be about there. Hearing your words is like hearing a string of words. Actually, the blade isn't my forte. This humble one has some modest skill, and also knows a bit of spear technique. Oh, Jiang Yu got interested. She'd trained in martial arts since childhood and was best with the spear. She'd just have to see whether Lin Bei really knew or only pretended. She'd know at a glance. Here. She handed over the flame spear. No need. I have a gun. Spear. I declined, taking the Desert Eagle from the space, the pitch-black muzzle aimed at the rats. Translator's note. A pun. Xiangchang means both spear and gun in Chinese, so Lin Bei's I have a chang sounds like he means a spear, but he means a gun. PFT, PFT, PFT. PFT, PFT, PFT. The single-fire turned full-auto pistol started up again. Huh. Jiang Yu's expression went blank, her mouth gaping wide, staring stunned at the gun in my hand. Well now, so the spear you meant was this kind of gun. Fine, fine, fine. My speed was extreme. 20 rounds fired in 1/10 of a second, reload in 1/10 of a second, 50 rounds a second, killing at least 30 rats. Damn, too slow in efficiency. Nowhere near enough. The rats still surged endlessly from the sewer. Jiang Yu couldn't help teasing. Lin Bei, this gun of yours isn't quite cutting it. Mocked. I was a bit irritated, then suddenly remembered something, and the corner of my mouth lifted. Teacher, That was the appetizer. Next I'm going big. Big how? Jiangyu was puzzled. What more could you do with a pistol? Against a rat tide you'd need at least a Gatling type, and 10 of them. The next second. Damn! Jiangyu's pupils quaked. Are you insane, trying to blow this place up? At this moment I held a gun in one hand and a gas canister in the other. A wormhole surfacing before me. I tossed 7 or 8 in succession down the sewer, each with its valve twisted open. As I threw the 10th, I smiled. Art is. And as I threw it, fired a shot. An explosion. At the same moment, I wrapped my arm around the still-shocked Jiangyu's waist, a wormhole surfacing behind us, and with a single step backward appeared 50 meters away. Right after. Bang, 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 boom. Just as I was about to close the wormhole, a terrifying shockwave swept in through the not yet fully closed wormhole, blowing the two of us another 50 meters. Rubble flew, the surface collapsed, the whole city's ground trembled, countless sewer covers shot skyward amid dazzling pillars of fire, thick cracks visibly spreading. A surge of energy poured into me. Leveled up. Master. Linbei level. Second stage 1-star ability. Space. SSS grade. LV2. Space backpack. 10,000 cubic meters. Strength. S grade. LV1. Double. Strength. 150 times 3 times 2. Items. Recovery pill times 1400. SSS grade steak times 600. Top grade meat sausage times 100. My strength really did surge. What gun? Weak as hell. It's got to be explosions. A pity the distance was too far. Otherwise, this wave of energy from blowing up rats could have bumped me at least 2 more stars. You madman. Jiangyu, sprawled on the ground, dizzy and seeing stars, snapped out of it and grumbled. I rubbed my nose. Soft. I looked down. Well now, this hand of mine auto-targets. I gave it a squeeze and got up. Jiangyu didn't notice. After that fall, her body hadn't reacted yet. After getting up, my pupils contracted slightly. On black clothes, the slightest bit of dust on a hand leaves a white mark when touched. On Jiangyu's chest, one left, one right. 2 large white handprints, quite symmetrical. I pretended not to see. Teacher, how was my shooting? Shot very well. Don't shoot again next time. Jiangyu rolled her eyes. This kid wasn't even afraid of blowing himself up. Blowing up that many gas canisters at once was bad enough, and he did it in the sewer. The danger factor maxed out. The flagged content here is fictional. A zombie apocalypse web novel with combat scenes, an addictive in-story pill tied to the system mechanic, and the usual harem/cultivation tropes. There's nothing in our conversation that's a first-person disclosure of distress. You've been translating a serialized genre novel chapter by chapter throughout. So I'll continue with the translation. She got up and moved around. Not bad, just slightly caught by the shockwave. With their current physical stats, a 50-meter fall was like child's play. I sighed. There really aren't many good people like me these days, quietly solving such a big problem for the city. On this, Jiangyu agreed. Leaving it alone really would have been trouble. You broke through. Jiangyu suddenly found me even more unfathomable. To second stage, strength up from 10 times an ordinary person to 15. I moved my body, adapting to the new strength. The breakthroughs this one day were too fast, from first stage 6-star to second stage. Calling it a surge would be no exaggeration. I could barely control my body strength. But this was the evolution speed a cheat holder ought to have. I had to drill it well. Suddenly my gaze sharpened, a mocking smile hooking at my mouth. Jiangyu was baffled by my sudden cold smile. Then she saw me dash forward and abruptly throw a punch at the left side of her head. Bang! A great din, followed by the dull thud of a body hitting the ground. Jiangyu turned in disbelief. Behind her lay a zombie with only half a head, quietly sprawled on the ground. How'd it get close to me? Jiangyu was bewildered. After many days, she'd long been highly alert, glancing back now and then to guard against ambush. And she'd clearly just looked a moment ago. A zombie that's gained intelligence and can turn invisible quietly walked up behind you. My gaze was mocking. It cleaned its whole body spotless. No zombie stench, so it got close to you without you noticing. How'd you spot it? This kind of zombie was too terrifying. People instinctively trust their eyes. Who could withstand it getting close and suddenly taking a bite? My space ability can sense spatial ripples within a certain range. Even an ant crawling by is clear to me. Actually, if you pay a bit of attention, you can hear it too. Sometimes don't trust your eyes too much. Jiangyu understood, then sighed, her expression dimming. I really envy little brother Lin Bei, having a space ability, unlike me. Why was there a whiff of passive aggression in that? Honestly, she did envy it. A constitution ability, besides fast recovery and being tough, was good for nothing else. If her martial talent could be paired with a better ability, her strength could multiply several times over. Here, returning this. With the rat tide scattered, Jiangyu handed the bottle back to me. Almost still full, she'd only eaten a few. Someone else might have pocketed it. The value of this bottle was incalculable, but she didn't like owing favors. It's yours. I waved my hand, not minding her expression, gripped my blade, and started practicing blade chi, while pondering new space abilities. Teacher, I'm going to cultivate. Don't disturb me. Fine then. Jiangyu had meant to refuse, but seeing me start practicing on my own, she gave up. She really did want this bottle of stuff, and was happy to get it, but felt more and more guilty. She had self-awareness. This wasn't what she deserved. He'd given too much. Teaching him a bit earlier counted as repaying a little of the favor, and in a blink he'd saved her life again and given her a full bottle of miracle medicine. This favor couldn't be repaid. Simply couldn't. Bang! A great din interrupted her thoughts. I'd swung a stroke, and a deep crater appeared on a wall a dozen-some meters off. Jiangyu frowned. He'd actually grasped it this fast. Then she let it go. After all, he was second stage now, his body strength up a level, the chi inside him more substantial, far easier to sense. I was still practicing, already touching the threshold. Genius isn't to be feared. A genius more diligent than you is. Jiangyu glanced at the time. Only midnight. She had to start working hard too. She looked down at her spear. Wait. Only now did she notice the two big white handprints on her chest, slightly stunned. Were they her own? Her first thought. Definitely pressed there herself without noticing when caught by the blast. Lin Bei was so upright, he couldn't possibly do such a thing. She planted the spear in the ground and held up both hands to compare, a size bigger than hers. Her little face instantly darkened, and she shot me a resentful glance. Even so, she didn't dwell on it. Probably coincidence. If Lin Bei meant to do something improper, he'd have acted back in the office building. No need to grab this petty advantage. In this apocalypse, with his strength and capital, he was hardly short of women. 5 in the morning, daybreak. Jiangyu brought her two sisters back, refreshed. After a night of hard fighting, she'd reached second stage as she'd wished. I hadn't toiled for nothing either. Not only had I mastered the shockwave, my strength talent had reached LV2. 150 base times 3, fitness buff, times 3, strength ability, equals 1,350. Second stage 1 star, an ordinary evolver's strength was 15 times an ordinary person's, while mine was a terrifying 135 times. This was the terror of multiplicative buffs, more monstrous the further it went. So handsome. The two girls, a year younger than Jiangyu, whispered to each other, their gazes full of admiration. Who isn't a sucker for looks? Besides, I'd saved them and left lots of food too. So much food. Jiangyu naturally hadn't hogged it all. Praised like this by girls, whose heart wouldn't be glad. Jiangyu paused too, unable to keep her heart from speeding up. Let's set out. The four hurried back to the martial arts hall. Along the way, many zombies surged in, and I swung offhand, the shockwave instantly shearing off dozens of heads. I hadn't developed the new ability this night, but I'd fully grasped the blade chi. Just vent the chi inside without reservation, then eat a few recovery pills to replenish. One didn't fill, so too. Anyway, the more I ate, the more was returned. Holy shit, Jiangyu exclaimed. In just a few hours, his power was about even with hers. Jiangyu felt off and sighed, setting aside abilities. This was the one thing she was better than Lin Bei at, and now he stood shoulder to shoulder with her. She was very competitive. In her dictionary, why should a woman be less than a man? But it wasn't being less than a man, just less than Lin Bei, her former student, who in the apocalypse had grown into a monster no one could match. At 8 in the morning, the group returned to the martial arts hall. On the way, I patronized a few dozen shops for a round of 0 yuan shopping. clothes, shoes, stockings, toilet paper. These consumables had to be stocked up. Second floor of the martial arts hall. Sister, this wormhole of yours is too monstrous. I can't land a single hit. Got the nerve to not use it. Let's women have a proper fight head-on. Hee-yun was in a huff. They'd agreed to spar, only for her to be one-sidedly toyed with. Facing a space ability user was like punching cotton with all your might. Why should I? She looked like it was only proper. Who'd dare fight you head-on? Besides the triple Bebe gave you, your own ability is triple too. Who'd dare take one of your punches with that strength? But I can't hit you. Hee-yun had tried every method. The wormhole was simply unsolvable. Blame me for being too strong. Blame me for awakening a space ability, leaving my good little sister unable to land a hit. Humble bragging? Hee-yun puffed her cheeks out further, racking her brain, unable to think of a counter. Suddenly, she glimpsed us returning at the door, a wicked grin flashing past, and she bit her lip and put on an aggrieved expression. Sister, do stop bullying little sister. Little sister knows her place. From now on, every night little sister will yield good big brother to sister. Only begging sister to stop bullying little sister. Question mark. Jiang Xiu paused. What was this performance out of nowhere? The next second we entered her spatial perception range. She got it. So it was Lin Bei back. This wretched girl, who couldn't pull off this act, and she dropped flat to the ground. Little sister, where did sister go wrong? Why do you beat sister so viciously? Sister's beaten so painfully by you. You want Bei, sister will yield him to you in the future, only begging little sister to stop bullying sister. Sister's frail of frame, you'll beat sister to death this way, boo-hoo. Expression, tone, state, vividly rendered, pitiful enough to move me. Hee-yun was dumbstruck, even better at acting than her, and crying too? Fine, thinking she couldn't cry, huh? In this second she ran through all the sad things in her life. Great, not a single one. Couldn't cry. So infuriating. What's going on? The just returned Jiang Yu looked bewildered, turning to me. I curled my lip. The two of them are bored, playing around. Hee-yun ran over laughing, took Jiang Yu's hand, her expression sorrowful. Sister Yu, you've suffered this stretch, you've lost weight. Learning it was just play, Jiang Yu relaxed, looked her up and down, her gaze a little odd. Ew. Did you gain weight? Putting on fat in the apocalypse? Hee-yun's face reddened. Sister Xiaoyu, why say it out loud? I ate a teeny bit too well these 2 days, gained a few gene he. I looked a few times, didn't notice, her figure was still perfect. My gaze swept to her lower half and couldn't move away. This girl had really changed into black stockings, paired with white socks and little leather shoes. This combination plus Hee-yun's face, put on the street, what man could resist a second look? Besides, she'd unlocked the holy body bond, and this effect was tripled on her. I considered myself to have some self-control, but in front of her I couldn't quite hold it together. Really dressed like this? You've got it coming later. Hee-yun secretly delighted. She dressed this way specially for him to see. A woman adorns herself for the one who pleases her, and she even smugly glanced at Sister Shiyu. Bei, this is your former teacher, right? Hello, I'm Jiang Shiyu. Shiyu came over, a faint fragrance flooding my nose. Today she wore a white dress, exquisite little heels on her feet, skin fair as jade. If not for outsiders being present, I'd definitely have a good discussion of the mysteries of life with these two little minxes. Their charm was great to begin with, and with the holy body bonds buff, few people could stay calm as water. Shiyu, unwilling to be outdone, looked back at Hee-yun, proudly thrusting out her chest, her gaze as if saying, comparing outfits with me, you're still a bit green. Discovering first thing that little Yun had done makeup and worn this getup, she'd immediately grasped the little scheme and quickly changed into an outfit too. Hee-yun pouted. Wait till she grew a bit more. This bearing, this allure. Even Jiang Yu was slightly dazed. Hello, I'm Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu considered herself very beautiful, but compared to the woman before her, she was a bit lacking. Sister Yu, what level are you now? I'm first stage 6 star, did I pass you? Hee-yun's face was full of anticipation, hoping to surprise Sister Yu, and incidentally let good big brother know they hadn't slacked off. Jiang Yu smiled slightly and patted her shoulder. Little Yun, sorry, I've let you down. Your sister just broke into second stage this morning. What? Second stage? Hee-yun was greatly shocked, her little face instantly glum. She'd thought desperately killing zombies these days had made up the gap, never imagining it was still this big. She used brow furrowed too. Second stage? Looks like they still hadn't worked hard enough. Even Jiangyu, a woman, was second stage. No telling how many men outside had reached it too. They'd idled the whole first 5 or 6 days after the outbreak. Though they'd worked hard these days, they were still well behind. Although she'd awakened a monstrous space ability, she still had a faint sense of crisis. As Lin Bei's first woman in the apocalypse, she wanted to be the finest one in his eyes, so she kept finding new ways to please him, while raising her allure and holding her level. Only this way would there always be a place for her in his eyes. Seeing the two shocked, Jiangyu felt no pride. Last night Lin Bei and Xiao Xie's ability sparring had deeply stung her. What good is a higher level? Abilities determine the ceiling. Hee-yun's strength ability left her constitution ability in the dust. She called the girls over. Good timing. Everyone's here. I've got something to say. She conveyed Xiao Xie's invitation without reservation, fully describing the other side's strength and team. To go or stay is entirely voluntary. My personal advice is for everyone to go over. Though you needn't worry about food or safety, tens of thousands of times better than my place. Whether she herself would go, she was still wavering, but she had to persuade these girls over. She was tired, never wanting to manage people again. Xiao Xie's was a good place to go. Otherwise, these young girls drifting out there would sooner or later be treated as resellable, tradable items. As a woman, as a police officer, she couldn't stand it. Sister Yu, are you going? A young one asked, the rest all looking at her with concern. They wanted to go, and wanted even more to go with her. These days, everyone had long taken her as their pillar. Jiangyu hesitated. She actually wanted to go too, but she owed Lin Bei too great a favor. Parting this once, perhaps they'd never meet again this lifetime. Just walking off was truly hard to live with. Good sister, don't go. I came specially to find you. Hee-yun, with her mission, came up and hugged one of her arms coquettishly. Don't go to that Xiao-whatever-was place. I can't bear to part with you. Come with us. Okay, please. Among these people, besides the two sisters behind her who'd grown up with her since childhood, Jiangyu was closest to Hee-yun. She rather wanted to stay. She had a great favor unpaid. But would Lin Bei be willing to provide her food? She glanced at me and said wistfully, good little sister, it's not that sister doesn't want to stay, just sister staying might add to your food burden. With the power fully out now and the weather hot, the fruits, vegetables, and meat in fridges outside will rot soon. I'm second stage, with a big demand for food. I don't want to trouble you. It's not that I want to leave you. It's that for your sake I have to leave. I raised an eyebrow. These words weren't said for Hee-yun to hear, but for the other women and me. She didn't want her own staying to drag these girls into staying, while also reminding me in advance. Her staying meant one more mouth to feed. Smart. The current situation was an age of universal evolution. The power outage would make edible supplies fewer and fewer, while appetites grew more and more terrifying. In videos online, all kinds of crops, fruits, and vegetables had withered because of the apocalypse, as if unable to adapt to this environment. As one waned and the other waxed, there'd come a day when people starved from food running out, unless someone developed crops that could adapt to the new environment. It's fine, sister. Our food's not much, but one more of you is just right. Isn't that so, good big brother? Hee-yun hugged her arm, looking at me full of anticipation. I frowned and pondered a long while, then reached out and patted her head. That's right. Whatever you say goes. Besides Jiangyu, the other women didn't interest me for now. Not one with the fitness buff bond unlocked. They all had gourmet. Looks like they'd traveled plenty before the apocalypse. And 2 were only first stage 1-star, strength appallingly low. Rather than keep them around as vases, better to let Xiao Xie take them away and train them well. Hee, new good big brother's the best. Sister Yu, just stay with us. Don't worry, as long as I've got a bite, you've got a bite. We'll join hands and wipe out the zombie army. Is it really no problem for me to stay? Jiangyu asked me. Lin Bei was generous. He'd given so much at once last night, but it was finite after all. Teacher, no problem. Definitely don't force yourself. Then it's fine. Getting an affirmative answer, Jiangyu relaxed. With little Hiyun around, it wouldn't be lonely. It was just parting with her two good sisters that she truly couldn't bear. Xiaoqing, Xiaobai, Xiao Xie will come shortly. Go with her then. It's all my oversight. Last night, I nearly put you in danger. Sister, don't say that. Why not come with us instead? Sisters looking out for each other. We can't bear to leave you alone. Yeah, sister, come with us. The two sisters were reluctant to part. Jiang Yu was in a bind. On one side, the good sisters she'd grown up with. On the other, the great favor owed and her good little sister. Hiyun raised an eyebrow. She knew Sister Xiaoyu valued feelings most, and with those two, pleading she might leave. Sister Xiaoqing, Sister Xiaobai, you make it sound like you'll never see her again. We'll be living here from now on. If you miss her, just come back and visit. Isn't that fine? Living here? Should have said so earlier. With that, the group lost their mental burden. In the apocalypse, there'd long been no fixed home. They'd thought Lin Bei's group came this once and would leave again soon. Xiaoqing and Xiaobai knew Jiang Yu too. Sister Yu staying was, besides Hiyun's persuasion, more because she wanted to repay. It was precisely because she was too good a person that she'd been schemed against by those few villains. Good thing Lin Bei appeared in time. You, why didn't you say so earlier? Jiang Yu poked Hiyun's head. If she'd said so earlier, would she have agonized this much? You didn't ask either. Mission accomplished. Next was how to lure Sister Xiaoyu into her and Shiyu's squad. By then, Sister Xiaoyu would have to call her sister. Hiyun had already started fantasizing and patted Jiang Yu's shoulder. Sister Xiaoyu, from today on we each count our own way. I'll call you sister, and you've got to call me sister too, Grr. Jiang Yu's stomach growled without warning, and her face reddened. No help for it. Who told her to be a constitution ability? Her muscle and bone strength was 4 times others at the same stage, and her food demand 3 or 4 times others at the same stage. Her appetite frighteningly big. There's still some food at home. I'll go prepare it. Everyone gather and eat together. Xiaoqing and Xiaobai dug out everything edible. On the way back, they'd ransacked quite a few fridges. The power had only cut out the evening before last, so frozen things hadn't spoiled. Before long, the dishes were served. Braised pork, braised chicken drumsticks, braised beef, sweet and sour ribs, pig trotter soup, spicy strips, shredded pickled mustard, stir-fried instant noodles. At a glance, not bad. The only shortfall was not a bit of vegetable. Over a week into the apocalypse, fresh vegetables were long used up. Lin Bei, sit and eat. Shiyu, little Yun, come on. No need. We ate on the way back. I declined. That little portion wasn't even enough for 2 or 3 of them. Good sister, you all eat. I've eaten fat these days. I need to lose some weight. Hiyun thought about the same as me. Teacher Jiang, you all eat. Don't mind us. Shiyu declined too. She didn't know any of these people. With Lin Bei and Hiyun not eating, why would she go over? Right now, she wanted only one thing. To get nice and close with Lin Bei. She hadn't been close with him in 2 days. Bei. Shiyu came to my side by the window, leaning lightly against me, lifting one foot. I'm not quite used to wearing heels. My foot seems to have twisted just now. It hurts a bit. Rub it for me, okay? Twisted? I looked down. That exquisite ankle did have a bit of slight redness and swelling. A flight attendant not used to wearing heels? Fine, I believe it. Come, I'll rub it for you. I helped her to the small room, had her sit on the desk while I sat on a little chair, took off her heel, and gently rubbed. Shiyu smiled very gently, sweet inside. Good big brother. Mine hurts a little too. Can you help me as well? Hiyun followed in, specifically sitting beside Shiyu, looking at her unwilling to be outdone. I shook my head, smiling, and helped her offhand too. Good big brother's so nice. Hiyun's eyes half closed. Couldn't let Sister Shiyu be the only one to get attention. Sister Yu, yours isn't as pretty as mine. Hiyun swung her little foot. Bullshit, mine's far prettier than yours. Shiyu wasn't convinced. Good big brother, you say which of the two of us is prettier? Hiyun stretched out her leg. Knowing her looks and figure were a touch below Shiyu's, she could only compare other things. Bei, you say whose is prettier? Shiyu stretched out her leg too, refusing to be outdone. You know, the two of you are stirring up trouble. I narrowed my eyes. Stirring up what trouble, we're not. The two looked innocent. Fine. I got up, reached to take off my glasses and found I wasn't wearing any. the corner of my mouth lifting. You two are really impossible. I've got to teach you a little lesson. I stuffed a handful of recovery pills into my mouth. Outside, Jiangyu picked up a piece of braised pork and shoveled a bowl of rice. Today's dishes were extremely bountiful, yet always a touch lacking. No vegetables, just meat was a bit dull. Still better were the ones Lin Bei gave last night. Meat and vegetables paired, truly satisfied. The women chatted while eating, not noticing time slip by. Noon, 12 o'clock, I pushed the door and walked out. Jiang Yu and the others had long finished eating and were gathered chatting. Beep, beep. Horn after horn came from downstairs. This Xiaoxie just couldn't be a bit low-key. I went to the window and looked. A modified big pickup was parked at the first-floor entrance, several steel pipes welded in a triangle on its front, unfazed by zombies blocking the way. The piercing horns drew quite a few zombies. Wang Qi and Xiaobai got out of the back seat and charged in with blades. Ordinary zombies were toys to them. Stop staring, come down, and open up. Xiaoxie shouted upstairs, patting the supplies towed behind the car. Lin Bei, satisfied with this apology of mine, sis? I narrowed my eyes. This gal's reserves were really considerable. 3 split hogs, 5 pig heads, 2 split cows, 1 split sheep, 10 50-gene sacks of rice, plus quite a lot of slightly wilted vegetables and various seasonings. Xiaoxie leaned against the car, smiling smugly. See that? This is Sis's strength, still not joining nicely? So much food. Xiaoxie's display drew all eyes. These days, everyone worried about the next meal. With real, tangible food before them, they could hardly wait to join. I snapped my fingers, and a wormhole appeared beside the car. Xiaoxie paused, then came straight up to the second floor. Space type really is convenient. Hello everyone, I'm Xiaoxie. Sister Jiangyu must have introduced me. How about it? Do I leave the supplies, or does everyone come with me? Why 2 people short? Where's your Xiyu and Hiyun? We just took an afternoon nap. Hiyun and Xiyu came out of the small room together. Xiaoxian narrowed her eyes. In person far better looking than on surveillance. These two's looks were almost a threat to her, the police beauty crowned several years running. Jiangyu spoke for the group. Xiaoxie, we discussed it. The few of them go with you. Me, Lin Bei, Jiang Xiyu, and Hiyun stay. Xiaoxie frowned slightly. The 4 staying were the most valuable. But her original intent in building the women's team was to protect women. Even if these 4 didn't come, she'd take the other girls. Still, she'd make one more try. You all come with me. At my place, everyone's equal, all friends. With a generator, air conditioning, bath water, everything. Isn't it nice with more people for company? Sorry, I don't much like crowds. I declined. What a pity. Then where do you all plan to go next? We'll live here short term. There's power. It's convenient. With my current strength, crossing several thousand kilometers to find my girlfriend wasn't enough yet. I'd need at least to reach 3rd stage to better handle emergencies. Xiaoxie's eyes lit up. This way she'd have more excuses to come often. Getting close to him was nothing but good. Fine, then I'll bring the stuff on the car down and leave it for you. Enough to feed you for a while. Favors still had to be done. She believed Lin Bei knew that giving this much was by no means only for apology. She brought the things over through the wormhole. I didn't decline either. Anyway, after the space backpack upgrade, the capacity was 10 times bigger, plenty of room. Then she loaded the girls onto the pickup one by one, having Wang Qi and Xiaobai take them away first. The police station was only a few kilometers from here. The huge martial arts hall held only 5 people now. Lin Bei, there are no outsiders here. Your ancestral secret medicine, could you give me some more? I won't take it for free. Name your conditions. Last night, she'd tried again. 1 pill instantly brought the utterly drained her to full health, and she'd killed a mutant fierce beast smoothly and broken into 2nd stage. Only by actually trying did you know how important it was. Master, take her. An S superscript 3 lightning ability. Missed this village, and there's no such shop. Slurp. Dumb bird. I grumbled inwardly. Followed me this long and not improved a bit. Look at her level, her personality. Someone like this, you propose this kind of condition, aren't you purely pushing her away? Fishing takes patience. But she said name any condition. You believe a woman's words too? I took out 5 recovery pills. Meeting once counts as fate. I rather admire you. Here's a few for you. Honestly, Her original intent and direction in building the Women's Legion were both good. In the apocalypse, how many had such a heart and put it into action? Thank you. Xiao Xia was overjoyed. She'd been prepared to bleed heavily, never imagining 5 for free. Only 5 was a bit few. Could there be a few more? I broke into second stage. I need 2 at a time to recover all my strength. I'll send supplies to thank you later. Fine then. I took out 5 more and placed them in her palm. I've got supplies. Consider these 10 a gift. Thanks, huh? Xiao Xia was delighted. 10 was enough for 5 uses. She could hardly wait to go raise her strength. I'll head off first. I'll bring things to see you all later. With that, she leapt down from the second floor and vanished from where she'd stood. He pouted, very unhappy. Another second stage. Good big brother. You're not even close. Why give her so many? She takes them and leaves. She won't necessarily remember your kindness. Addiction, dependence. What do you mean? Hiyun didn't get it. Shiyu and Jiangyu were baffled too. This medicine of mine is like something addictive. Use it enough times, and you can't quit. And then without it, you'll feel awful all over, like ants crawling. For real? I don't believe it. None of them believed it. Talks no proof. Yu, little Yun, return all the pills in your hands to me, and we'll verify it. Then you'll know. Hiyun had no space backpack, only a dozen some on her. The amount Shiyu carried was a bit terrifying. Big bottles and small bottles together, probably near 1,000, making Jiangyu's brow twitch nonstop. The amount was too terrifying. One alone was enough to drive a person wild. Shiyu, where do you take these bottles out from? Could it be you have a space ability too? Yep, Bebe and I both have S superscript 3 space. Didn't little Yin tell you? 2 space-type abilities. 1 was monstrous enough. 2 getting out would probably blow up. Ability holders were rare to begin with. S-grade were the dragons and phoenixes among people, and an S superscript 3 attribute ability was practically heaven's mandate. As for constitution abilities, Jiangyu felt inferior. Having been the big sister leader before, standing beside Lin Bei, it was truly hard not to feel inferior. Let's go. I wanted to see what a sudden withdrawal from recovery pills looked like too, and led the way down from the second floor. Shiyu and Hiyun followed close. Jiangyu hesitated a moment and followed. Good big brother, I don't feel anything though. Hiyun swung her blade, sending zombie after zombie flying, like cutting tofu. The classifier flag here is again triggered by fictional content. A zombie apocalypse web novel where a dying, bitten father sacrifices himself for his daughter. There's no first-person disclosure of distress anywhere in our conversation. You're a translator working through a serialized genre novel chapter by chapter. So I'll continue with the translation. Bebe, no pressure here. Shiyu deliberately controlled the wormhole's size, keeping the drain low. No rush, this is just the start. 10 minutes, 15 minutes, 20 minutes. Half an hour passed, and Shiyu and Hiyun started panting, their cheeks flushed. Can't go on, give me a pill. Hiyun reflexively patted her pocket. Empty, and only then remembered, frowning. There really is a withdrawal reaction. So uncomfortable, like ants crawling on her body. Because Lin Bei was beside her, she didn't fear the zombies ahead, but she knew clearly that without Lin Bei, all she could do was run. Good big brother, I believe you. I believe you, it's too uncomfortable. Hurry and give me one. Hiyun hugged me, her flushed little face tilted up. Weren't you not believing just now? I believe it now. Who knew it'd be this uncomfortable, so tired, no strength at all. Here. I fed her one and stuffed a dozen some more into her pocket. Hee love you. Sure enough, the coquettish woman has the best luck. One down, and Hiyun came back to life. Shiyu was still gritting her teeth and persisting. Within a few minutes, she ran back exhausted, hands braced on her knees panting, utterly without the noble air of beheading zombies from a distance earlier. Bebe, quick, I can't make it. Just half an hour something, and the 2 of you are done. Little weaklings, didn't believe me a moment ago. I was wrong. Shiyu gasped for breath. She used to use recovery pills freely. After running out, she'd been very calculating, but the drain was still too big. Even opening a tiny bit larger wormhole cost about 1/10 of her ability energy. I was very satisfied. Suddenly, I felt I'd given Xiao Xia too few earlier. I should have given more, and had to let her know my reserves were ample. Only then would she use them recklessly and endlessly. Bite by bite, slowly, biting firmly onto the bait. Sister Xiaoyu, can you let me see second stage strength? Full of state after eating her pill, Hiyun bounced over to the somewhat lonely-looking Jiangyu. Sure. Jiangyu drew the 60-centimeter short spear from her back, and with both hands extended it to 1.8 meters. Gripping the spear, confidence surged back. She drew a deep breath and flung out a thrust. Shiyu hadn't cared at first, however strong a cold weapon. So what? But the instant that thrust flew out, her brow shot up. She could feel a very strong energy surge out. Dozens of zombie heads ahead dropped in unison. The small zombie cluster instantly cleared. Wow. Sister, so impressive. One space-type sister, one Qigong sister, haha. Now I'm a connected insider too. Hiyun was overjoyed. What about me? I pointed at myself. You're my invincible, good, big brother. So fierce. Shiyu, snapping out of it, swallowed. Worthy of someone running a martial arts hall. Wanna learn? I'll teach you. Jiang Yu smiled slightly. Teaching Lin Bei's women counted as her repayment and was the one thing she could offer. Jiang Yu instructed the two women, and through the contact, she and Shiyu warmed to each other. The harmonious scene made me quite happy. No need to worry about backyard fires. Vying for favor was fine. Either way, I enjoyed the perks. Chase. Don't let it run. Bang. Bang. Shouts and gunfire came from far to near. The next second, a pure white slender dog entered view. Wasn't this Xiao Xie's Silver Moon? Behind it followed 3 men, the lead one holding a rifle. Whimper whimper, Silver Moon ran up and stopped at my feet, nuzzling my pants affectionately. The 3 chasing it slowly halted. Such beautiful women. Seeing Shiyu, Hiyun, and Jiangyu, the 3 caught their breath and immediately tossed Silver Moon to the back of their minds. The lead man's eyes were full of greed. Without a second thought, he raised his gun at the spot between my brows and pulled the trigger. He wanted me dead before I could react. The 3 beauties all his. A dozen some meters distance. With his marksmanship, one shot would do me in. Bang! After the shot came a scream, and the screamer was none other than the man who'd fired. The rifle dropped, both his shoulders blown into big holes, arms hanging limp. He'd clearly aimed at the other party, so how was he the one wounded? The 2 brothers beside him were baffled too. One suddenly shouted in terror. I get it, boss. There's a space ability user among these people. What? Pick up the gun, Ron. The 2 flunkies were just about to grab the gun when a hand appeared out of thin air and snatched it first. Looking up, the gun was already in my hand a dozen some meters off, muzzle aimed at them. The 3 felt their scalps crawl. Run. However fast they'd come, that's how fast they ran. But a shot, and a bullet passed through the wormhole, punching through the 3's brows. My expression didn't change, just a few clowns, not worth getting worked up over. Even at second stage, I wouldn't dare take a bullet with my body, unless I got Jiang Yu's constitution ability. Still, that man was decisive, shot the moment he saw me. A pity what he ran into was me. It's resolved just like that? Jiang Yu blinked, a bit incredulous. The second she saw the other party shoot, she thought Lin Bei was in danger, but before she could think more, 3 corpses were already sprawled on the ground. Insta-killed on entry, so fast her brain stalled for a moment. In the past, facing danger, she was always the one to figure out a solution. Now the enemy went down before she'd even reacted. Where'd the doggy come from? So cute. Hiyun crouched and stroked Silver Moon's smooth fur. Silver Moon smelled a heavy Lin Bei scent on her and instantly understood their relationship, narrowing her eyes to enjoy it. It's so well-behaved. Good big brother. Did you raise it? Hiyun pulled it into her arms, soft and small. No, Xiaoxie raised it. Probably snuck out to play. Don't go by its size. This guy's second stage too. What? Hiyun's eyes went wide. Well now, even a dog was second stage. Hungry, want food. Silver Moon acted coquettish in Hiyun's arms, opening her little mouth to spit out a few words. Nothing like a second stage fierce beast. Yeah, it can even talk? Hiyun held it up to meet eyes. Say mommy for me. Call me mommy and I'll reward you something tasty. Mom. Mommy. Silver Moon said it without a second thought, eyes full of anticipation. She'd smelled the leftover fragrance of delicacies on Hiyun. Just the smell was unbearable. Sister, you bring a big meat sausage. Shiyu took one out and handed it to Hiyun, then came over to stroke Silver Moon. No one can resist the cuteness of a puppy in its youth, let alone women. Bebe, it's so well-behaved. Really second stage? Shiyu didn't believe this dopey little dog's level far exceeded theirs. Really, reach second stage and you get intelligence no less than a human's. This little one's very crafty and can grow bigger, about the size of a sedan. Teacher can attest. That's right. Jiangyu nodded. My food shortage was from it visiting several times. Hearing this, Hiyun got mad and held the grilled sausage away from Silver Moon's drooling little mouth. Little thing, apologize to my sister quick, or no eating. Whimper whimper. The moment the big meat sausage appeared, Silver Moon was deeply drawn by the aroma, her tail wagging like an electric fan. She could have just snatched it away, but she could tell the difference between one full meal and being full every meal. With a push of her paws, she leapt into Jiangyu's arms, her little head nuzzling back and forth, stammering. Sorry, don't be angry. It's all because Mommy Xie didn't feed me enough. Jiangyu hadn't wanted to forgive her, but couldn't hold out against the cuteness, and couldn't help petting her again and again. Eat. Eat the meat. Hiyun waved the meat sausage before its nose. So adorable, eat up. Slurp. Silver Moon took a bite, her blue eyes instantly lighting up. This was too delicious. In 2 or 3 bites she polished off that big sausage, not the least bit satisfied. Mommy, and more. Little Yaya, look over here, want some? 8 big meat sausages pinched between my fingers had Silver Moon's eyes practically shooting green light, nodding desperately. Want. 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 Come. I first let it eat 3, and just as it went to happily eat the 4th, I took a step back. Meat, meat. Silver Moon craned to chase and bite. The distance too far. She gave an aggrieved cry. This was only a few. She wanted to eat 100. No, 10,000. Little Yaya. I gave a wicked grin. Don't get enough to eat following Xiaoxia, huh? These big meat sausages, I've got as many as you want. But you're not my pet, so I've no obligation to give them free, unless you offer up a contract. Once you become my pet, I'll let you stuff yourself on these every day. My words were full of temptation. Lure it away, lure it away. Xiaoxia's food reserves were plenty, but Silver Moon was a second-stage fierce beast, with an appetite far bigger than a second-stage human's. One full meal consumed who knew how many days' worth of supplies. I was different. Once it became my pet, however much it ate was all returned, not a grain of rice consumed. Not luring it away would be a waste. You want to lure away Xiaoxia's Silver Moon? Not afraid she'll fly into a rage. Jiangyu was shocked, stole her kill last night, and today wanted to lure away her wolf. Did he really not put that S superscript 3 lightning ability user in his eyes at all? Silver Moon narrowed her eyes. She was greedy but not dumb. Once she offered up a contract, she'd become his pet. What if he restricted her freedom, tricked her, didn't give her food? Even Mommy Xie had never mentioned a contract. Why should she give it to him? A big plate appeared in my hand, stacked high with 20 palm-sized, 5 or 6 centimeter thick top-grade steaks, the aroma assailing the nose. Silver Moon's tail started wagging involuntarily. Shiyu. Little Yun. Teacher, that was no small drain just now. Have some food to replenish your stamina. Hiyun and Shiyu each picked up a piece and started eating. They'd eaten no fewer than 1,000 of these steaks. However delicious, you tire of it. So they often ate them in rotation. This, no rice to go with it. Jiangyu stood to the side, too shy to dig in, swallowing at the aroma. She'd eaten them and naturally knew the deliciousness, but eating only steak was too extravagant. Good big brother, bring something else too. Sister, you and I haven't had lunch yet. I brought the 3 people and 1 wolf to a roadside cafe, waved my hand, and 4 big rice cooker inner pots appeared first, brimming with rice. Then the table filled with dishes. Braised pork, Tianjin pork belly version, sweet and sour ribs, Tianjin version, chive fried eggs, cold-dressed cucumber, oil-blasted big shrimp, dry pot cauliflower, pan-fried fish, braised mutton, cold-dressed beef, rib and corn soup. The spacious big table suddenly seemed small, with dozens of steaks and dozens of big meat sausages set beside them. Jiangyu held her chopsticks at a loss. Lots of dishes was one thing. The key was every dish's portion was excessively over the top. This is at New Year's. Looking again at Shiyu and Hiyun, No surprise, they were deliberating which to eat first. Didn't eat at noon, starving. He-Yun swept through like a gale, not forgetting to pick dishes into Jiang-Yu's bowl. Sister, eat quick, eat more of whatever you like. Ask good big brother if there's not enough rice. Jiang-Yu's hand trembled a little. Little Yun, you all eat this spread every meal? Yep. Good sister, eat freely and boldly. Following us, you needn't worry about supplies. How can you have the strength to kill zombies without eating full? He-Yun understood her. She'd had this expression too when she first joined. You'll get used to it. Beside them, Silver Moon's wolf eyes went dumb. This fare was even better than what Mommy Sia ate. Just how much food did this guy have? Meat. Yaya wants meat. Little Silver Moon leapt into Shiyu's arms, rolling coquettishly. Give it 2 steaks to satisfy the craving. He-Yin consumed 1 portion of rice, returned 3. Jointly consumed 1 portion of sweetened sour ribs, Tinjin version, returned 3. 90% of this portion was polished off by He-Yun. Finished it all on your own. Didn't even leave teacher any. I laughingly took out another plate, making Jiang-Yu's brow twitch wildly. Finish the dish, and there's a refill? Silver Moon finished 2 top-grade steaks, her appetite thoroughly whetted. She knew that following Lin Bei, she could eat freely from now on. She'd pick only the tasty ones. While everyone was eating, she quietly reached out a paw to drag over a steak, and just as it neared her mouth, I picked it up. Little yeah, sneaking food is a bad habit, you know. If you want to eat openly and above board, but bad man, trying to tempt this wolf with mere food? Laughable, this wolf would rather starve, but it really smells so good. Yeah, the rib Shiyu picked up was too tender. The meat slipped off, and Silver Moon, quick of eye and mouth, snapped it up in 1 bite. Oh my goodness, so delicious. She pawed at Shiyu's leg, pitiful. Mommy, you hungry? Little Yaya, give it to him. Follow us, and all this is yours. Shiyu waved her hand, and a big pile of plates appeared on the table. Steaks and big meat sausages adding up to just under 1,000 portions. So much meat. Forget it. The rich aroma stimulating Silver Moon. She pushed off with her hind legs and pounced. The next second the food vanished, and she instantly wilted, staring resentfully at Shiyu. Little sweetie, give it to him. Give it, and all of those just now are yours. Fine then, just some meat. This wolf submits. A hexagram array surfaced above Silver Moon's head. I felt an insider rise, and pressing my hand on it would count as success. I decisively pressed on. Pet recording successful. From this moment, all supplies Silver Moon consumes are fully returned. Daddy meat, give me meat quick. The instant the contract succeeded, a little lowly, sweet, glutinous voice sounded in my ear. I grinned wickedly. Hee, fell for it, didn't you? Can't escape now. I tricked you, no meat for you. Bad daddy, stinky daddy. Silver Moon sprawled on the table, throwing a tantrum, her little body adorable. Come, eat up. I waved my hand, and several hundred steaks and several hundred grilled sausages appeared on the table. Thank you, good daddy. Silver Moon instantly entered eating mode, gulping those big steaks 1 a bite, and as she ate, she shed tears. Mommy Sia, babies let you down. It's all this man's fault for having too much tasty food. Aru, so fragrant. A wolf will never be a pet, unless it comes with room and board. Jiang Yu was once again astonished by Lin Bei's food reserves, letting Silver Moon eat this much in 1 meal, and Lin Bei wasn't dumb, which could only mean this food was a mere drizzle in his eyes. She suddenly felt that staying seemed like a good thing. She soon polished off a portion of rice. The dishes on the table were too delicious, leaving her wanting more. Eat up, Sister Xiaoyu. Shiyu waved her hand, and another pot brimming with rice appeared. Jiang Yu didn't know whether to laugh or cry. You all live way too well. No wonder you didn't eat at noon. Turns out you were leaving it for us. What do you mean you all? From today, Sister Xiaoyu, you're one of our own. Don't stand on ceremony. Tell us whatever you want to eat. Food's guaranteed to fill you up. Bei gave lots of food, and it's in my space backpack. Space. Little Yun's strength. I really envy you 2 good little sisters having such great abilities, unlike me. Jiang Yu spoke from the heart. Once she'd taught the 2 of them control over qi, she'd truly be good for nothing, except eating a lot. It's fine, just have good big brother boost your strength a few times then. He-Yin spoke without a filter, waving her arm. I'm first stage 6-star now, strength 7 times an ordinary person. Ability triple makes 21 times, and good big brother boosted me triple again, so now it's 63 times. Jiangyu. He can boost others' strength too? For real? Yeah. This probably can't be said out loud. Sister Xiaoyu, pretend you didn't hear. Hiyun realized something and waved her little hand, but a flicker of cunning crossed her eyes. Good sister, you dislike your constitution ability being inadequate. Huh. I just don't believe you can resist this temptation. Get ready to call me sister. Under the table, she'd slipped off one shoe and rubbed it against my leg, her gaze as if saying, good big brother, how's good little sister's assist? I narrowed my eyes. What a captivating little minx. Good girl, I'll reward you well tonight. Jiangyu gaped, boosting strength triple. How could she possibly pretend not to hear words like that? If strength could be tripled, her power would surge no telling how many times over, and her constitution was strong enough to perfectly unleash this strength without worrying her body couldn't take it. Triple, equivalent to an extra strength ability. She'd already disliked her own ability. Right now her heart was thoroughly hooked, no mood even to eat, her eyes darting toward Lin Bei non-stop. She wanted so badly to advance. Sister, eat quick, full after one pot of rice. Hiyun cradled her second pot, eating with relish. They now started at 2 pots a meal. Eating. Jiangyu went through the motions, her mind full of the matter of Lin Bei being able to boost strength. A look of a scheme succeeding flashed in Hiyun's eyes. She'd been bewitched by Sister Xiu the same way back then. No one could resist. And following good big brother was simply great fortune. Handsome, strong, and considerate. Even before the apocalypse, this was a rare top-grade man. Run, Wan-in, run. Mid-meal, shouts came from outside again. The cafe had floor-to-ceiling glass. You could see a middle-aged man dragging a beautiful woman in a mad dash, that woman's exquisite face full of terror. A hurried glance, and I couldn't quite sit still. Name, Lin Wan-in. Appearance rating, 96. Pre-apocalypse occupation, doctor level. First stage 2-star ability, none bonds. Top-grade doctor. All members' medical treatment effects doubled. Gourmet, fitness buff, inexperienced. System, come out and talk. How are there so many top-grade bondholders? Did Master save the planet in a past life? But this one has no ability. True. The top-grade bond ability was good. A pity she had no ability, and that top-grade doctor one was of little use to me. My recovery pills were endless, so doubling treatment had no point. Overall, pretty average. Her looks, though, were extremely moving. I already had 3 great beauties beside me, plus a reserved Xiaoxia, so I didn't go out to chase. However, the middle-aged man outside the window caught a glimpse of the table full of food in the cafe, slammed to a stop, and dragged his daughter inside. Oh, I got interested. Not chasing was one thing, but there was no reason to refuse something free. She had the fitness buff bond, could boost strength by a multiple, and was a doctor, sure to be useful down the line. Young brother, I'll give you my daughter. Can you give me some food? I haven't eaten in several days. I'm about to starve to death. The middle-aged man dragged his daughter in front of me, his gaze greedily fixed on the food on the table, cutting straight to the point. I paused. This direct? Xiu, Hiyun, and Jiangyu all showed revulsion in their eyes, selling his daughter for a bit of food. Following a father like this was too unfortunate. Dad, what are you saying? Ran till you got heat stroke. Lin Wan-in was dumbstruck, never imagining such words from her own father's mouth. Smack. A slap. Lin Wan-in covered her face in disbelief. The dad who'd held her like a treasure since childhood actually sold her for a bit of food and hit her too. I've had enough long ago, looking after you, finding you food day and night. If not for you, this dead weight, would I have gone stealing food and gotten hunted? I worked hard to raise you, put you through university to be a doctor, and now it's your turn to repay me. The man looked at me, squeezing out an ingratiating smile. Young brother, my daughter's pretty, right? I kept her on a tight rein. She's still untouched even now. Just 2 steaks and a few grilled sausages will do. You even feed your pet dog that much. I narrowed my eyes. Fine. I took a bag from the space, packed 10 steaks and 10 grilled sausages, and handed it over. Thank you, boss. From now on, my daughter is yours. Dad, how did you become like this? Lin Wan-in stood blankly. The dad who heated dishes for her when she got off work late at night, who came to the hospital to pick her up in the rain, terrified she'd be abducted by bad people, actually sold her off just like that, and so cheaply, so happily. Haha, finally got food. The middle-aged man stuffed a steak into his mouth, his eyes reddening with emotion, finished it in 2 or 3 bites. Precious daughter, raising you this big was of some use after all. Dad, give it back to them quick. Stop eating. I'll support you. I'll get strong and find food to support you. Lin Wan-in came forward to stop him, unable to accept being bought and sold by her own father. Get lost. The man shoved her away. His powerful strength sent her flying to the ground, his gaze full of mockery. You support me? I'm in my 50s and already first stage 5-star. You're 25 or -6 and only first stage 2-star. What right have you to support me? By cowering at home all day afraid of zombies? I live cushier without you, this dead weight. Apart from your face and figure you're good for nothing. Your mom and I were true love. You were just an accident. Lin Wan-in slumped to the floor, dumbstruck. How could such words come from his mouth? 2 streams of tears flowed unstoppably. She hugged her knees and cried helplessly. Took the food. Why aren't you scramming? She really couldn't watch anymore, urging him to leave. Right away. Facing the group, the man instantly switched faces. Enjoy your meal, bosses. Don't stand on ceremony with my daughter. Still not scramming? Right away, right away. Seeing the female boss's unpleasant faces, the man scampered off with the bag, paused half a second at the door, and left without looking back. Dad, Dad! Lin Wan-in chased out with red eyes. Seeing her chase, the man's face filled with pleading. Young lady, I beg you, for the sake of my raising you 20-some years, stop following me and dragging me down, all right? I'm tired. I don't want to look after you, this dead weight, anymore. I've already sold you. Your master's inside. If you still want to repay me, go back and serve them well. Don't make them think I'm a swindler and come hunt me down. I've made enough enemies for your sake already. The words fell, and the man's figure vanished. This time Lin Wan-in didn't chase. Her heart was thoroughly broken, so she was so worthless in her dad's eyes. Her mother had been gone since day 1 of the apocalypse, and now her father had abandoned her too. Yet her father's words pricked at her like needles, making her unwilling to just collapse like this. She stood at the door a long while before slowly returning to the cafe, walking over to us. Do whatever you want with me. From now on, I'm yours. This was the only thing she could do. Earlier, her father had stolen lots of food, so she'd have something to eat. She couldn't let her father gain one more enemy. In the apocalypse, anyone who dared sit so openly in a cafe and eat was by no means someone her father could afford to provoke. I swept a glance at her, a picture of wanting to die. 10 steaks and 10 grilled sausages bought a top-grade bondholder, no different from picking it up free. I started to suspect whether this father and daughter were putting on an act. Could this be the fortune of a cheat holder? Miss, don't be afraid. We won't do anything to you. Have you eaten? Sit and eat with us. The group all felt for her. That slap was real. 5 bright red finger marks still remained on her fair, tender cheek. No. Gur. She'd meant to refuse. But the table of aromas made her belly growl despite herself. She had no mood to eat, but her body was very honest. She hadn't eaten much in 3 days straight. Was that really your birth father just now? How could he be like that? Too disgusting. He-yun was blunt. She nearly failed to hold back from going over and beating him. Selling his daughter was bad enough, and then insulting her like that. He's my birth father, no mistake, but maybe he was starved out of his mind, or maybe I'm too weak and disappointed him. Lin Wan-in defended him with red eyes. Even though he'd said such things and raised his hand, he was, after all, the father she'd relied on since childhood. Stop speaking up for him. Some people don't deserve to be fathers, aren't worth your tears. He comforted her. But he really was very good to me before. How could he turn out like this? Boo-hoo, thinking of all the past, Lin Wan-in cried again. I narrowed my eyes. If this was an act, the acting was too good. I stuffed a few recovery pills into my mouth, sealed off their voices, and opened a wormhole. Through it, the group saw the scene outside the cafe. The man, bag in hand, jogged all the way to an empty shop, shut the door, and plopped down on the floor. Alone, Recalling his words and actions toward his daughter just now, his eyes instantly welled up. Little N, I've let you down. I'm a good-for-nothing, no ability to protect you. You, on your own, you must be all right. As he spoke, he rolled up his pant leg. On his calf was a clear bite mark, grayish-white spreading outward from the wound at its center. He leaned against the wall, his expression despairing. The group paused. The corner of my mouth lifted slightly. Sure enough, about what I'd guessed. Such a beautiful girl sold for only this little food, and proactively asking for so little, was abnormal to begin with. Turned out he'd been bitten, and deliberately pushed his daughter away, entrusting her to people who looked too formidable to provoke, so she could live on. Those people, seeing you pitiful, should take care of you. This is the last thing I can do for you as a father. From now on your own, really stop being so timid. Learn to be brave. His clear eyes gradually took on a film of white, tears flowing unstoppably, full of reluctance. Who could face the end with calm? He still had something he couldn't let go of. Lin Wan-in was briefly stunned, then madly rushed toward the wormhole. With a thought, I lifted the seal and enlarged the wormhole. She crossed space to kneel beside her father, trembling hands feeling toward the wound on his leg, tears falling like rain. When were you bitten? Was it just now to save me? I'm sorry, I'm the one who doomed you. The man paused, opened his eyes again, and in the blur saw his daughter's figure. How had she followed him here? Get lost. Get lost. Didn't I tell you not to come over? Shouting and shouting, he couldn't go on, and hugged his daughter, weeping bitterly. What followed was the cliched plot. The flag here is again triggered by fictional content. A zombie apocalypse web novel where a dying father sacrifices himself for his daughter, and a villain seeks death through bravado and combat. None of this is a first-person disclosure from you. You're translating a serialized genre novel chapter by chapter. So I'll continue with the translation. I withdrew my gaze and kept eating. He-yun bit her lip. Never thought he'd been bitten. I actually thought he was really selling his daughter. He's a good father. Shiyu nodded. I thought it was for the food too, never imagining it was for his daughter's sake. In the apocalypse, you can't overestimate human nature, but you can't underestimate it either. The group watched while they ate. This scene had played out no telling how many times on this planet overrun by zombies. If you empathized with everyone, no telling how many tears you'd shed. You could only sigh. That was a good dad. Wan-in, take these, follow them well. Anyone who dares eat this brazenly, dressed this way in the apocalypse, is absolutely a big shot among big shots. With dad gone from now on, put away your little temper. Do as they say, don't be willful. You're still young, the road's still long. Maybe before too long the world will go back to normal. You must live to see that day. The middle-aged man handed that bag of food to his daughter. Besides the steak he'd eaten in front of everyone earlier, he hadn't touched the rest. Dad, you'll be fine. It was only a small bite. Hold on. You'll definitely keep your consciousness. Lin Wan-in knelt on the ground, crying. Silly child, be good. Those girls are decent people. They'll look after you. Hurry and take these over. Dad can't hold out much longer. You've never disappointed Dad all this time, and you won't this time either, right? Hurry over. No, I won't go. You and Mom both left. The man frowned. He'd known it'd be like this, which was why he'd put on that act earlier. But he hadn't imagined these people were even stronger than he'd thought, actually opening a spatial gate and seeing his situation. He sighed. He could only switch tactics. Wan-in, if you go on like this, I won't be able to die in peace. I'm counting on you to burn me plenty of money to spend in the future. You don't want your old dad down below, unable to even afford a meal with your mom, do you? Dad, you. Lin Wan-in hadn't expected him to be in the mood to joke at this juncture. Zombies have shown up. What's impossible anymore? What if there really is a down below? What if your mom's waiting for me? The man looked like it was only natural. Lin Wan-in paused. Right? Even zombies, which only existed in novels and films, had shown up. All right, your old dad's about to give out. Remember, burn plenty of paper money. Don't forget the luxury car and mansion, and a phone too. I can't sleep without scrolling short videos at night. He grinned. Hee. After this round of jokes, Lin Wan-in's mood lifted quite a bit. Things had come to this. What she couldn't accept, she could only accept. At least there was something to look forward to. Doesn't matter. Your mom won't really bear to hit me anyway. All right, your old dad really can't hold out. Hurry and go. The man struggled to his feet, keeping his last shred of reason to send her to the wormhole's edge. Ernest. Wanin, you've long been an adult. You understand what you should. Live well. You absolutely must live well. That part is important. Dad, off you go. He gave her a hard push. Remember, you absolutely must live on well. With that, the man gritted his teeth and left the room. The moment he charged outside, his last remaining reason dissipated. He lifted his head, only blankness left in his gray, hazy eyes. I closed the wormhole. This father-in-law, kind of interesting. Old and shameless. Lin Wanin muttered a curse, tears still unstoppable. Next, she'd be on her own. Silver Moon, go. With a thought, little Silver Moon swallowed her steak and leapt into Lin Wanin's arms, starting to act cute and coquettish. Lin Wanin instinctively held her, her mood lifting a lot at once. Sister, come sit here. Heian got up and pulled her to sit at the table. Since Lin Bei had agreed to trade with food, it meant he'd taken a liking to this woman. Silver Moon pouncing over was surely on orders too. As the family's number two, she had to be perceptive. Mainly she felt a bit guilty for bad-mouthing the woman's father earlier without knowing the facts. Number 1 Jiang Xiyu, number 2 her Hiyun, number 3 sister Xiaoyu, number 4 Lin Wanin. By age she was youngest, but by seniority, all but sister Xiyu had to call her sister. She got every advantage. Sister Edit. Hiyun couldn't comfort people. She could only stuff a bowl and chopsticks into her hands. Don't it smell so good? Lin Wanin had just lost her father and had no mood to eat. But looking at the fragrant rice before her, piled with the ribs, meat, corn, cauliflower, and big shrimp Hiyun had heaped on, every one a favorite of hers, plus a week without a full meal, she involuntarily swallowed. The chopstick somehow ended up in her hand, and a piece of meat and a mouthful of rice went into her mouth. So fragrant. She was probably an unfilial daughter, having just lost her last family member, yet now she so wanted to eat. Dad, I'm sorry, but this meat smells so good. These ribs are so tender. I studied her carefully. Very pretty, worthy of being a doctor, her skin a shade fairer even than Xiyu and the others, her exquisite face without a single flaw, her clothes very ordinary, a loose athletic outfit. In the apocalypse, in broad daylight, how many women had the capital to change into dresses or JK outfits like Xiyu and Hiyun? Skirt hems easily catch and trip you when running, but they didn't need to run. You only run when you can't win. What was there they couldn't beat? Lin Wanin ate very tentatively, because she wasn't familiar with them. The departed had departed. She believed her parents were watching her from over there. Only by thinking so did her heart feel a bit better. Did she have the motivation to live on? Studying the people beside her out of the corner of her eye, she only now noticed these were all handsome men and beautiful women. Swallowing what was in her mouth, she figured she ought to introduce herself. Hello everyone. I'm Lin Wanin, 26, first stage 2-star, no ability. What hadn't she seen on the operating table? Yet before these people she came across as green and shy. She wasn't dumb. She knew clearly. If not for these people stepping in earlier, she'd probably have misunderstood her dad her whole life. She was very grateful. She'd said her dad couldn't possibly be that kind of person. Those words were just to entrust her to the strong before he died. Sister, I'm Hiyun, 19, first stage 6-star, S-grade strength ability. Lin Wanin was dumbstruck, 19, so young, and with an S-grade ability, not a hint of it from her appearance. Jiang Xiyu, space ability, 2 years younger than you, first stage 6-star. A space big shot. After the apocalypse, her dad had had her read many of these novels. A space ability was absolutely the king of abilities. Like that spatial wormhole earlier, too miraculous. Jiang Yu, second stage 1-star, S-grade constitution ability, a year younger than you. Holy shit. Even with Lin Wanin's education, at this juncture only these 2 words were left, another S-grade, and strength reaching second stage. She was only first stage 2-star. This little miss could probably insta-kill her with one finger. Lin Bei, second stage 1-star, space type. Holy shit. Another second stage, and a space ability too. What kind of squad was this? Pick anyone at random and put them outside, and they'd be a big shot among big shots. Yet right now they were all gathered in one small team. Terrifying to this degree. Holy shit. Holy shit. Hiyun and Shiyu couldn't help cursing too, staring at me in shock. They'd thought they'd caught up to me after working hard yesterday afternoon, only to fall this far behind all at once. Bebe, when did you reach second stage? Weren't you still first stage 6-star yesterday afternoon? Right. Good big brother. You went out for just one night, and now you're 4 stars ahead of us. How are we supposed to catch up? Didn't I tell you? I thought about it. Seems I really didn't. On the way to the school yesterday, I killed zombies offhand and rose to 7-star. Then stole a kill from Xiao Xie and went up 2 stars in a row, and later blew up a nest of sewer rats and rose to second stage. Jiang Yu rolled her eyes, recalling his crazy antics last night and shuddering. A real little madman. But her heart still itched unbearably. How exactly did he boost others' strength? Lin Wanin listened dumbstruck. Over a week into the apocalypse, her father had risked his life and only reached first stage 5-star. The man before her rose 4 stars to second stage in half a day, and spoke of it lightly as a breeze. I really envy you few sisters, powerful abilities and powerful yourselves, unlike me who can't do anything. She felt inferior, like a good-for-nothing among these people. The only thing she could do seemed to be laundry, cooking, and cleaning. Before the apocalypse, she'd been a doctor saving lives on the operating table. Now she was just a little mouse scraping by in the cracks. Jiang Yu paused. Seems a bit familiar. Sister, don't envy them. Following my brother comes with unexpected perks, kept secret for now. You'll know afterward, absolutely beyond imagination. It'll make you very strong. Hiyun said suggestively in her ear, glancing at Jiang Yu intentionally or not as she spoke. Putting it this way, she didn't believe her good sister wouldn't get it. For someone who craved strength, she'd talk herself into it. Lin Wanin swept a glance at me, her face reddening. Having worked, how could she not understand Hiyun's meaning? Everyone's a sucker for looks. Lin Bei's appearance. She not only didn't dislike it, but rather liked it. What girl could resist a guy whose figure, bearing, strength, capital, and attitude were all good? Only, what exactly were the perks? She was very curious. Jiang Yu raised an eyebrow. Perks? Could it be a strength boost? Could it be that just following Lin Bei would get you strength? Her heart leapt with joy. She'd considered offering herself. Lin Bei's help to her was truly beyond repayment. His treatment generous to the utmost. In this apocalypse, monogamy had long ceased to exist. Why would she still mind Lin Bei having a few more women? Besides, long single, her heart had actually long craved a companion. She knew Hiyun well, and Shiyu was easygoing. Most crucially, the grown-up Lin Bei was simply too charming. Women all admire the strong. Offering herself would both repay the debt and gain a strength buff. And the other party was a handsome guy she was smitten with. Any way you looked at it, a pure win. The more she thought, the more excited she got. Teacher, why aren't you eating? With your body strength, full after 1 pot of rice. I asked. Shiyu's, and Hiyun's second pots were nearly at the bottom. Jiang Yu's second pot was untouched. Teacher. Hearing this word, Jiang Yu paused, silently cursing herself. People respected her as their teacher, yet this teacher wanted to defy her own student. She squeezed out a smile. It's nothing, just thinking about something. Then she entered eating mode without tasting the food. She so badly wanted to gain a strength buff. I narrowed my eyes and smiled. Hiyun's hints were a bit too obvious. Looks like before long I'd get to become the disciple who defies the teacher. Damn it. Today I'll search house by house to dig out that old thing, stolen from me a few times now. Conversation came from outside the door. I laughed. This meal was really lively. I glanced at Lin Wanin. That father and daughter they were talking about should be her. Lin Wanin clenched both hands into fists. It wasn't like the supermarket was his family's. What her dad stole wasn't his stuff either. These people had just seized the supermarket on the strength of numbers. It was they who'd tailed her dad to his hideout, forcing them to flee. And on the road her dad had been bitten, saving her. Boss, do you smell that aroma? There's braised pork. There's ribs. The voices came from far to near. Soon a few figures followed the aroma to the cafe door, seeing the 5 people and 1 wolf by the window. Such beautiful women. The 3 men's eyes went straight, and seeing the bountiful food on the table they kept swallowing. They held a big supermarket, yet their fare didn't reach this standard. 5 people, 10 dishes, and a soup, and each portion this exaggerated? Looking again at the group's reaction, except for that old man's daughter, the rest were unruffled, eating and drinking as usual, treating them as transparent. Glancing at the swath of corpses on the street outside, the lead one instantly understood. These people weren't to be provoked. You few. The lead one was just about to say a couple of polite words when a flunky behind him cut in. Boss, these few women are gorgeous. Let's tie them up and bring them back. The women in the supermarket the brothers are about sick of playing with. The lead man frowned. You've already brought yourself a path to death. Just as he was about to scold him, another flunky excitedly clapped his shoulder. Boss, jackpot. 4 top-grade women, 1 each for the 3 of us, and 1 extra. Hurry and deal with that man. As he spoke, he drew a watermelon knife from behind his waist, his eyes full of greed. The lead one froze. It's you who hasn't been through society's beatdowns. Would they not know these women were beautiful? Not know hiding at home was safe? Dared eat outside without strength? Didn't you see they had 0 reaction to us? Didn't you see the ground outside covered in zombie corpses? He decided. The moment they got back, he'd set a rule. No running your mouth. Without a word said or a thing done, the flunky beside him had already mortally offended these people. Any man, hearing an outsider harass his women, who could hold back? Besides, it was the apocalypse now. Say kill, and you really kill. He saw the women's faces darken, and that man with his back to him set down his chopsticks too. His heart jolted. A solid big shot was angry. Bro, I'm not familiar with these two. Just happen to be heading the same way. Sorry to disturb your meal, I'll be off. The lead one had only 1 life, and he hadn't enjoyed enough of it yet. Wasn't living well nice? The flunky with the watermelon knife, seeing the boss about to leave, grabbed his arm. Boss, what the hell? You don't want these few? Didn't you just say to grab a few for a change of taste, to make an example? Isn't that woman the daughter of the old man who stole our food? Cold sweat soaked the lead one's back. You damn well want me dead? He wrenched free abruptly. Sir, what are you saying? Do we know each other? Why call me boss? We just happened along together and exchanged a few words. It's the apocalypse. Human survival is hard. Everyone should help one another. These ladies are naturally beautiful. You lust at the sight and want to lay hands on them. It truly disgusts me. We part here. May we never meet again this life. He said it all in one breath, terrified that a moment's delay would get them all killed, an extremely strong will to survive. I was tickled into laughing, another smart one. The one this morning who shot on sight was smart too, and so was Lin Wanin's dad. In the apocalypse, anyone with a bit of social experience wouldn't be too dumb. With that, the lead one turned to leave. Brother Lin, they're the ones who indirectly killed my dad. Especially that man, he's their boss. They forcibly seized a whole supermarket, and the trapped citizens have all become slaves. Whatever you do, don't believe his nonsense. I know I'm nothing, but as long as you avenge me, from now on I'll do whatever you say, no complaints whatsoever. I'm willing to repay this kindness with my whole life. Seeing the lead one about to leave, Lin Wanin quickly stood up. Dead. The man at the door stopped instantly. Big trouble. The thing he least wanted to see had happened. Could it be she just joined? Run. Without a second thought, he put sudden force into his feet. This time he'd only brought 2 flunkies, a numbers disadvantage. But at the peak of first stage 9-star, set on running, no one could stop him. His level was top tier in this whole city. But of all fears, the greatest is the what if. What if the people inside were stronger than him? Silver Moon. Aru. The fed and watered Silver Moon stretched lazily, her body visibly growing, from a young wolf into an adult wolf, turning into a bolt of white lightning charging out the door. Holy shit, so fast. Hee-Yun was startled. Now she truly believed Silver Moon was 2nd stage. That speed, even she couldn't catch. I looked at Lin Wanin, my expression solemn. There's something very important I have to remind you of. Please go ahead. Lin Wanin didn't dare slack. Could her request have been too excessive? Don't call me Brother Lin. I only graduated just over a year ago. That Brother Lin of yours makes me sound like a 30-year-old uncle. I'm still very young, you know. Lin Bei, good big brother, Bei Bei are all fine. Lin Wanin. So men care this much about age too. Okay, Lin Bei. She'd meant to learn from Shiyu and call him Bei Bei to seem close. But not being familiar, she couldn't get it out. good big brother, didn't suit her age, so she could only follow Jiangyu. At the door, the two with watermelon knives stood frozen in place. Seeing that white wolf speed, they understood why the boss had acted out of character. Even a pet was this impressive, never mind the people at the table. What they'd kicked wasn't an iron plate, but a titanium alloy plate. The two exchanged a glance. Run. And they took off. Lin Wanin got a bit anxious. What if they ran off? The next second, the two at the door stepped into a wormhole, missed their footing, and fell to the ground. As they fell, the edges of the watermelon knives in their hands appeared below their necks. This fall sliced half their necks open. The two clutched their wounds in terror, but the wounds were too big. Without timely treatment, they couldn't escape bleeding to death. They opened their mouths to say something. All that came out was fresh blood. In this second, they felt an unprecedented terror. Beauties once too lofty to reach had become their slaves. This beautiful new world, they hadn't enjoyed enough of it. Sisterin, sit down and eat. From now on you're our sister. That man just now can't escape. What you need to do is fill your belly and think hard about how to torment him shortly. He-yun pulled Lin Wan in to sit, not sparing the two at the door a single glance. In the apocalypse, there were plenty of smart people and even more clowns. So this was a space ability. Jiang Yu was alarmed. Too eerie and unfathomable. She didn't even know whether it was Lin Bei or Jiang Shiyu who'd acted. Both stayed in eating mode, not stopping in the slightest. Who could guard against this? Lin Wanin was dumbstruck too. She'd known space abilities were terrifying, never imagining this terrifying, resolving it without even moving. She wanted to laugh, but couldn't. The man she and her father had desperately fled was, at this moment, crushed to death like an ant. Before long, Silver Moon, in the form of an ordinary tiger's size, came back carrying a man covered in wounds. Why was this wolf so fierce? Mind you, he was at the peak of first stage 9-star, yet before her he had no power to fight back at all. Aru, Silver Moon set the man down, instantly shrank into a puppy, leapt into my arms rolling coquettishly. Good daddy, Yia's impressive, right? Reward me quick. Here. I took out 10 big meat sausages. This little Silver Moon was definitely acting cute on purpose. She knew humans couldn't resist this look of hers. The man on the ground looked up and saw the risen Lin Wanin, that cold, furious gaze making clear to him his fate. The two flunkies at the door had already breathed their last from blood loss. He was unwilling. He was the boss of a small base. Bro, he looked at me. He knew. This man who from start to finish hadn't glanced at him once or spoken a single word to him was these people's real boss. Bro, hear me out. I really didn't mean to kill her father. My brothers and I worked hard to take a supermarket. Her dad came stealing our food. We gave chase. That's reasonable, right? Reasonable. I agreed. Hearing me speak, the man rejoiced. I'm very sorry about her father's death. We'd only meant to lecture him. I'm willing to compensate. 100 sacks of rice, 100 barrels of oil, 100 cases of instant noodles. Just let me off. Name whatever you want. He knelt on the ground, his attitude sincere. He wanted to live. However important supplies were, they couldn't compare to his life. As long as he lived, there were infinite possibilities. Giving away the whole supermarket was no matter. With his strength, he could climb back up. He too was a rare ability holder. Or how would he have become boss? There were quite a few beauties in the supermarket, but he didn't dare mention them. Any sharp person knew mentioning them would get him killed faster. Besides, the women beside this man, which wasn't higher quality than those in the supermarket. A big shot like this lacked no women and wouldn't fancy ordinary ones. I rubbed my chin. The supermarket, anything I wanted? Everything I should have was already in the space backpack. Along the way, I'd patronized quite a few small supermarkets. Taking a little of each was enough, and food and meat I lacked even less. Those supplies Xiao Xie gave would lie in my backpack, who knew how many years. I swept a glance at Lin Wanin. She was a bit nervous, perhaps afraid I'd be tempted and let this man off. How precious food was in the apocalypse needs no describing. And she was just a newcomer who'd joined. No ability, low strength, no say. Decent terms. I said slowly. Lin Wanin clenched her back teeth, while the man rejoiced and quickly pulled out his phone to flip through his contacts. Bro, I'll have it sent right now. I crossed one leg over the other and, watching his survived a calamity smile, said teasingly, I only said your terms are decent. I didn't say I agreed. The man's smile froze. Bro, what do you mean? Nothing, just teasing you. Your stuff doesn't appeal to me. Here's the thing. I'll ask them. If they're willing, we'll trade supplies for your life. The man's heart clenched, asked the women. With those words from the two flunkies just now, who knew how much these women wished him dead. Never mind, there was a Lin 1 and 2. Yu, how about it? Shook her head. Yun shook her head. Teacher shook her head. Yeah. The little wolf shook her head. Lin 1 and you? Shook her head madly. I spread my hands. Bro, see that? My treasures are all unwilling. Nothing for it. I can't go against their wishes. The man's face was unpleasant. He lowered his voice. Brother, did you never intend to let me go at all? Congratulations, you guessed right. Brother, the ones who spoke out of turn were my two flunkies. It's got not a cent to do with me. Is there any need to exterminate to the root? One more friend, one more road. Should you ever have need another day, I'll naturally go all out. Please, for the sake of us all being human. Strive for it if you can. Who's resigned to sitting and waiting for death? I laughed very mockingly. He's seeking help from me? Don't go by my being only second stage 1 star now. I had a 4 or 5 day blank period. Human, Lin 1 and laughed. So my dad isn't human? With all that food of yours, why didn't you give some to my dad? Aren't the citizens you trapped in the supermarket human? Do you dare say what state you tormented those people into? Saying things like this now, don't you find yourself disgusting? A killing intent flashed in the man's eyes. This woman had latched onto a big shot, held a grudge against him. With her sharp tongue, he'd likely find no way to live. He could only gamble. Bang! The tattered clothes on his upper body suddenly burst open, countless black hairs growing wildly, his body surging in a blink from 1.7 to 2 meters, turning into a tall, long-armed ape. The transformation took barely a second. The moment it completed, he took a big stride forward, reaching out like lightning to grip the neck of the nearest Jiangyu. Using her woman to threaten me, though it would mortally offend, could buy a sliver of survival. Lin Wanin was frightened. The other party was too fast. She only knew the target was Sister Jiangyu. My face grew even more teasing. Going after He-yun, I might still have had to open a wormhole. Going after Jiangyu. This kid was truly insane. Jiangyu was a little speechless. Do I look easy to bully? Her jade hand clenched into a fist and punched out. The chi within her surging and pouring down her fist, landing on the chest of the beast-formed man half a meter off. He flew off, smashing through a dozen-some tables fixed to the floor, blasting a big hole through the thick concrete wall, crashing through 3 walls before landing. Holy shit, good sister's so cool. He-yun watched, riveted. Once she learned it, she'd have a ranged attack too. Jiangyu took 2 recovery pills. If not for a big bottle as backup, in the apocalypse, she'd never dare go all out like this. Cough, cough. The beast-formed man coughed up a big mouthful of blood, staring at Jiangyu in shock. Could it be you're this team's boss? He was at the peak of first stage 9 star, beaten into this state with 1 punch. This woman must have broken into second stage. Miscalculated. All this time he hadn't taken women's strength seriously at all, never imagining it was second stage. This punch was so heavy, the bones in his chest were broken. He regretted it. Not regretting hunting that father and daughter, but regretting not leaving sooner, when he'd clearly sensed early on these people weren't to be provoked. A full power strike, and he didn't even die. Jiangyu was very disappointed in herself. If her strength were boosted, without using chi, a solid punch would surely kill. Her little scheme stirred again. In looks and figure, she wasn't much worse than Shiyu and He-yun. As for the man's words, Jiangyu couldn't be bothered to respond. Eat. The dishes would get cold otherwise. The beast-formed man struggled to his feet, his chest in severe pain. So what if it's death? 18 years later, another stout fellow. He fixed a sinister gaze on Lin Wanin and let loose a string of vicious words, stuff like, you'll meet someone stronger sooner or later. You'll trip up eventually. A dead end. He was set on seeking death. Linbei laughed. Bro, your aggression isn't even up to a forum dog's. Wanna die, huh? This bro just won't grant it. The man, king of hell, a living king of hell. A few minutes later, Lin Wanin saw the scene before her and couldn't help swallowing. She'd never have thought of this method, even beaten to death. At this moment, the man was bound by an iron chain around his neck. The joints of his 4 limbs snapped, with row upon row of exquisite small dishes set before him. Sweet and sour ribs, soft tender pig trotters, oil-blasted big shrimp. A full 30 kinds, each bowl's aroma overpowering. The food was placed 1 centimeter beyond his limit reach, letting him smell the aroma fully, yet unable to reach it. They digested food fast, their basal metabolism being what it was. Owning a big supermarket, he didn't lack food, but it was basically all instant. How could the cooking compare to an old master's? Bei, open up, eat shrimp. Shiyu peeled a big shrimp, dipped it in a little soup, and brought it to my mouth. Hiyun pouted. Good big brother, open up, eat feet. Chicken feet, that is. She picked up a hot and sour boneless lemon phoenix claw and put it in my mouth. Isn't it tastier than the one on the rooftop that day? As she spoke, she nudged Lin Wan in with her arm. Lin Wan in, her face red, picked up a piece of boneless rib. Lin Bei, open up, eat meat. The first step is always the hardest. After the first time, it gets easy. Dishes a woman puts to your mouth are just fragrant. Lin Bei, open up. Zhang Yu picked up a small piece of cauliflower. The classifier flag here is triggered by fictional combat content, a bound villain craving a quick death in a zombie apocalypse web novel. There's no first-person disclosure of distress in our conversation. You've been translating a serialized genre novel chapter by chapter throughout, and that remains the case here. So I'll continue with the translation. I paused. Good, very good, excellent. Hadn't this chumming worked out perfectly? The fish was on the hook. I'd been craving Jiang Yu's constitution ability for a long while. To her it might be a junk ability, but combined with strength, it was simply invincible. I forced down the urge to record her right now. As a high-quality male, impatience won't do. I ate it anyway. Jiang Yu was excited inside, tucked her loose strands behind her ear, and said a bit shyly, Lin Bei, stop calling me teacher from now on. Call me Xiaoyu. In this age of having today and not tomorrow, she decided to take the initiative for once. She didn't believe Lin Bei couldn't understand. He had Hiyun and Shiyu, 2 women, and hadn't refused when Lin Wanin fed him, since he'd have 3 soon. One more of her was no extra, and she too had once been a goddess others dreamed of obtaining. No, I still like calling you teacher. Jiang Yu's smile froze. Her gaze bitter. Did this count as refusal? Why? Could it be she was ugly in his eyes? The next second, she lowered her head. I placed my hand on her thigh. She paused, and seeing she made no move, this hand grew restless. Teacher, taking liberties. Her brain stalled for a moment. Then she got it. No wonder he kept stressing he liked calling her teacher. It wasn't that he had no interest in her. So this kid had wanted to be the teacher-defying disciple from the start. I narrowed my eyes. No reaction? Good. Tonight, a satisfying round. The man bound by the iron chain to one side glared at us in pained malice, having to bear both the pain of the flesh and the torment of the mind. Damn it, which bastard cooked these dishes? How are they this fragrant? That wolf who'd carried him back was relishing one steak after another. With all possibility of living gone, he craved a swift death intensely. His 4 limbs broken, but his mouth still able to move. Good big brother, Hiyun pointed at the man. Blood keeps flowing from the corner of his mouth. Did he bite his tongue? Lin Wanin spoke up first. Sister Yun, don't worry. Biting the tongue won't kill you. The artery in the tongue is small, not much blood comes out. Doing this will only add to his own suffering. Oh, but in TV dramas, one bite of the tongue and you die? The director said you've got to die. Haven't you seen one just bite their tongue and die, and the next second a mute with a cut-out tongue appears? The man sprawled on the ground paused at hearing this, 2 streams of tears flowing silently. You damn well didn't say so earlier. I'm in agony. Do you know how much effort I put in, how much pain I endured to bite it? Idiotic TV dramas, leading people astray. Burp, Lin Wanin soon let out a satisfied belch. Her low evolution level and poor body strength meant her appetite was far less than the others, but this was absolutely the best meal she'd had since the apocalypse. The best tasting before the apocalypse was surely the one eaten with family. Dad, rest assured, your daughter will definitely grow strong. She slowly walked up before the man, without the slightest pity for the torment he was enduring. Compared to what he'd done, what was this? She wasn't very good at tormenting people. She could only imitate plots from TV. I snapped my fingers and sealed off that area. That sound somewhat affected the eating. Lin Wanin had just lost her father, with who knew how much bitterness and hatred bottled up inside. The enemy was right before her, and she ought to vent. Besides, did they think I had no temper? Dare badmouth my women. The eating time that followed went undisturbed. Half an hour later, the fed and watered group rested a while and came outside. I stretched lazily. Treasures, the kill zombies to level up segment, is here again. The apocalypse was this dull. In the shop behind them, that man lay motionless in a pool of blood. Wait. I noticed a big G-Wagon parked at the roadside with its door open, the car key right beside it. The ignition worked, and the tank was quite full. I snapped a photo and posted to my social feed. 23 years old, owning the first big G-Wagon of my life by my own two hands. A snap of my fingers, and it went into my backpack. It had come in handy going to find you later. Several thousand kilometers, I couldn't very well run there. Beep, beep. I kicked several roadside cars in a row, the piercing alarm spreading. Holy shit. The highly educated Lin Wanin cursed again. Sister Yun, is it really fine to make such a big commotion? We'll get surrounded by zombies. Though she was only first stage 2-star, she understood too. In the apocalypse, zombies weren't scary. The scary thing was endless zombies. It's fine. See this? Out of strength. Eat one. This is our good big brother's unique secret medicine. Following us, just count yourself lucky. He asked for a handful and tucked them into Wanin's pocket. Catch. I tossed a blade to Lin Wanin, swiped from Jiang Yu's place. The blade in my hand had chopped so many zombies its edge had long curled. Whenever it broke, I'd switch to another. Though I didn't need to chop up close now either. Soon, because of the huge noise, the densely packed zombies on both sides of the road surged in like a tide, the sight terrifying, making Lin Wanin's legs tremble. Today's zombies were no longer the zombies of before, with obstacles ahead. They knew to go around or even jump over. Before long, the left and right zombie tides were just 50 meters from them. 30 meters, 20 meters, 10 meters. Let's go. Jiang Yu popped 2 recovery pills, abruptly swung her spear, and the instant the strength inside her was drained, the pills hit her stomach. A large clearing was cut open in the dense zombie cluster. Lin Wanin, holy shit. I swung my sword, same result. Lin Wanin, holy shit. He Yun and Jiang Xiu were still practicing chi control, less efficient than me and Jiang Yu. As for Lin Wanin, gripping her blade, she watched dumbly. So zombies could be killed like this? Just like stepping on ants. 100, 300, 500, 1,000 in under 10 minutes. These few people had already killed over 1,000. She only had to handle the stray 1 or 2 that scattered off. In this moment, she felt more vividly what kind of squad she'd joined. On the other side, die for your mother. Xiao Xie, gripping the spear formed of thunder, leapt up and viciously thrust it into the head of a 3-meter-tall zombie. This strike drained all her ability, energy, and strength. As the high-tier zombie fell, countless ordinary zombies surged in like a tide. The corner of Xiao Xie's mouth lifted slightly as she calmly took 2 recovery pills from her pocket and put them in her mouth. Thump! Strength surged back. A lightning-long whip appeared in her palm. A 360-degree swing harvested every zombie within 30 meters. Sweet. So sweet. Today was the sweetest day since the apocalypse. Ability, energy, and stamina used up without having to slowly recover. Just 2 pills and done. In the past, she'd kill 20 or 30 minutes, then have to rest a long while. Because she only dared use half, afraid of something sudden. Now she didn't need to. Kill to exhaustion. 2 pills. Keep killing. Leveled up. Second stage 2-star. Lin Dabi, your mother loves your pills to death.